Diana seized the chance. Sword of Hephaestus in hand, she leapt high, bringing the blade down toward Joel's chest. Roar! Joel rolled aside like a beast, dodging the strike. His arm lashed out, flinging Diana through the air. His feet struck the ground, and in a blur he was on her again. Bone. Spike raised for the killing blow. Diana! Leah's heart nearly leapt into his throat. He dove forward at top speed to intercept, but Joel was frighteningly fast. As the monster closed in, Diana clenched her fists, let out a sharp cry, and slammed her silver bracelets together. Hiya! Boom! A divine shockwave erupted from her body, rippling outward in a violent surge. The charging destroyer Joel suddenly froze mid-stride under the force of the shockwave, then was hurled backward, completely out of control. Go to hell! Leah roared, raising a fist high overhead before slamming it upward like a meteor, smashing Joel skyward. Clark hovered in midair, eyes blazing with heat vision. The three of them, like players volleying a football, batted destroyer Joel around without giving him a chance to fight back. Diana, are you all right? Seizing the moment, Leah caught Diana as she fell from midair. She looped an arm around his neck and gave a faint smile. Just a scratch, nothing serious. But wait, who's this? This is the friend I told you about, Clark Kent. You can call him Superman. Leah, without hesitation, revealed his secret identity on the spot. Clark floated down beside them, shooting Leah a sharp look. Seriously? Some friend? You are always putting the girl first. Aren't you going to introduce me to this lady? She's Diana, Princess of the Amazons. You can call her Wonder Woman. She's the third member of our Justice League, Leah said with a grin. Clark tilted his head, thoughtful. An Amazon? I remember from Krypton's records of the cosmic expansion age, my ancestors once visited Earth. The Amazons were created by the gods, weren't they? Diana lifted her chin proudly. That's right. My mother always said our people were molded from clay by Zeus himself. Zeus molded a woman from clay, then went on to study the origins of life with her and had a daughter together. Were the gods of old always this creative? Rog! Destroyer Joel's roar thundered across the battlefield. His body twisted grotesquely as fresh bone spikes burst from his skin. Each attack he endured driving him into another round of violent evolution. Clark's expression darkened, eyes narrowing in suspicion. What is this creature? I can feel it. He's much stronger than before. He claims to have been one of General Zod's men, Leah explained quickly. I killed him before with kryptonite, but somehow he came back, and now he looks like this. At the mention of Zod's name, Clark's brows knitted tight. General Zod? He's on Earth? Chapter 48. Kryptonite Weapon. Not yet. He hasn't come himself, but he sent 2 of his people to find you. They're after something called the Codex of Life. Leah gave him the short version. Fura, and Jol-El's arrival, his pursuit of their ship, and how he'd crashed into the Messira and met Diana. Clark listened carefully, nodding as the pieces fell into place. His gaze hardened as he turned toward Destroyer Joel, whose body was bristling with savage bone spurs. He's beginning to look more and more like Doomsday. I should explain, Doomsday was Krypton's greatest mistake, a failed experiment by our scientists. The ultimate killing machine. No matter the wound, his cells would regenerate instantly, evolving stronger each time. Leah shrugged. This thing isn't quite as strong as the real Doomsday, but with endless stamina and insane destructive power, calling him the Destroyer isn't an exaggeration. Diana's brow furrowed deeply. No wonder he feels so much stronger than when we first faced him. Damn it, can this monster even be killed? Yes, Leah answered without hesitation. With kryptonite. Clark nodded grimly. That's right. Kryptonite is the only known substance capable of killing Doomsday. Joel may not yet be the true Doomsday, but with enough kryptonite, he can absolutely be destroyed. Diana's eyes widened as the realization struck her. Wait, Superman, you're Kryptonian too. If kryptonite can kill Joel, then doesn't that mean it can kill you as well? Clark's expression turned solemn as he gave a silent nod. Leah clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly. Relax, Clark. Diana, you two keep Joel occupied here. I'll go find kryptonite. Kryptonite won't affect you? Clark asked, concerned. Leah grinned and shook his head. Come on, look at me, I'm this handsome. Kryptonite's got nothing on me. In truth, once Leah found the kryptonite, all he needed to do was swap Wonder Woman's card from his secondary slot to the main slot. That way, the kryptonite would have no effect on him, while the card would still grant him Diana's formidable strength. No problem. Clark and Diana both agreed the plan could work. Leah gave them a nod. Then I'll leave Diana in your care. I'll be back soon. Clark smirked. Typical, you always put the lady before your friends. With a reassuring gesture, he and Diana charged together toward Joel, the destroyer. A black van with the LexCorp insignia sped down the streets of Metropolis. Mr. Luthor, reported Tate, one of his mercenaries. Reliable intel says the destroyer has moved into the outskirts. One of the two vigilantes who appeared in Smallville, the one called Avenger, is currently engaging him. Lex, lounging in the back seat with one leg crossed over the other, stroked his chin thoughtfully. And the analysis I asked from the tech division? What's the likelihood that the Avenger and the test subject are of the same kind? Probability is over 90%, sir. The techs studied the fatal wounds on the subject, the ones caused by kryptonite when the Avenger killed it. Based on his power, one strike should have been enough, but instead he struck 36 times. Which means kryptonite weakens the Avenger as well, Lex finished for him, his tone sharp. Exactly. The data suggests kryptonite reduces the Avenger's power to that of an ordinary human. A slow smile curved Lex's lips. That is excellent news. Just then, the driver suddenly cried out, "Mr. Luthor, look up in the sky. Isn't that the Avenger?" Everyone turned to look where he pointed. Sure enough, a figure in a black suit was flying closer and closer. On his chest gleamed a bold letter A, the emblem of the Avenger. Lex narrowed his eyes, a gleam of excitement flashing in them. Yes, that's him. Tate, bring out the meteor rocket launcher. Let's test its power on the Avenger. But Mr. Luthor, Tate hesitated. This Avenger seems to be on humanity's side. When the subject attacked Smallville, he's the one who defeated it. Lex let out a cold chuckle. Humanity's side? Tate, haven't you ever heard the old Chinese saying, "Those who are not of our race cannot be trusted"? He may fight for humanity today, but can you guarantee he won't fly into the White House tomorrow and snap President Oh Guanhai's neck? The weight of the question silenced Tate, his face hardening. As a man who respected strength above all else, he understood better than anyone the rule of the fist. The one with the greater power decides everything. If people thought that no longer applied in modern society, it was only because no one had ever held the power to crush the world with their bare hands. But now, whether it was the Avenger, Superman, or their creation, Joel the Destroyer, these beings all wielded power great enough to bring the world to its knees. If they ever decided to take control of the nation or the entire world, the consequences would be catastrophic. Mr. Luthor, you're right. Mercenary Tate waved his hand, and several of the mercenaries jumped out of the van. They opened the rear compartment and began pulling out weapons specially crafted from kryptonite. The most striking among them was a rocket launcher made entirely of kryptonite. Set it up, I'll take the shot. One mercenary crouched, bracing the rocket launcher on his shoulder. Tate quickly adjusted the aim, factoring in Leah's flight speed and the current wind direction and velocity. Fire! Whoosh! He pressed the trigger. The kryptonite-tipped rocket shot forward with a high-pitched whistling, heading straight for Leah. High above, Leah was speeding toward the small town. His ears twitched at an unusual sound, and when he turned his head, he saw the rocket hurtling directly at him. What the hell is going on? Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but as the rocket closed in, he felt his strength drain away, as if someone had sucked it from him. He knew this feeling all too well. Kryptonite. Damn it, which sneaky bastard set me up? Weakened, Leah staggered. The next instant, the kryptonite rocket struck. Boom! The explosion didn't deal significant physical damage, but as it detonated, a dense green cloud of gas filled the air around him. It was powdered kryptonite. Chapter 49. The Darkness Within. The fine kryptonite particles hung in the air around Leah, and with every inhale, he drew in a large amount. While a small amount of kryptonite dust wouldn't be lethal, inhaling it had a far more debilitating effect than simply encountering a chunk of kryptonite. It actively suppressed his strength. Caw, fuck. Suddenly, Leah felt as if he were battling a severe flu combined with a massive hangover. Weak, dizzy and drained, every muscle ached as if he'd been beaten with 10 pounds of lead. Bullseye. Looks like the tech team's analysis was correct. Green kryptonite really does weaken the Avenger. See? He can't fly anymore, he's falling from the sky. Mercenary Tate proudly reported to Luthor. Luthor merely smiled, unsurprised. Well done. Now go recover the prey. With that, the mercenaries climbed back into the van. The driver hit the gas, speeding toward Leah. As Leah plummeted from the sky, he immediately accessed the system interface, unequipping the Superman card from the main slot and equipping the Wonder Woman card from the secondary slot into the primary position. The card! The card! If Leah could unlock every superhero card, a half-baked doomsday like this would be nothing. He could crush it with a single finger. Right now he bitterly regretted not carrying a big chunk of kryptonite. Let Diana stall while he flew back to town for kryptonite. He immediately dismissed the idea. In a straight-up fight, Diana simply wasn't a match for Destroyer Joel. Rumble. A roar from the sky. At first Leah thought more armed jets were coming, but the speck overhead grew closer and closer. What was it? A bird? A plane? No, Superman. A figure appeared in midair, arms raised, wearing a blue suit and a red cape whipping behind him. Boom! A sonic crack as he descended in a near, vertical arc and slammed down to earth. The ground spiderwebbed outward from the impact. He rose slowly. The massive chest pushed the emblematic S into a bold arc. He smiled faintly at Leah. Hey brother, long time no see. Clark, great to see you now, but watch your back, Leah shouted. He barely had the words out before Destroyer Joel was behind Clark, bone, spiked claws aimed for his back. Clark only smiled. At the last instant Clark shifted his body and blocked the spike with one arm, then with a twist of his waist, he heaved Joel and flung him straight at Leah. Leah pivoted, planted his feet, drew his right fist back like a drawn bow and unleashed it into the oncoming monster. Thwack! The impact rang like a great bell struck by iron. Joel's body tumbled uncontrollably through the air and smashed into the ground, carving out a deep pit. Diana seized the opening. She leapt, sword raised, and drove the god-killer blade toward Joel's chest. Roar! Joel rolled like a beast to evade the blade, then swung a massive arm that hurled Diana aside. His feet slammed the pavement and he surged after her, bone, spike raised for a killing blow. Diana. Leah's heart leapt. He lunged forward at top speed to intercept, but Joel was alarmingly quick. As Joel closed, Diana slammed her silver bracelets together with a cry, bracing herself. Hiya! Boom! A shockwave of divine force burst outward from Diana, violently rippling through the surrounding air. At the same time, Leah noticed something unexpected. The Superman card in his system interface was glowing faintly gold. Although it still registered as a purple tier hero card, it was unmistakably one step away from a golden legend card. There wasn't time to analyze it now. He swapped the Wonder Woman card into his main slot. As soon as he did, the adverse effects of the kryptonite faded. He hit the ground. With Wonder Woman's power active, Leah was no longer literally invulnerable like steel, but he could handle this height of fall. Diana could fly too. As a demigod, she simply needed practice to break free of gravity. Kryptonite dust is still in my lungs. What if I put the Superman card into the secondary slot? He thought. Not wanting to tempt fate, but also not to play it safe to death, he equipped the Superman card into the auxiliary slot before the kryptonite had fully cleared his system. The secondary slot took effect. Leah immediately gained a sliver of Superman's power, and, crucially, the kryptonite's effect on him dropped to nearly negligible. By the time he'd done all that, Lex's car had already pulled up. Lex stepped out, smoothing his suit. He glanced at Leah and said coldly, Avenger, some call you a god. To me you're no different than that destroyer, you're a monster. Leah rose slowly and met Lex's gaze. You made the destroyer? Mercenaries around Lex leveled rifles loaded with kryptonite rounds at Leah. One twitch and they would fire. What they didn't know was Leah was no longer so vulnerable to kryptonite. Destroyer? The test subject? Strictly speaking, yes, it was my doing. Lex admitted it plainly. His eyes chilled. The day beings like you appear, humanity is no longer safe. Today it's this monster, tomorrow it could be you. Leah laughed, then grew serious. He was already dead when I killed him. You stole his corpse and turned him into this abomination. You're responsible for this. Only the short-sighted blame me, Lex sneered. What I do is for humanity's future. Today was an accident, but as long as monsters like you exist, mankind will never be truly safe. He flicked a look to his mercenaries. They understood and opened fire. Green, hot shells, tipped with kryptonite, spat from their rifles. If this had been before, Leah couldn't have dodged them, but his main slot now held the Wonder Woman card. Her strength and speed couldn't match Superman's, but they were more than enough to evade the rounds. With a sharp push off the ground, Leah launched like a black projectile. The kryptonite rounds could only trace after his retreating silhouette. What? Impossible, why isn't he affected by the green rock? The onlookers cried, stunned. Lex watched incredulous. If kryptonite had no effect on Leah, how had a single kryptonite-tipped rocket earlier knocked him from the sky? And now he was moving at superhuman speed under a hail of kryptonite bullets without obvious harm. The conclusion hit Lex. Leah was affected, but not as severely as they'd thought. If he were completely immune, he wouldn't be dodging. No, he's still affected, just not as badly as we assumed. Otherwise he wouldn't need to dodge, Lex realized quickly. Keep shooting! Kill him! Lex ordered. Hearing their leader's analysis, the mercenaries snapped back into action, their fear eased and their resolve hardened. They weren't afraid of a powerful opponent. What they feared was an opponent so powerful he couldn't be defeated. As long as there was a weakness, there was a chance to win. Leah's lips twitched. He had to admit, Lex Luthor's intellect was terrifyingly sharp. His analysis was already close to the truth. Leah was indeed no longer the Man of Steel. But Lex could never know about the friendship system, nor that the Leah standing before him now was in a completely different state than moments ago. Earlier, he was the son of Krypton. Now, he was a demigod. And while kryptonite bullets couldn't really harm him, they still hurt when they struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leah's eyes grew cold as he fixed them on the mercenaries firing at him. His body blurred into motion, tearing through the battlefield like a storm. The mercenaries might have been skilled fighters, but against absolute speed and overwhelming strength, no technique could save them. Bang! 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 Crack! A brutal flurry of impacts rang out, accompanied by the sound of weapons shattering. From Lex's perspective, it was almost instant, a flicker of black, and the next second his men were all hurled across the floor, their guns broken to pieces. Standing right before him was the man known as the Avenger Leah. Lex Luthor. Leah's voice was like ice. Is it really so hard to just live your life? Must you go out of your way to seek death? Leah wasn't the kind to kill without reason, but if someone provoked him, he wasn't going to play the pushover either. Seeing his elite mercenaries all flattened, Lex's face darkened as he staggered back a few steps. With a deranged glint in his eyes, he drew a long sword forged of kryptonite and leveled it at Leah. Avenger! Lex snarled, half mad. At last, your true nature is revealed. Your heart is darker than you dare admit. Face it, you're a monster too. Leah didn't flinch. If a mere sword in Lex Luthor's hands could kill him, then he would truly deserve death. Instead, he smirked faintly and replied, everyone has a dark side. Most just refuse to face it, but the more you run from your darkness, the more it consumes you. Chapter 50. Right and Wrong. Those words from Leah were aimed squarely at Lex himself. It was undeniable within every person lies both light and darkness. Force that only applies to those with normal minds, not lunatics or fanatics. Lex was no different. There was brightness in his heart, but also shadow. It was his father's so-called imperial education that fed the darkness, warping him into someone increasingly obsessive, someone who never faced his own inner self. Every failure, every wrong step, he justified them all as necessary sacrifices on the path forward. Just like Joel the Destroyer, Lex convinced himself he created the monster for humanity's protection. The failure of the experiment in his mind was nothing but an accident. Now he raised the kryptonite longsword in his hand, sliding into a practiced kendo stance. Clearly, Lex had trained before. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Leah. Avenger, without you and your kind, this world would be better. With a shout, he looked down at Leah. From a mortal perspective, Lex's swordsmanship was impressive, good enough to fend off 4 or 5 men at once. But his opponent was no mortal. His opponent was Leah. Leah calmly extended 2 fingers. As the kryptonite blade came down, he caught it between them with a sharp metallic clang. Bastard! Lex strained with both hands, desperate to wrench the sword free, but no matter how he pulled, the blade didn't move an inch. It was as immovable as the sword in the stone. Watching Lex's face flush red with exertion, Leah gave a faint smile. Whether you were a good man or a villain never mattered to me. But the moment you raised your hand against me, Lex Luthor, your story ended. You finally dropped the mask. Lex rasped, his voice breaking into a manic laugh. The world will see you for what you really are. A vigilante? You think saving a few people will make them believe you stand with humanity? His words grew wilder, fevered, but inside, doubt stirred at last. Was he truly right to do this? Yet, it no longer mattered. The moment he began the Destroyer project, the moment he chose to fight Leah, his fate was sealed. Superman and the other heroes clung to their code of no killing. To the public, they were saviors, and the moment a savior kills, the moment blood stains their hands, they fall from the pedestal of gods. But Leah was different. He had chosen the name Avenger for a reason. He had never intended to be a savior. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Superman, Batman, the others, they were the light, giving hope. Leah stood behind them in the darkness. He was the shadow. The green glow of the kryptonite blade pierced forward. Kryptonite wasn't as strong as steel, but it was far harder than common stone. One thrust, and it slid easily through Lex's chest. Ah! Lex gasped and choked as the sword pierced him through. His body collapsed slowly to the ground. Expressionless, Leah drew the blade free, flicking away the blood. He looked down at the motionless Lex and said, "In any case, thanks for the kryptonite toys." With Lex's weapons in hand, there was no need to fly all the way back to Smallville. Sheathing the kryptonite sword, Leah noted with mild surprise that the scabbard was made of lead. And the sword wasn't all. Rummaging through the Lex Corp van, he found 2 unused kryptonite rocket launchers. Their explosive yield wasn't much, but against Kryptonians, they were devastating. 2 kryptonite rockets should be enough to weaken the Destroyer, Leah thought to himself, strapping the kryptonite longsword to his back and lifting the kryptonite rocket launcher in both hands. Switching back to the Superman card, he slowly ascended. From high above, his gaze locked onto the moving van. In the next instant, 2 blazing red heat beams focused on the van's fuel tank. Rumble! The fuel tank exploded under Leah's heat vision. The entire van was obliterated, along with all the kryptonite weapons inside. With that done, Leah turned toward Clark and Diana. Their battle raged on below, intensely fierce, leaving the suburbs in utter chaos like a catastrophic earthquake, or the end of the world itself. Both sides grappled with sheer brute force. Noticing Leah's approach, Clark's face brightened. "Leah, finally you're here." "Yeah." Clark, step aside. Leah moved to the center of the battlefield, aimed the kryptonite rocket launcher at Destroyer Joel, and fired 2 shots. The rockets screamed through the air. Clark, without hesitation, leapt away to safety. Boom! Boom! The rockets detonated, enveloping Destroyer Joel in a thick cloud of green smoke. Leah knew the true danger of the kryptonite rockets wasn't the blast itself, it was the kryptonite dust that dispersed into the air. Even Destroyer Joel, inhaling the dense cloud, would instantly feel his strength drained. Sure enough, the thick green smoke weakened him drastically. He tried to move but felt his body betray him, completely powerless. Roar! Roar! Under the effects of the kryptonite smoke, the Destroyer staggered like a drunken giant and crashed to the ground. He struggled desperately, inhaling the kryptonite dust, which infiltrated his body and disrupted his cells. "Impressive, Leah. Where did you get that?" Clark asked, a strange expression on his face. "I'll explain later. For now, help me hold him down." Leah drew the kryptonite longsword from his back and charged at the weakened Destroyer Joel. Clark and Diana immediately understood. One of them seized the Destroyer's arm, while the other cast the lasso of truth, binding him tightly. "Watch the sword." Leah leapt, and as the kryptonite longsword cut closer, even Clark felt its presence, but he gritted his teeth and held the Destroyer in place. In the next moment, a flash of green light streaked across the sword, sliced through the Destroyer's neck, and his head fell. But Leah didn't stop there. Feeling that decapitation alone wasn't enough, he thrust the kryptonite longsword through the Destroyer's heart. Without his head and heart, the 2 most vital organs, even the life force of the genetically enhanced Destroyer began to fade. After all, he didn't possess the super-regenerative abilities of someone like Wolverine or Deadpool. Sheathing the longsword in its lead-lined scabbard, Leah watched as Clark's weakness vanished and his strength returned. "He shouldn't recover now, right?" Clark asked. "Probably not, but just to be safe, we need to burn the body," Leah suggested. After all, Destroyer Joel carried a trace of Doomsday's genes. He couldn't risk anyone misusing those cells for nefarious purposes. That was why burning everything was the safest choice. Clark had no objections. Side by side with Leah, he unleashed his heat vision, searing every last fragment of Destroyer Joel's cells until nothing but ash remained. When the monster was finally gone for good, Leah let out a long breath of relief. He clapped Clark on the shoulder and said, "Let's head back to town. You've been gone 3 months. Your parents have been pestering me about you non-stop. Better get home and put their minds at ease." At the mention of his foster parents, guilt flickered across Clark's face. Without another word, Leah slipped an arm around Diana, and the three of them soared together toward Smallville. Chapter 51. The Man Behind the Savior. Mercenary Tate had been lying face down, pretending to be dead for a long while before he dared peek up. First he checked the battlefield. After the clash with the Avenger, nearly every mercenary was left with broken bones. Some were lightly wounded, others so badly injured they wouldn't survive without immediate treatment. One black mercenary was lucky, only 2 ribs fractured. Weakly, he looked to his captain. "Is the boss dead?" "Unfortunately, our boss has already breathed his last." Tate shook his head. The man's eyes welled up with tears, not from grief, but because this month's paycheck hadn't been issued yet. They risked their lives as mercenaries for the fat paychecks. Now that the boss was gone, who knew if the finance department would honor the deal? "Don't worry, Pete. Lex Corp will pay us what we're owed. No, double it." Tate gave a crooked smile. "Old Master Lou was a respectable man while he lived. Let's just give him a proper burial before we leave." Smallville, Kent Farm. By the time Leah, Diana and Clark touched down at the Kent farm, Clark's mother was busy with chores in the field. Hearing the sound from above, she looked up, and the moment she saw Clark, she dropped everything. "Clark, you're finally home." Martha rushed forward to greet them. "Mom, I'm back. I'm sorry for worrying you." Clark landed and immediately pulled his foster mother into a hug. "Mom, I found them. I found them." "Found who?" Martha asked in confusion. "My real parents. Where I came from. My people." Clark's smile lit up his face. "That's wonderful," Martha said, though her smile was a little forced. She was glad Clark had discovered his origins, yet a part of her feared it meant losing him. Sensing her unease, Clark reassured her quickly. "My planet was destroyed more than 10 years ago. I may be the last of my family." Inwardly, Leah added, "Well, except for that long-legged fair-skinned cousin of yours." Martha's heart ached even more. "I'm so sorry, Clark." "It's okay." Clark gave her a soft smile, then glanced around, noticing his father was nowhere in sight. "Where's Dad?" "After the last alien attack, your father's health declined. He's inside the house now. I won't let him do farm work anymore," Martha said with a sigh. The instant Clark heard his foster father was sick, he bolted into the house without hesitation. Martha turned to Leah and Diana, her face brightening with a warm smile. "Aren't you his friend?" Aunt Martha asked, unusually curious. "Yeah, Aunt Martha, this is Diana. Diana, this is Clark's mother. You can call her Aunt Martha." Leah made the introductions. Diana smiled sweetly and chirped, "Hello, Aunt Martha." "What a lovely girl." "Hey, Diana, do you have any sisters? Maybe you could introduce one to our Clark." "Don't leave yet, stay for dinner." Leah wasn't about to refuse a free meal. Even if he went home, his busy uncle wouldn't bother cooking for him. No need to detail the dinner. Aunt Martha's cooking was genuinely excellent. Diana tasted farm-grown food for the first time, and abandoning any goddess decorum ate with gusto. It's worth noting that Clark's adoptive father, Jonathan Kent, is often portrayed as ill in many versions. Across Western comics, many superheroes' relatives, especially older male relatives, have tragic fates. Think Uncle Ben, King T'Chaka, Oliver Queen's father, and of course the Wayne's childhood trauma galore. Leah could tell Jonathan's health wasn't great. Martha had taken him to the hospital, but tests came up inconclusive. Proud and stubborn, Jonathan refused to stay for observation. Leah suspected something cosmic was at work. After dinner, Leah, Diana, and Clark sat on the farmhouse porch. Clark stared up at the sky for a long while without speaking. "Thinking about something?" Leah nudged his arm. Clark was quiet for a moment, then said, "I've been thinking about Krypton. On the Kryptonian ship in the Arctic, I learned knowledge of 28 star systems, but it all feels unreal." Leah finished for him. "Exactly, very unreal." Clark nodded. Leah snorted with a chuckle. "Don't worry about whether it feels real. What matters is what you want to do with it. If you use that knowledge to accelerate Earth's tech, I swear you'll collect so many Nobel Prizes, you won't know what to do with them." Clark shook his head. "Krypton used engineered genetics. My family are scientists, but I wasn't given those enhancements. I never intended to be a scientist. Besides, the 28 systems were spoon-fed into my head. Without long dedicated study, I can't master them. In other words, I'm Superman. Why solve problems with science when you can solve them with your fists? Oh right, you asked where the kryptonite weapons came from. Laya continued. Lex developed them. That monster today was his creation. I was planning to fly back to Smallville when Lex's mercenaries attacked me with a kryptonite rocket launcher. Clark's face went hard. He grabbed the coat off the chair. Unforgivable. I'm going after him. Laya grabbed Clark's arm. You can't find him, he's dead. The destroyer tore out of Lex Corp and killed a lot of people. Sadly, I almost thought I could have been his friend. That statement was meant to mislead. Laya wasn't lying, just using phrasing to nudge Clark's thoughts in a certain direction. Clark naturally assumed the destroyer had killed Lex. He didn't question it. He only lowered his head, silent for a long time, then said softly, "This is my fault. Instead of feeling guilty, let's destroy every kryptonite meteor on the town tomorrow. I'll also find time to check Lex Corp, make sure there aren't any kryptonite weapons left." As he spoke, Laya took out the kryptonite longsword and handed it to Clark. "Take this sword." "No, Laya. I want you to keep it," Clark replied with a smile. He added, "Laya, I need someone who can make sure Kryptonians never threaten this world. Do you understand what I mean?" "Even killing?" Laya asked cautiously. Clark's gaze drifted out the window, toward the bustling streets of the small town a kilometer away. He answered slowly, word by word. "Even killing." "Okay." Laya nodded with a smile. Superman couldn't kill because he was the savior. Since that was the case, Laya was willing to be the one holding the blade behind the savior. Chapter 52. An earthquake that night. Later that evening, when Laya and Diana returned home, Uncle James wasn't there. He'd left a note on the table, "Working the night shift. Fix your own dinner." As expected, dinner's hopeless with him. Laya shook his head helplessly. Alone, he could scrape something together for himself, but now that Diana was living with him, meals couldn't be so careless anymore. Fortunately, the card Oliver had given him still had plenty of US dollars. Even if they ate out every day, it would last for years. Money wasn't a problem for now. As soon as Diana entered, she flopped onto the sofa, waved the remote, and called out. Laya, come turn on the TV. I want to watch the one we watched last time." "Didn't I already teach you how to use the remote?" Laya chuckled, shaking his head. He distinctly remembered explaining it to her more than once. Diana shut back righteously. "The remote you taught me in Star City isn't the same as yours. Yours has more buttons." "It was just a few extra number keys." Laya sat down beside her, leaned against her, and patiently explained again. "Press this to turn it on, then use up and down to change channels. The one we watched last time is channel 14. Following his instructions, Diana successfully tuned to channel 14. It was a World War I-era drama about an American spy who sneaks behind enemy lines, uncovers a conspiracy, and leads his squad to rescue his captured girlfriend. The two of them curled up on the sofa, watching late into the night. The ending, of course, was a happy one. The hero and heroine reunited, embracing and kissing. "I don't get it. Shouldn't he be leading his troops to press the advantage? Why are they wasting time kissing?" Diana complained, clearly dissatisfied, just as Laya was getting into it. Unlike most viewers, she preferred the battle scenes. Every time the villains cooked up a new plot, she would grit her teeth and shout, "Don't be fooled by Ares. These people are unbelievably stupid." Basically, her subconscious was roasting the villain's IQ. Diana, kissing is just a way to express feelings. The hero went through hell to save the heroine. This moment is like a small climax of the whole story, Laya explained, trying to frame it in terms of narrative structure. Not everyone wanted non-stop battles like she did. That would get exhausting. But Diana dismissed his reasoning. "Meaningless behavior. I've read all 12 of Cleo's treatises on physical pleasure, but I still can't understand how kissing or intimacy brings humans joy or why they even desire it. I lived on the Masira for centuries and never felt such things." She spoke with absolute conviction. Laya's eyes narrowed mischievously as a grin crept across his lips. "Oh really?" And with that, he leaned down and kissed Diana on the lips. The sensation of two cool, soft lips meeting sent sparks through both their hearts, like a current surging between them. Leah's movements were gentle, yet Diana's body stiffened sharply, her delicate face flushing scarlet in an instant. Even without super hearing, Leah could catch the thunderous rhythm of Diana's heartbeat, pounding uncontrollably. Do you still think kissing is meaningless? Leah whispered against her ear, his breath warm as it brushed her skin. That warmth sparked a tingling numbness that ran across Diana's whole body, leaving her mind utterly blank. Seeing her reaction, Leah grew bolder. He deepened the kiss on her lips, while his broad hands slid around her slender waist, moving restlessly. Diana's breath quickened. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Her body felt weak, tingling, powerless. This Diana had never left the Masira, never experienced anything like this. She resisted faintly, but Leah gave her no room to pull away, and soon she abandoned the struggle altogether. Once she stopped resisting, Leah's boldness only grew. He kissed her lips, then her cheek, then down to her pale, graceful neck. Her body limp, Diana's cheeks flushed so red they seemed ready to drip blood. A faint sense of what might follow flickered through her. Her hands pressed weakly against Leah's chest, her body twisting against the sofa, breath coming faster, her gaze turning hazy. Ding, friendship level up. Graded to lovers. Main card effect increased to 55%. Secondary card effect doubled. The system's notification sent a thrill through Leah, but he had no time for it now. At a moment like this, the system could go straight to the void. With a sharp tug, Leah tore open his own clothes, baring powerful muscles, while also shattering Diana's last line of defense. With a roar, he led a charge like countless soldiers surging forward, first seizing the high ground, then sweeping down like a flood toward the valley. The night grew hazy, and the crescent moon above seemed to glimpse something shameful. In haste, it pulled a cloud across itself and hid away. Diana's nails tore into the leather sofa. A stab of discomfort made her brow knit, but almost at once, wave after endless wave carried her higher, sweeping her into the clouds. Content encrypted for harmony protection 150,000 words omitted. Unlockable when fan value reaches alliance leader. That night, shadows swayed within the house. Outside, the town shook as if hit by a magnitude 3.5 earthquake. Each tremor lasted about 2 hours before pausing, only to start again. The quaking continued on and off through the entire night. Nearly every resident of the town was too frightened to sleep, some even carrying their bedding to the streets, where they spent the night being bitten by mosquitoes. It was sheer torment. Days later, in Metropolis, at the Daily Planet, Lois Lane had spent those days racing through the streets, ravaged by Jor-El's destruction, gathering clues. She'd written a piece titled "Shocking, the Mysterious Savior." But when she handed her draft to the editor-in-chief, the rotund man gave it a brief glance before tossing it aside. Nonsense. The editor stomped out from behind his desk, scolding her in a tone dripping with impatience. Lois, you can't use blurry photos from the internet or low-resolution videos as material. You're not a science fiction novelist, you're a journalist, and journalists deal in evidence. Lois bent to pick up her crumpled draft from the floor, anger rising in her voice. And you don't think these photos count as evidence? You'd rather believe the government's claim that this was terrorists. I went to the Arctic, I saw him with my own eyes. He really does have incredible powers. Chapter 53, Lena Luthor. The editor-in-chief planted one hand firmly on his hip while rubbing his temples with the other, trying to suppress his anger. Lois, you still bring up the Arctic? I explicitly forbade you from going there, and yet you went anyway. Do you think I wouldn't dare fire you? I didn't go to the Arctic for nothing, Lois argued, meeting the editor's gaze without flinching. I've confirmed that the government is hiding something from the public. As journalists, shouldn't we reveal the truth to them? The editor's tone softened slightly. Yes, we should tell the truth, but not by going head-to-head with the government. I'll tell you what angle to take. He opened a video on his laptop and explained, Lena Luthor has taken over the LexCorp group. She held a press conference this morning, and this is first-hand footage recorded by Cole at the scene. Lois looked puzzled. Lena Luthor? Who is she? Why has she taken over LexCorp? Don't you know? Lex Luthor died in that recent terrorist attack. Lena, his sister adopted, as I've heard naturally inherited the company, the editor explained. The video began to play. On screen stood a young woman around Lois's age, roughly 20, tears still glimmering at the corners of her eyes. She spoke with a choked voice into the camera. My brother was honest, kind, and unafraid to face blood and chaos. He will always live in my heart. This terrorist attack in Metropolis will not break us, nor will it break the city. LexCorp will provide medical assistance and temporary housing to the victims of this attack and will soon launch a city-wide reconstruction plan. Together, we will resist terrorists, and together, we will confront injustice and hardship. As Lena Luthor concluded, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, many moved to tears by her courage and determination. The video ended. The editor closed the laptop and said to Lois, "This is the story you should write. City hero Lena Luthor is rebuilding Metropolis and giving people hope." Lois shook her head. "City hero Lena Luthor? I don't know her. The real heroes are being forgotten." LexCorp, say office. Lena Luthor was touching up her makeup at her desk when someone knocked on the office door. She quickly finished her eyeshadow, then leaned gracefully against the desk and softly said, "Come in." A man dressed like a mercenary strode in, wearing a flattering smile and placing a folder on her desk. "Miss Lena, this is your brother's doomsday project. I've also sent videos of the test subjects to your inbox," Mercenary Tate said with a smile. "I've already seen the videos in my inbox." "Truly incredible," Lena replied, picking up the folder and flipping through it casually. "So the Avengers killed Lex?" "Yes. I did everything I could to save Mr. Luthor, but Miss Lena, those creatures weren't human, they were demons. Only demons could have killed him so brutally," Tate explained quickly. Lena waved a hand, signaling him to stop. "I'm not Lex. He was unfortunate. But regarding the threat levels of the Avengers and Superman, I'll need the tech department to reassess." Lena closed the folder, her sharp, clear eyes fixed on Tate. The mercenary, used to life and death situations, felt an unexpected chill under her gaze. "Yes, Miss Lena. Anything else you need?" Tate asked nervously. "How much green kryptonite do we have left?" Lena shifted the conversation. Tate answered truthfully, "We've already used everything that was taken out. There are still 2 raw meteorites in the lab with some green kryptonite in them." "And the blood samples from the doomsday creature?" "Mostly destroy, only a little remains." Lena rose from her seat, stepping onto her stiletto heels and walking along the wall. She paused before a painting depicting a battle between angels and demons hanging upside down and said, "Move the raw kryptonite and the blood samples out." Tate looked surprised. "I thought you'd destroy them. Are you planning revenge against the Avengers?" Lena smiled faintly. "I don't agree with Lex's methods, but precaution is necessary. Angels and demons, we still can't be sure." "Smallville, the woods behind the hills." Clark hovered over the mountaintop, sweeping the forest below with his X-ray vision. Most of the meteor fragments that had once rained down on the town had already been cleared away. Only in these sparsely traveled woods could hidden pieces still be found. "Diana, 300 meters to your left underground. Big piece of kryptonite," Clark called out once he spotted it. Diana flashed an OK sign, hefted her shovel, and dug as easily as if she were scooping sand. Within moments, she unearthed the buried stone. Then, bracing herself, she drove her fist into it. The rock shattered, revealing a large chunk of glowing green crystal. "Kryptonite. Your turn, Leah." She tossed it his way. Leah narrowed his eyes, twin beams of blazing heat lancing out and focusing on the kryptonite. Crack, crack, boom! Under the scorching intensity of his heat vision, the crystal fractured, then burst apart into fine dust. "Nice work. Looks like there's nothing left in the area. Between us, we've cleared out nearly all the kryptonite around town," Clark said, as he descended to join them. "I checked too. Aside from my kryptonite longsword and that necklace, the place is pretty much clean." Leah shrugged. Diana gave her shovel a proud twirl. "All thanks to my digging. Don't I get a reward?" "Uncle James has the night shift tonight," Leah said meaningfully as he ruffled her hair. Clark slapped a hand over his face. "You too. Can't you think about a single people for once?" Leah shot him a look. "Didn't you have a thing for Lana? There's a field activity class next week, ask her out already. If you like her, confess. The last guy who took my advice is now living shamelessly ever after with his girl." He trailed off, his voice growing weaker. Because truthfully, that last guy had been struck by lightning mid-confession and was still in the hospital. That was an accident. Chapter 54. A Call from Green Arrow. Mentioning Lana was the worst idea. Clark's whole expression darkened. With a heavy sigh, he said, "The night I first came back, I went to see her. But I found out she's already Whitney's girlfriend." "Whitney, the quarterback?" Leah suddenly remembered he'd once gotten Whitney's character card. The guy's skills were basically the crown jewels of the white-tier cards: bonus charisma, dating specialist, bedroom expert, lady killer. That card had single-handedly boosted Leah's emotional intelligence more than he cared to admit. "Brother, my condolences. But hey, you've still got Chloe the school paper editor. Sure, she's a bit of a tiger, but she's also your number one fangirl. Leah said it with mock seriousness. Forget it, forget it. She's a reporter, I'm not suited for her. Clark once again made it clear he had no interest in his fangirl. Since he'd put it that bluntly, Leah could only shrug helplessly. He turned to Diana, who had been quietly listening to their conversation. Diana, to help you adjust to modern life faster, I asked my uncle to arrange a school transfer for you. Sure, at your age, high school's a bit of a stretch, but since you only look about 18, it works. So, what do you say? Want to try out high school life? If you dare bring up my age again, I'll hit you, Diana protested, thumping her fists against Leah's chest a few times. Leah grinned mischievously. So are you going or not? Diana tilted her chin and gave it some serious thought. Fine, I'll go. It's boring staying home all the time anyway, and you won't let me wander off. Clark, watching the two shamelessly flaunt their affection, sighed sadly and shook his head. You two go on. I'll excuse myself. And so, Diana started tagging along with Leah to Smallville High. Months slipped by in relative peace. No big events shook the world, and even General Zod, who Clark kept worrying about, never appeared. Whether he'd gotten lost somewhere in the cosmos or was simply delayed, no one could say. But Leah knew better than to think Zod wouldn't come. As long as the Codex remained inside Clark's body, Zod's arrival was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Diana was adjusting surprisingly well to modern society. At the very least, she no longer blamed every little thing on some god of war. One particularly calm afternoon, Leah and Diana came home from school and slipped into the kitchen together, cooking side by side in easy intimacy. Don't be fooled by Diana's royal Amazonian status. As a warrior people, the Amazons weren't just masters of combat, they were also experts at preparing food from any resource. Put simply, follow them into the wild and you'd never go hungry. The feasts they could conjure would put any survivalist cooking show to shame. The two worked in sync, a little too close for comfort, the playful atmosphere teetering on the edge of something more, when Leah's phone rang at the worst possible moment. Yeah, who is it? Leah answered, clearly annoyed. A deep male voice came through the line. Leah Rogers, you failed the city. Just from that melodramatic line, Leah instantly knew who it was. Oliver Queen. Leah said dryly, you'd better actually have a reason for calling. Otherwise, I swear I'll climb through this phone line and break your legs. Oliver seemed to realize his timing was terrible, but pressed on anyway. I do. Remember the Mercure serum I told you about? We found some leads. Oh, so you've tracked down the mastermind already? Leah's tone softened a little. After all, he had accepted a card from Green Arrow and promised to help when needed. Oliver sighed on the other end. Maybe. I traced the Mercury's source to a councilman I know, Sebastian. He's the criminal operating under the alias the Mayor, but I don't think he's the one pulling the strings. I've looked into him. There's no way he could have created something like Mercury. Leah muttered inwardly. Sebastian, please, he was just one of Deathstroke's pawns. And besides that, Leah pressed, he doubted Oliver would have called over something so shallow. Besides that, Sebastian's been running blood donation drives in the city. He's been stockpiling plasma to mass-produce Mercury, and he's got huge stores of sedatives too. Damn it, I never suspected him before. I let him pull this off right under my nose. In America, big corporations often worked hand-in-hand with government officials. As such, Oliver Queen, CEO of Queen Consolidated, had always kept good ties with Councilman Sebastian. Which explained why Oliver never suspected him when he started making subtle moves. So now he's built himself a whole army of enhanced soldiers? Leah asked, already guessing the answer. From Oliver's story, things weren't playing out exactly the way Leah remembered them from his past life, but the overall direction was still unmistakably the same. Oliver let out a low ahem and said, that's right. We've tracked down the enhanced soldiers base and even expanded the Green Arrow team a bit. But even so, I'm not confident we can defeat them. Leah, you know that if I could, I'd face them alone. I'd rather risk myself than put my friends in danger. That's why I asked you. Like most heroes, Oliver had the habit of carrying every burden himself. He didn't care about his own life or death, but he could never accept his friends being harmed. And because Mercury tied back to painful memories, Oliver had sought out Leah's help. What's the big deal? Just a few enhanced soldiers. I'll get a leave slip from school this afternoon and head your way, Leah said. Oliver went quiet for a moment, then replied in a low voice, "Thank you, Leah." After hanging up, Diana fixed him with a look that was half smile, half smirk, making Leah a little self-conscious. "What? Do you want me to take you along too?" "I do want to go, but Professor Mavis's lecture on the First World War is too fascinating. I don't want to miss it," Diana admitted, face full of conflict. Mavis was the history teacher at the local high school. For Diana, an Amazon just beginning to adapt to the modern world, her favorite subject, unsurprisingly, was war history. Sometimes Leah really wondered whether Diana was Zeus's daughter or Ares's. "Just have Clark take notes for you. You can read them later," Leah suggested. Fine, I'll listen to you," Diana nodded, going back to fussing over their lunch. Meanwhile, Leah rubbed his chin, thinking of what excuse he could use for skipping school. "Maybe Uncle James was injured on duty and I need to take care of him?" Perfect excuse. Decision made, Leah quickly texted his Uncle James, giving him a heads up so their stories would match. Chapter 55, Red Arrow. This time, instead of flying directly to Star City, Leah and Diana traveled by train her insistence. Leah wore his lead-lined glasses and a loose tracksuit, while Diana dressed casually with a small backpack. From the outside, they looked like a young couple heading out on a trip. "What's in your bag?" Leah asked, puzzled by why girls always carried one. "My battle armor," Diana answered matter-of-factly. "I didn't bring the Aegis shield or the Godslayer sword. Weapons aren't allowed on trains." Leah couldn't help but chuckle. Other girls filled their purses with cosmetics. Diana packed combat gear. Judging by her tone, if not for the no-weapons rule, she would have happily carried a sword on board. He knew better than to treat her like an ordinary girl. After a few hours, they reached Star City. Oliver, knowing they'd be coming by train, had arranged for a driver to wait for them at the station. 20 minutes later, Leah and Diana walked into Green Arrow's base. Leah expected it to be empty in broad daylight, but surprisingly, the entire team was gathered. "Did you all come just to welcome me?" Leah joked with a grin. Felicity immediately hugged Diana warmly, while Oliver stepped up to shake Leah's hand. "Leah, seeing you two dressed so casually, it's hard to imagine the kind of power you both hold." Indeed, with thick-rimmed glasses and baggy clothes, Leah looked nothing like the image of a mighty Avenger. Just then, another blonde woman rose to her feet, her gaze shifting between Leah and Diana. Oliver made introductions. "Sarah, these are the two I mentioned, Avenger Leah and Wonder Woman Diana." "Leah, Diana, this is my friend, the White Canary, Sarah." Sarah flashed a playful smile, extended her hand, and with a teasing squeeze of Leah's chest said, "Wow, your muscles really are that hard. Just like Oliver said, steel body, huh? Do all Americans play like this?" Sarah teased herself right in front of her ex, Oliver, who was smirking like he knew exactly what he was doing. Leah noticed Diana's subtle glance, and with his survival instincts kicking in, he calmly pushed Sarah's hand away. "That's right, I do have invulnerability." "Cool." After a brief introduction with Leah, Sarah turned her attention to Diana, batting her lashes flirtatiously only to be completely ignored by the bewildered Amazon princess. Nearby, Diggle, still holding his ribs, struggled to stand and gave Leah and Diana a tired smile. "Hey, you remember me, right?" "Of course. Wait, Diggle, you're hurt?" Leah lowered his eyes slightly and, using his X-ray vision, scanned Diggle, Oliver and Sarah. To his surprise, all three of them had injuries. Oliver's expression darkened. "Yeah, while chasing a lead earlier, we ran into a few enhanced humans." Everyone else present, aside from Leah and Diana, was just an ordinary human. Surviving an encounter with multiple enhanced humans was already impressive. They were injecting innocent people with Mirakuru. Oliver noticed his sister Thea's boyfriend being injected, so we intervened. Sarah shrugged in explanation. Oliver's sister's boyfriend Roy Harper, the future Red Arrow. Leah vaguely remembered this part of the story, but wasn't foolish enough to rely on his past life's memories to predict this world's development. "Actually, you just need to tell me where the enhanced human's base is. Diana and I can take it out together, and all these problems would be solved," Leah suggested. Oliver shook his head with a wry smile. "That base has already moved. Remember what I told you? The skull mask leading the enhanced humans isn't the real mastermind. Luckily, we got an encrypted USB from a captured enhanced human. If we can crack it, we might find the person behind everything." Leah internally rolled his eyes. If Oliver trusted him, he could immediately tell him the mastermind's name. Slade Wilson Ack, a death stroke. But from Oliver's perspective, Slade Wilson was dead on Lion U. A dead man isn't supposed to be running around causing chaos. Cracking an encrypted USB? For Felicity, that should be a piece of cake, Lia thought. Felicity, holding a USB with a missing corner from her desk, raised it. Cracking the USB would be easy if it weren't for someone shooting me with an arrow. I didn't mean to, Oliver said awkwardly, smiling. He then turned to Lia and Diana. Let's get you two settled. I booked you both presidential suites. 2 rooms? Lia immediately bristled. 2 rooms? Oliver, are you actually asking me for help or trying to spoil me? Oliver looked completely clueless. The others nearly burst out laughing. Diggle patted Oliver on the shoulder and explained, Don't you realize Lia and Diana are a couple? Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't notice, Oliver admitted. It became clear that Oliver's success with women relied entirely on his face. His emotional intelligence rivaled someone like Lia without his Whitney card upgrade. Otherwise, there's no way he could simultaneously flirt with 2 women like this without consequences. Not everyone has the legendary skill of sneaking around without being caught. That evening, Felicity took a break from her work to drag Diana along for a shopping trip. For Diana, shopping was second only to learning about military history in terms of enjoyment. Meanwhile, Oliver told Lia he wanted to introduce him to someone. The two donned their vigilante outfits and headed to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. Inside, a young man wearing a red hoodie was waiting. He scowled at Oliver. Green Arrow, why am I here? Lia didn't know this boy personally, but he could guess. This was Roy Harper, Thea's boyfriend, injected with Mirakiru. It seemed Roy didn't yet know Green Arrow's true identity. Roy, I brought you here to help you control your powers. The serum changed your body and twisted your mind. If you don't get a handle on it, you could hurt the people around you, Oliver barked. Chapter 56, Training Roy. Roy flat out refused to accept Oliver's words. His eyes burned with anger as he snapped, You're lying. Just because you saved me doesn't mean you can spout nonsense. I'm not lying, Oliver said firmly. I once had a friend who injected Mirakiru too. The serum warped his mind. It turned him into a dangerously unstable madman. Roy, I heard you accidentally put someone in the hospital. I don't think you meant to. If you're willing, I can guide you, teach you how to control your strength. Gripping his bow tightly, Oliver walked step by step toward Roy. The mention of the injured innocent flickered across Roy's eyes, a moment of hesitation, but it vanished quickly. He gave a cold snort. Do you even understand my power? I could snap your neck without effort. He lunged, swinging a fist at Oliver. The punch came fast, carrying crushing force, but Oliver dodged with ease. The more he sidestepped instead of fighting back, the more frustrated Roy grew. But this rage wasn't entirely his own, it was the Mirakiru gnawing at his mind. What are you, a coward who only runs? Snarling, Roy threw punch after punch, each one dodged nimbly. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Lia standing nearby, clearly enjoying the show. Roy didn't stop to question why Lia was even there. He just couldn't stand missing Oliver again and decided to vent on the bystander. You bastard, what are you laughing at? He stepped forward and drove his fist straight at Lia's face. Oliver, seeing this, finally exhaled in relief. He might have looked calm dodging Roy's blows, but the truth was he wasn't nearly as relaxed as he seemed. After all, Oliver was just a man. If Roy ever landed even one hit, Oliver would be spending the night in the infirmary nursing broken bones. Bang! Roy's fist slammed into Lia's face, only it was like smashing into a steel wall. The rebound sent Roy staggering back a few steps, eyes wide in disbelief. What are you? Before Lia could answer, Oliver cut in with a mocking tone. He's the one who's about to knock you flat. Many instructors believed the fastest way to make a student submit was to beat the fight out of him first. Oliver himself had taken plenty of beatings while learning archery and hand-to-hand combat. The only reason he hadn't stepped up against Roy himself was simple. Mirakiru enhanced strength was out of his league. That's why Lia was here. And sure enough, hearing Oliver declare that Lia could drop him sent Roy's fury skyrocketing. Under Mirakiru's sway, reason had long since fled. He didn't think about why his earlier punch hadn't so much as budged Lia's neck. All that mattered was charging in, no matter the cost. Don't mock me, you don't understand my power. Roy's muscles bulged as he hurled another punch, the air whistling with its force. His roar followed. I can punch through walls. I can heal wounds in seconds. What makes you think you can train me? Leah shook his head, then glanced at Oliver. Mind if I kill him? No, Oliver said quickly. Just beat him half to death. He's juiced on Mirakuru, he'll recover in a couple of days. The next second, Roy's fist was already at Leah's face. Leah raised a single finger and pressed it against the incoming punch. Thud! Roy's unstoppable strike froze in place. Before he could even process what had happened, Leah's hand whipped out, slapping him across the face. Smack! Roy went flying like a basketball, soaring more than 10 meters before crashing hard into a wall with a thunderous boom. Boom! Several walls of the abandoned factory collapsed in a chain reaction. Oliver watched, teeth aching at the sight. Ha, big muscles? Fast recovery? I'll just smile and say nothing. Leah judged Roy's overall strength to be inferior to the other enhanced fighters he and Diana had beaten before. Maybe Roy had been injected with Mirakuru more recently, and the drug hadn't fully kicked in. Rah! Roy snapped. He burst out of the rubble and lunged straight at Leah. Leah stood his ground. As Roy closed in, Leah simply felled him with a single punch. I gave you strength. I gave you fast recovery. I gave you a howl. What are you howling about? Did I give you permission? Every blow landed like meat on bone. Even Leah's casual punches carried crushing force. Oliver, watching from the side, felt his own nerves go taut. He started to wonder whether bringing Leah here had actually been the right call. Roy was driven into the dirt and hammered mercilessly. It wasn't that Roy didn't want to fight back, he never got the chance. Every time he tried to struggle, Leah slammed him back down like a nail. By the time Leah stopped, Roy didn't even have the opportunity to beg for mercy. Finally Oliver, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in. Hey, that's enough, okay? He called. Only then did Leah relent. He inspected Roy. Every bone seemed to be cracked. If Roy weren't an enhanced soldier, those injuries would have killed a normal man a dozen times over. You're Roy, right? Leah said as he hauled him upright with one hand. Tell me, are you done? Can you control your emotions? Roy lay there, a wreck, blood from every orifice, one swollen shut eye, utterly miserable. Oliver's chest hurt to watch him. Roy tried to speak. His teeth had been smashed out, so he was panting and leaking air with every word. Leah shook his head. Jesus, you can't even speak properly. Obviously you still don't accept it. Before Roy could answer, Leah slammed him back down and resumed the beating. Roy was near tears, collapsing inside. Who could be expected to speak clearly when they were half dead? He wanted to argue, wanted to explain, but under Leah's relentless fists, even making a sound was agony. Oliver risked getting himself hurt to get between them. Stop, Leah, if you keep this up he's going to die. Only then did Leah stop. He looked down at the shattered man on the ground and said, all right, one more chance. Do you submit? Can you control your anger? Roy wanted to answer, but even saying so much felt impossibly hard. Chapter 57. Looks like what he really needs is a beating. Seeing Roy half dead on the ground and refusing to speak, Leah sighed in frustration. Oliver, don't say I'm not helping you. Look at him, he won't even say a word. Clearly, he's still not convinced. Oliver rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. How's he supposed to talk in that state? He was just about to put an end to the farce when, all of a sudden, Roy jolted upright like a man grasping at his last breath. With every ounce of strength, he shouted hoarsely at Leah. Stop hitting me. I give up. I'll take whatever training you want, just stop beating me. The next second his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Oliver's mouth twitched uncontrollably, while Leah jabbed a finger toward Roy with complete seriousness. See? What did I tell you? The kid's mood swings? Mostly an act. A good beating sorts it right out. All that talk about mental corruption, personality changes, that's nonsense. What he really needs is a beating. If he loses control again, ignores orders, or refuses to listen, just call me. I'll beat him until he listens. Cold sweat broke out across Oliver's forehead, but the more he thought about it, the harder it was to argue. They said Mirakuru twisted the mind, drove people insane, but look at Slade Wilson, he still thought clearly enough. Time on Purgatory Island had just warped him, made him extreme reckless. But simply, he was bored and wanted to cause trouble. The enhanced soldiers Slade created were the same. After their initial chaos and madness, they settled into a highly disciplined army. So in Leah's eyes, Roy's inability to control himself came from his rapid growth in strength clashing with his unstable spirit, leaving him unbalanced. If his willpower was strong enough, he could stabilize just like Slade. And what's the simplest, most direct way to forge strong willpower? That's right, beat it into him. If one beating didn't work, give him two. The best outcome was leaving a psychological scar. Next time he was about to lose control, he'd instinctively look around, making sure Leah wasn't within 100 miles before deciding whether to act out. Still, maybe we should take him to a hospital. Leah frowned, noticing Roy's heartbeat slowing dangerously. If he drops dead, that'd be awkward. Oliver shot him a glare. And how exactly do you explain this to a doctor? Half the bones in his body are probably shattered. Then, we take him back to your base. You've got emergency medical gear there, right? Don't worry, he's enhanced. He won't die that easily. Leah hoisted the unconscious Roy up with one arm. Fine. I'll text Diggle, have him set up. Oliver pulled out his phone and tapped away quickly. Oliver, Leah said suddenly, you haven't told Roy or Thea about your Green Arrow identity yet, have you? Oliver froze mid-keystroke, frowned at Leah, then shook his head. No, they don't know. You should tell them, Leah advised. Sometimes keeping the truth hidden isn't about protecting others, it's about you choosing to run from it. For many heroes, secrecy was a rule. Their vigilante identities had to stay hidden even from those they loved most. All in the name of protection. Leah didn't judge whether that mindset was right or wrong, but not warning your loved ones about potential danger hardly guaranteed their safety. Take Oliver's case. Slade knew Green Arrow's real identity. If he wanted Oliver's family dead, it would be all too easy. Thea and their mother, Moira, wouldn't even recognize the Mad Butcher standing in front of them until it was far too late. After a moment of silence, Oliver nodded. You make a good point. Roy's fine, but Thea, I need to think about her. Diggle replied to my message. He's at the base, getting the emergency medical gear ready. The next day at Oliver's house. When Roy stood energetically in front of Leah, he couldn't help but admire the enhanced human's resilience. Wow, not bad. You took a beating and recovered this fast. How's it feel able to control your emotions now? Leah said, gently patting Roy on the shoulder. The force of the tap tilted Roy's entire shoulder 60 degrees. He stared at Leah in shock, nodding frantically. Mr. Leah, I feel a lot better than before. By now, Roy knew Leah and Oliver's identities, and officially joined the Green Arrow team under the codename Red Arrow. That's too bad. I mean great, Leah sighed with mock regret. In this day and age, it's hard to find a punching bag who won't mess up your friendship points or accidentally get killed. Oliver, impeccably dressed in a suit, had a short-haired young woman following him. She was tall and elegantly dressed. Though only 17, she carried herself with remarkable poise. Leah, Roy, what are you two talking about? Oliver asked, approaching since he wasn't sure what was going on. The young woman hugged and kissed Roy briefly, and only then did Roy answer, nothing much. I was just getting to know Mr. Leah. Oh, I forgot to introduce Thea. This is Mr. Leah. Thea smiled sweetly and politely extended her hand to Leah. Hello, Mr. Leah. I'm Thea Queen. Leah returned her handshake with a friendly smile, mentally noting, shouldn't your name be Thea Merlin? Today was a party hosted by Oliver's mother, Moira Queen. She'd invited many elite members of high society, mainly to drum up votes for her mayoral campaign. From what Leah knew, Oliver was already aware that Thea's biological father was the villain Malcolm Merlin. His relationship with his mother had cooled to near freezing. Oliver was only attending to maintain appearances, letting high society think the Queens were a loving family. Time passed slowly as the elite guests arrived. Moira came out to greet them while Oliver walked past her with a blank expression. Thea, focused on Roy, still sensed something amiss between her brother and their mother. She hurried up and asked Oliver, what's going on with you and Mom? You're deliberately avoiding her, aren't you? At this point, almost everyone in the world knew Thea's biological father was Malcolm Merlin except Thea herself. Oliver forced a smile, hesitating over whether to tell her the truth. Leah's earlier warning echoed in his mind. Then, Oliver's phone buzzed. It was an urgent message from Felicity. Spotted the enhanced humans, they're raiding Iron Mountain Prison. A prison raid? That was insane. Banks or jewelry stores fine, but a prison? What the hell? Oliver froze at first, then quickly realized. Enhanced humans don't act without purpose. If there was a raid at Iron Mountain, the only valuable target would be the prisoners themselves. Prisoners? Are they trying to expand their enhanced human army? Oliver could think of no other logical explanation. Thea, growing impatient, pressed him. What's going on with you and Mom? Are you hiding something from me? Sorry, Thea, something came up at the company. I've got to go. Oliver glanced at Roy and Leah. Both of them wore the same look, ready and waiting on you, clear proof they'd gotten Felicity's message too. Thea, however, was furious at her brother's brush off. She frowned, cheeks puffing in frustration. Ollie, don't try to fool me. I'm not a kid anymore. You're definitely hiding something from me. But Oliver's mind was already consumed with thoughts of the metahumans assaulting Iron Heights prison. Anything involving Marakuru, he saw as his responsibility. I'm really sorry, Thea, but I have to go. His fingers automatically undid his suit buttons as he headed for the door without a backward glance. Diggle, already waiting, opened it immediately and went to bring the car around. Roy and Leah followed. As Roy passed Thea, he offered quickly, Don't worry, Thea, I'll keep an eye on your brother. Then he rushed after the others, leaving Thea standing there, bewildered and frustrated. Out on the road, Diggle drove them toward the outskirts. Inside the car, Leah changed outfits in a single second. Impatient with the car's speed, he simply grabbed hold of it and flew, carrying everyone directly to Iron Heights. Felicity, can you hack into the prison's security system? Check how many targets we're dealing with, Oliver asked, already suited up as the Green Arrow, pressing a hand to his earpiece. 2 minutes, Felicity replied briskly. But Leah had already taken a long look. There are 10 metahumans total. Most of the guards are down. They've split into pairs and are tearing open cages by hand, releasing inmates. Some are escaping in the chaos, but many are rallying behind them. Oliver blinked, then remembered. Of course! Leah had X-ray vision, and at this range, he could still see everything in perfect detail. Felicity's voice came through the comms, half pouting. Leah, are you trying to steal my job? Anyway, Diana and Sarah are en route. Do you want to wait for them or move in now? For Oliver, hesitation wasn't an option, especially not with Leah standing beside him. With Leah alone, they had more than enough power to take down the entire enemy squad. I mean, how do you lose when you've got a dragon breathing down the enemy's neck? Diggle, shut the prison gates, don't let any more prisoners get out. Leah, Roy, and I will move inside to stop the metahumans. Felicity, get into the security system and lock down every exit. Orders delivered, everyone sprang into action. Diggle quickly secured the main gates, pistol in hand, eyes scanning the chaos within. Meanwhile, Oliver, Roy, and Leah strode right through the wrecked entrance, where the doors had been ripped clean off. Inside, guards lay scattered unconscious. The sound of pounding footsteps echoed. Leah glanced up. 6 prisoners coming from the left stairwell, 13 more down the right hall. Looks like they're making a break for it. Oliver and Roy immediately drew their bows and aimed in both directions. Seconds later, a wave of inmates in prison uniforms burst out, faces lit with the thrill of freedom as they charged for the exit. Back! Return to your cells! Oliver shouted, bow fully drawn, but the prisoners ignored him. Out of the way, freaks, or we'll smash your faces in! A burly man in the lead ran hardest of all, his desperation for freedom blotting out fear. Arrows hissed through the air, thwip, thwip, thwip. Several inmates fell, but more kept coming. Leah gave a cold snort. Rising slowly into the air, his eyes burned red, then erupted with twin beams of searing heat. The crimson rays carved a blazing line through the corridor, etching a deep scar across the floor. Anyone who takes another step dies where they stand. The prisoners froze instantly. Mere minutes ago, they'd watched metahumans rip apart steel bars with bare hands. That alone had shattered their sense of reality. And now before their eyes stood a man who could fly, whose very gaze spat fire like a god's. Was he even human? Or was this what a god looked like? For a long moment, the prisoners looked at one another, each of them visibly wary of Lia's power. One middle-aged man refused to accept it. He stood up, righteous and loud, and said to the 3 of them, "You're vigilantes. I remember vigilantes don't kill. I'm leaving right now. What, are you going to kill me? Come on, brothers, let's run together. Someone's bound to get out." His words stirred the others' longing for freedom. To lead by example, he stepped across the boundary line had drawn with his heat vision. Oliver and Roy knocked arrows again, while Leia merely shook his head with a smile. These Americans were so charmingly naive. You really think vigilantes don't kill, so you can just run straight into the muzzle of a gun? No, they don't actively seek to kill, but accidents happen in a fight. Fists and bullets don't discriminate. If someone dies from friendly fire, that's just terrible luck. Says. Laya's eyes turned blood red once more. A scarlet beam swept the line. The prisoners who had stepped over the limit had both their legs instantly reduced to ash. Bodies toppled like dumplings falling from a pot. Their screams of agony filled the air. Some with weak willpower fainted outright. "Go back, or die," Laya said in a low voice. Before his words finished, the remaining prisoners seemed to wake from a nightmare. They rolled and crawled back into their cells, trembling. Tonight's hellish scene would haunt those men for the rest of their lives. Oliver glared at Leah. "We don't kill people." "I didn't kill them," Leah said, pointing at the collapsed prisoners. "In fact, they only lost their legs. I cauterized the wounds. There won't be fatal bleeding. Of course, if someone dies from the severity of the injury or sheer pain, you can't blame me for that." Chapter 59. The Zen Lawmaker. On this point, Roy stood with Leah. "Oliver," Roy argued, "our arrows hurt them too. They're criminals, prisoners trying to escape. Nobody will listen to reason. I think Leah did the right thing. He didn't proactively kill anyone, he just took away their ability to keep doing evil." Roy's words softened Oliver's face somewhat. "Casualties sometimes happen in combat," he sighed. "You're right. I shouldn't have scolded you, Leah. But what you just did was terrifying." With a single glance, 7 or 8 prisoners had their legs evaporate. If Leah's gaze had moved up a fraction more, those men would have been cleaved in half at the waist. It was a glimpse of literal hell. Ding. Friendship value increased to friendly. Character card unlocked. Roy Harper. System chimed in Leah's head. He flicked a look at the interface. Sure enough, a card with Roy's portrait had appeared. Roy's card, like Oliver's, was a blue card. Thanks to Mirakuru, Roy had achieved mid-tier elite strength. Blue cards were usable. Both Oliver's and Roy's would be slotted into the secondary slots, giving Leah a modest boost. He didn't dwell on it. "Oliver," Leah said bluntly, "your heart is too soft. Have you considered that by sparing some evildoers, you might indirectly cause the deaths of many innocent people? A person who habitually does harm and never repents is no longer human, he's a beast." Leah's meaning was clear. Some villains will never reform. If you don't kill them, they'll come back and hurt more innocents. Those innocents could have lived, but someone's misplaced mercy indirectly causes their deaths. Oliver understood that, but he thought of his dead friend Tommy and shook his head. "If we decide a person's life and death at our whim, can you guarantee you'll always be right? Once you get used to controlling who lives and who dies, how can you be sure you won't become a tyrant?" The conversation circled back, once again, to the matter of light and darkness within the heart. Leah did not care to argue further. Instead, he asked lightly, "Have you ever heard of the Tribunal of the Three Sages?" "The Tribunal of the Three Sages?" Oliver repeated, as though the term was faintly familiar to him. Before Oliver could think more on it, Leo rose into the air and said, "Leave the enhanced one to me. The prisoners he's rallying, those are yours to handle." Before the words had even faded, the ceiling shattered apart. Leah tore through the prison walls, flying straight toward the nearest enhanced soldier. Ahead, one such enhanced man wearing a black and orange mask was ripping cages open with his bare hands, bellowing, "Anyone who wants out, follow me." A surge of prisoners rushed forward. Then the wall gave way with a thunderous crash. Suspended in midair, clad in a black cloak and tight-fitting armor, Leah hovered, his voice cold as iron. "No one leaves. If you want to live, get back inside." The prisoners faltered, hesitation flashing in their eyes. The enhanced man, seeing his moment disrupted, let out a harsh snort and lunged at Leah with his fist cocked. "Boy, you're asking for death!" He leapt high, swinging his fist straight at Leah's head. But just as he closed the distance, Leah's eyes burned blood red. Twin beams of searing light lanced out, punching through the man's body in an instant, cleaving him clean in half. Thud, thud. The bisected corpse crashed to the floor. The enhanced man wasn't dead immediately. He writhed, dragging himself weakly across the ground. Though his mask covered his face, every soul present could feel the terror radiating from him. That terror spread like wildfire, seeping into every prisoner's heart. Leah closed his eyes. The red glow faded swiftly. When he opened them again, his gaze swept over the room, calm and steady. "Anyone else feel like defying me?" The prisoners, having witnessed Leah cut down an enhanced man with a mere glance, scrambled back into their cells, tripping over one another in their desperation not to be the last. "Once you're released, you'd better straighten yourselves out. I'm not as forgiving as the Green Arrow, understand?" Leah drifted slowly across the air, his expression like ice. The chill in his eyes made every man present shudder to his core. Yes, yes, we understand. I'll reform, I swear it. I won't steal again. Never again. Once I'm out, I'll get honest work. I was framed, master. Take me out with you, I'll prove myself. Leah ignored their terrified cries. To him, it was proof of what he already believed. Oliver's no-kill code only gave villains a false sense of security. If capture was the worst that awaited them, then they would always come back once freed. Only when they truly understood that evil carried a price would they learn restraint at least a little. How much restraint? That was not Leah's concern. He was no savior. He was the savior's blade. The remaining enhanced soldiers were dealt with easily. Some perished, some did not. Leah neither sought slaughter nor avoided it. A single sweep of his heat vision decided their fates. Life or death, let chance decide. The so-called monk-like lawman, enforcing justice with indifference, leaving life and death to fate. On Oliver and Roy's side, matters were also under control. Roy himself was enhanced, and even against a mob of prisoners, he fought without difficulty. The only problem was that Roy was slipping further and further out of control. The Marakiru coursing through him twisted his mind, turning him ever more violent, ever more dangerous. Bang! 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 Roy had one burly prisoner pinned down, pounding his fists into the man's face again and again. Blood splattered with each strike, the prisoner barely clinging to life. Oliver saw and shouted Roy's name, rushing forward to seize his arm. But Roy, consumed by frenzy, flung Oliver aside with a violent jerk. As the helpless prisoner teetered on the brink of death beneath Roy's blows, a low voice, deep, with a note of surprise, sounded behind them. Well now, Roy's losing control, is he? Sound of lie, his voice. Roy, who had just been spiraling into madness, suddenly jolted violently. His body trembled uncontrollably, and in an instant he snapped fully awake. Roy swallowed stiffly, staring at the prisoner he had beaten into a bloody mess, as if seeing a reflection of his former self. A chill ran from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. No! Out of control? Who's out of control? Ha ha, out of control is impossible. I will never lose control. Roy mechanically turned his head toward Leah, forcing a twisted smile that was worse than crying. Clearly, Leah had left a psychological mark on him. Hearing Leah's voice now, he babbled in terror. Chapter 60, Slade's Fury. That settles it. We'll take care of Iron Mountain Prison before Diana and Sarah get there, Leah said, still eager. These enhanced humans were far too weak. Oliver lowered his bow. Actually, Diana and Sarah went to a different prison. Felicity just said the other two facilities in Star City were also being raided by enhanced humans, so Diana and Sarah went to the second one. Star City has 3 prisons, and the last one? Leah thought, surprised that the city's law enforcement required 3 separate prisons. The final prison was breached. More than half the inmates were taken. Felicity has been tracking the escape vehicles, but they really went all out this time. Almost the entire enhanced human squad was deployed, Oliver explained with a sigh, clearly wishing he had superpowers like Leah. Let's move. The police are almost here, we need to get out of here. Leah felt a pang of sympathy. Green Arrow spent his life as a vigilante, neglecting his duties as head of Queen Consolidated to fight crime in Star City. Yet the very act of being a hero disrupted the city's balance. Villains hated him, and the police weren't exactly fond of him either. Luckily, Leah knew that with Oliver gradually building trust with the Star City PD, the police would eventually accept him, but that was a story for later. Wait, Oliver, didn't you say Marakiru has an antidote? Leah asked. Oliver thought carefully. Marakiru does have an antidote, but it's long lost, and I never actually told you about it. Leah twitched at the corner of his mouth. Awkward. You must be mistaken. I have an idea. Let me capture one of the enhanced humans and bring them to a tech lab. Maybe they can research an antidote. At least with that, you could handle enhanced humans individually. In some versions of events, Green Arrow defeated Slade only using the Marakiru antidote. That's up to you. Also, Oliver's tone grew serious as he stared at Leah. Avenger, could you not call me by my name during missions? Got it, Oliver, Leah replied without hesitation. Oliver. He weren't powerless against Leah, he might have actually shot him on the spot. In a luxurious Star City office, a man wearing a skull mask stood respectfully before his desk. We only captured 400 prisoners this time. Considering the Marakiru mortality rate, about 30 will survive, he reported. Injecting Mirakuru was almost always fatal, so the masked man had been ordered by the mastermind to raid prisons. They planned to make up for the serum's lethal rate by capturing enough prisoners to expand the enhanced human army. The man in the boss's chair scowled. Why only this few? Didn't I order you to raid 3 prisons? There should have been at least 1,000 or 2. With 1,000 test subjects, even with Mirakuru's lethality, at least 100 could survive. Adding these to the existing enhanced humans would give the army enough power to destroy a city. It's Green Arrow. They stopped us at Iron Mountain and the Star City prisons. We also lost 15 soldiers, the masked man admitted, clearly lacking confidence. Chapter 61. Oliver's phone call. Yeah? Where are you? What happened? The moment Oliver got home, he rushed through the house, frantically searching for his sister. His mother, Moira, heard his anxious voice and hurried out from the parlor. Oliver, what's wrong? Though he hadn't spoken to Moira in a long time, still bitter over her hiding the truth about his parentage, he thought of the text he just received and sighed. They messaged me. She said something happened at home and told me to come back immediately. Moira raised a calming hand. There's nothing wrong at home. I was just chatting with a friend. He isn't even here. How could something have happened? Then why would she? Oliver stopped mid-sentence as realization struck. At Moira's last gathering, she had sensed the rift between her brother and mother. Clearly, she had used this chance to force them to sit down and talk. She wanted us to face things, Oliver admitted. She's noticed the tension between us. Moira's expression turned uneasy. What did you tell her? You didn't tell her the truth about her parentage, did you? Of course not. I've been trying to protect her, but now I think maybe that was wrong. His words had been echoing in Oliver's head these past few days. Lies are never the best solution. Unless you can keep the secret forever, once it's exposed, the damage will be worse than the truth. Mother, have you ever thought about telling you the truth yourself? No, absolutely not. I will never let her know who her real father is. Before Moira could finish, a man's voice carried from the parlor. Mrs. Queen, is something the matter? At the sound of that voice, Moira instantly put on a bright smile. Nothing at all, Mr. Wilson, just my son coming to see me. And then he stepped into view, a tall, broad-shouldered man in a suit. Oliver froze, his heart surging with shock. Especially at the sight of his covered right eye, the very eye Oliver himself had once put an arrow through. Moira, oblivious to her son's turmoil, introduced warmly, Oliver, this is Mr. Slade Wilson. After a brief wave of stunned silence, Oliver forced down his emotions. Keeping his face neutral, he shook Slade's hand. What are you doing here? The words were blunt, almost rude by social standards when etiquette demanded polite small talk. Moira frowned at her son's tone. Oliver, Mr. Wilson has contributed greatly to my campaign. Oh, then he's very generous. Oliver's eyes narrowed. He would never believe it. The man who once swore on Lion Yu to destroy everything he loved had not, 5 years later, suddenly found a conscience and settled into being a respectable businessman. Slade met his gaze, deadly serious. It's the least I can do. Starling needs a pro-business mayor like Mrs. Queen, someone who believes in growth through investment. We were just discussing how to balance the growing demand for goods with the city's labor force. Moira touched his sleeve gratefully. And it's thanks to your investments that my plan can be carried out so smoothly. I've gained much support because of it. There's no need to thank me, Mrs. Queen. I think you and I share something in common. Slade's gaze bore into Oliver as he added slowly, with meaning, we both know the pain of losing the one we loved most. And that pain becomes our strength, it makes us fearless. Moira took the words as a comforting platitude, but Oliver heard the venom hidden within. 5 years had passed, but Slade had neither forgotten the woman nor forgiven him. He had once sworn to destroy everything he loved to kill the very person dearest to him. Now that Slade had appeared in Starling City, all the unanswered questions suddenly made sense. The Mirakuru, of course, it had spread from him. Everything that had happened in Starling lately was his doing. And then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Slade lounged on the living room sofa, chatting amiably with Oliver's mother, Moira, about Starling's investment projects. Oliver sat nearby, tense and restless, every second a torment. There was no way he could confront Slade openly with his mother present. Slade was Deathstroke, even ordinary enhanced fighters stood no chance against him. Oliver knew full well that if he fought head-on, he would lose. And with his mother right there, he was cornered, utterly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, A thought struck him. He pulled out his phone and dialed Felicity. If anyone could pick up on his unspoken plea, it would be her. Beep. 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 The call rang and rang, but no one picked up. Back at the Aero base, in the training area, Dinah and Sarah were drilling Roy in hand-to-hand combat, while Diggle and Felicity had just returned with takeout. As Felicity's phone buzzed endlessly, she frowned. Seriously? You all can't hear my phone ringing? Would it kill you to answer it for me? It's Ollie calling. I'm not answering, Sarah said, her voice dripping with jealousy. Dinah shrugged. I'd help you out, but I don't know how to use your phone. Sorry. Felicity sighed, set down the takeout, and the rest of them pounced on the food like starved wolves. But the phone kept ringing. Finally, Felicity shook her head. Fine, fine. Wherever I go, I'm destined to be the one answering calls. Hello? Oliver? What's wrong? Hello? Hello? Why aren't you saying anything? She tried several times, but all she heard was muffled voices in the background. Felicity imagined the scene and muttered, he probably sat on his phone again. And with a click, she hung up. Oliver nearly cursed aloud when he saw the call end on his screen. Felicity, where was that genius brain of yours now? How could you not see what I meant? It couldn't be clearer. I'm in trouble. He exhaled sharply, forcing himself to think. Then he tried Sarah. Calling two people in a row without speaking a word, anyone with sense should realize something was wrong. And Sarah knew Slade's voice. If she heard it, she would know instantly that Oliver was in danger. Keeping his expression neutral, Oliver dialed her number. Back at the base, Sarah's phone began to ring. She was savoring her food when she heard it, and she tossed a glance at Roy. Your chance to be useful, kid. Answer that for me. Grumbling, Roy set down his food, wiped his greasy hands, and picked up the phone. It's Oliver again. Hey Ollie, what's up? We just got takeout. You coming to join us? Hello? He called out several times, but only heard background chatter on the other end. Confused, he looked over at the others. Probably Oliver shifting around and sitting on his phone, Felicity explained, forcing a smile. Satisfied with that answer, Roy pressed the button and ended the call. Chapter 62. SDR. Labs. The moment Roy hung up the phone, Oliver nearly broke down in tears. Could it be that the only explanation for this is that I'm just sitting on the phone here, helpless? I mean, a Miracuruan, ejected killer is sitting in my house, talking business with my mother, who knows if he'll suddenly reach out and snap someone's neck the next second. Looks like I still have to call Laia. This time, Laia went to SDR. Labs posing as a regular civilian. He wore his glasses, styled his hair neatly, and dressed in a sharp suit, driving there with care. Even though Laia understood he might be walking into trouble, he knew that by the time he got here, Slade could have already slaughtered the entire Queen family. As Oliver rifled through Laia's contact list, Slade suddenly stood up. The movement was so abrupt that Oliver nearly panicked, thinking Slade was about to strike his family. Mrs. Queen Oliver, I have business to attend to. I won't keep you, Slade said, adjusting his clothes, seemingly about to leave. Oliver froze. He couldn't comprehend that Slade had appeared in his home only to discuss work with his mother. Had he truly set aside his vendetta to become a capitalist businessman? In reality, Slade had already achieved his goal. From the moment he first toured Oliver's home, he had secretly installed miniature cameras to monitor the Queen family. Moira sighed regretfully and stood. Mr. Slade, won't you stay for dinner? We recently hired a 5-star chef. His cooking is quite excellent. No, Mrs. Queen. I'm sure we'll meet again, Slade replied, refusing her invitation with a pointed tone. All right, Oliver, see Mr. Slade out, Moira said, intentionally pushing her son to interact with him. In her eyes, Slade was a successful businessman with resources equal to the Queen family's. Building a connection with him could benefit Oliver's future career. If it were anyone else, Oliver would never agree, but this was Slade, the man who swore vengeance on him. Oliver needed to know exactly what Slade intended. As they walked side by side to the driveway, the area empty of anyone else, Oliver confronted him. Enhanced human Cyrus Gold, the guy in the skull mask, the prison raids, those were all you, weren't they? Slade played it casual. Yes, I have a few allies just as you do. He was referring to Laia and Diana. Oliver's voice dropped. Slade, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? 5 years ago, I made a promise to you. Do you remember? I'm here to fulfill that promise. We'll meet again very soon. With that, Slade opened the door of his Porsche and drove off. Damn it. Oliver cursed, furiously dialing Felicity's number again. Central City, SDR, Labs. Leia, acting under Felicity's name, brought the enhanced humans to the lab, requesting the assistance of Caitlin Snow and Cisco Ramon, who were still working there, to research an antidote for Marakiru. Caitlin was a blonde, blue-eyed bioengineer of remarkable beauty, while Cisco, Asian with meticulously styled long hair, was witty and humorous. Since the particle accelerator explosion at SDR Labs, only these two scientists, aside from founder Harrison Wells, remained working at the facility. Barry had been struck by a lightning bolt containing unique energy during the explosion, leaving him in a prolonged coma. The hospital was powerless to help. Harrison Wells, better known as Reverse Flash, approached Barry's foster father and arranged for him to be treated at SDR Labs. Felicity frequently visited Barry during this period, gradually becoming familiar with the lab and its staff. After they introduced themselves, Leah stepped into the lab and dropped the enhanced man onto the test table. Caitlin only intended to draw some blood, but that plan quickly proved difficult. Cisco Ramon leaned over for a closer look. So this is an enhanced human? Mr. Leah, I don't know, he doesn't exactly look like the kind of guy who can punch through walls. Caitlin was skeptical too until she pressed a syringe needle into his arm and watched it bend out of shape. Oh my god, his muscle density is off the charts. A standard needle can't even pierce him. Cisco, get me one of the industrial alloy syringes. Cisco dashed out, excitement all over his face, and returned quickly with a small case. Handing it to Caitlin, he turned expectantly toward Leah. If these enhanced guys are really as indestructible as you say, couldn't we call them, I don't know, Men of Steel? Leah rubbed his forehead. Of course, Cisco loved giving nicknames to metahumans. But Man of Steel belonged to a certain cape-wearing alien who wore his underwear on the outside. Granted, Leah himself had inherited some of that alien's abilities, so he sometimes shamelessly used the title. But for these enhanced soldiers, at best, they deserved to be called Men of Concrete. Cisco, Leah said dryly, there are about 100 of these guys running around Starling City. You planning to come up with a nickname for each one? Cisco brightened. Do they have a leader? They do. Then just nickname the leader Black General. How about it, Leah? Pretty cool, right? Actually, Leah cut him off without mercy. Their leader already has a name. Deathstroke. The moment Cisco realized the guy already had a code name, and one that sounded cooler than his own suggestion, he looked crushed. Shaking his head, he muttered, what a waste. But hey, how do you know so much about metas? You're not with the police, are you? I heard it from Felicity. Remember? She helped Star City's vigilante, the Green Arrow, Leah said, trotting out the excuse he'd prepared in advance. Cisco's eyes lit up in recognition. Oh, the girl. Not only is she gorgeous, but her hacking skills are top-notch. And the best part? I think she's into Barry. She drops by all the time just to see him. Yeah, Leah agreed with a sigh. They actually make a good match. If not for Barry's childhood sweetheart, Iris, maybe he and Felicity would have ended up together. A classic case of two people being perfect for each other, yet both chasing someone out of reach. Still, fate and the writers had made sure everyone got their happy ending. While they were chatting, Caitlin finally emerged with the first round of test results. This is remarkable. This man's cells have undergone significant changes, directly boosting both muscle strength and healing ability. Can you make a cure? Reverse it somehow? Leah asked. In theory, yes, Caitlin replied, eyes sparkling with excitement. But there are principles I haven't fully worked out yet. It'll take some time. For scientists like her, discovering something new was its own kind of thrill. At that moment, the soft hum of a motorized wheelchair sounded from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man roll in. Chapter 63, Leah's Emergency Beacon. This is the founder of SDR Labs, Harrison, Caitlin began, but Leah cut her off. Harrison Wells. I've read your autobiography. It's an honor to finally meet you in person. Oh, forgot to introduce myself. Leah Rogers. From his chair, Wells extended a hand, shaking politely, but then he frowned. Good to meet you, Mr. Rogers. Have we met before? Your voice sounds familiar. Of course we've met. I smashed your face in with one punch. Leah cursed silently, once again marveling at the magic of Superman's glasses. Put them on, and even Wells couldn't recognize the guy who had flattened him not long ago. The will of the universe itself at work. My voice is nothing special, Leah joked easily. If we had met, I'd have tweeted about it already. That was enough to ease Wells' suspicion. To him, this unremarkable young man could never be the mysterious figure he'd once encountered while wearing the Reverse Flash's mask. When Wells learned the man on the examination table was a Star City Meta, his face showed surprise, but Leah noticed something else flicker underneath: delight. Wells was already plotting. Leaving the enhanced man in their care, Leah checked in on Barry. No change, he still hadn't woken up. After all, in the usual timeline, Barry Allen stayed in a coma for 9 months after the lightning strike. When he finally woke, he would become the man who never stopped calling himself the fastest alive. Though, Leah thought dryly, in exactly which area Barry was fastest remained debatable. Back at the Arrow's base, Leah found Oliver sitting alone, brooding, his expression screaming, "Don't talk to me." "What's wrong, Oliver? Something happen?" Leah asked curiously. Sarah stepped forward to explain. "We finally know who's been pulling the strings behind the recent chaos in Starling. He's someone Oliver once fought on Lion U. Slade Wilson, better known as Deathstroke. Just a few hours ago, Slade broke into my home. I called you twice, and not one of you realized I was asking for help." Oliver's voice cracked with frustration. He wasn't truly blaming Felicity and the others for hanging up on him, but in that moment he had been certain Slade was about to strike at him and his family. Instead, Slade was plotting something far worse, leading an army of Mirakuru soldiers to annihilate Starling, to destroy the city Oliver had risked his life to protect, and to take away the people he loved. On this, Sarah sided with Felicity. She defended herself. "Oliver, you can't lash out at us just because we hung up your call. If I'd heard Slade's voice, I would have known instantly what you meant." "All right, everyone, calm down," Leah interjected, giving Oliver a sympathetic look. "Since you're a prime target now, you need an emergency signal device. Something that alerts me or the team the moment you're in danger. Just like Superman's friend Jimmy Olsen once carried the Superman signal watch." Felicity nodded. "Yes, I agree. That's a good idea." "Everyone's exhausted tonight," Leah added. "Get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll sweep the city for Slade and his army. He's kidnapped too many people at once, hiding them won't be easy." Oliver finally allowed himself to breathe. "Then let's end this tomorrow, once and for all. Make sure Slade never gets another chance to hurt anyone." Late that night, Slade donned his iconic mercenary armor. A heavy alloy sword hung across his back, his body bristling with weapons. Last of all, he fixed the half-black, half-orange mask over his face. "How many survived this round?" he asked in his Deathstroke voice as he strode through an abandoned factory. On the surface it was a textile mill, but Slade had converted it into a secret facility, one that brewed Mirakuru serum and churned out enhanced soldiers. The prisoners he'd freed from Iron Heights had been ferried here in batches, each injected with the volatile serum. Sebastian, wearing his skull mask, followed behind him. This batch was lucky. 36 survived. Given Mirakuru's lethal mortality rate, that was a remarkable number. Still, it wasn't enough for Slade. 3 days, he growled. "It takes 3 days before the serum settles and they become soldiers. But I don't want to wait 3 days. Today I planted surveillance in Oliver's house. I saw him face to face. Do you know how badly I wanted to snap his neck right there? I restrained myself. Because I'll kill the people he loves in front of him. I'll burn his city to the ground." If he had the choice, Slade wouldn't wait a single second longer. "In fact, you only need to wait a few more hours." A deep, unfamiliar voice echoed through the factory. Slade stiffened, hand flying to the alloy sword on his back. He drew it in one swift motion, eyes narrowing toward the source of the voice. A figure in a yellow suit stood there. His face was blurred, indistinct, but his eyes glowed blood red. Across his chest blazed a lightning symbol. "Who are you?" Slade demanded, swinging his sword toward the intruder. At the same time, Sebastian pulled a pistol from his coat and fired a volley of shots at the yellow-clad stranger. Bang! 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 They were doing work that could never see daylight, and when you're caught in the shadows, the first rule is simple: kill the witness. But just as the bullets screamed toward him, and the sword arced down to cleave him, the man vanished in a flash of lightning. One blink, and he was gone. The shots hit nothing. Slade nearly stumbled from striking empty air. What just happened? Where is he? Where'd he go?" They whipped around, searching. Then a peal of laughter rose behind them, mocking, drawn out, as though ridiculing their sluggishness. Chapter 64. Reverse Flash and Blackout team up. "I'm right behind you, Mr. Blackout. Took me quite a bit of effort to track you down." Who exactly are you, and why are you after me? Slade asked, gripping his sword tightly, one eye narrowed in suspicion. He couldn't figure out how the man in yellow had vanished and then reappeared behind them so suddenly. The man in yellow spread his palms, revealing a vial of blue serum. Who I am isn't important. What matters is this serum. It helps your men absorb Mirakuru faster and makes them more destructive. Aren't you itching for revenge? Then go ahead. Author's note. Some readers noticed a potential inconsistency, thinking Barry hadn't been struck by lightning yet, and thus Reverse Flash lost his Speed Force abilities. In the show, Reverse Flash indeed can't draw from the Speed Force anymore, but he still has the superluminal particle technology. He can't travel through time via the Speed Force, but with superluminal particles, he remains a speedster. In Season 2 of The Flash, Barry even surpasses Professor Zoom with this technology, so no contradiction here. Why should I trust you? Slade's voice, though masked, carried clear skepticism. Anyone would hesitate to trust a stranger suddenly appearing on their turf. The man in yellow sneered, his deep, gravelly voice low and menacing. Because we share a common enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Common enemy? Slade echoed, then realization struck. You mean, Nulliver Queen? Green Arrow? No, I mean the ally Green Arrow brought a new, unknown vigilante, the man said. Hearing this, Slade nodded knowingly. True, Green Arrow's new ally has already disrupted my plans, but I don't see why I need your help. That's because you don't understand your opponent. In a flash, the man in yellow became a streak of red lightning, darting through the factory. Instantly, the factory was swept by a violent wind. The red lightning flickered like fleeting shadows, and Sebastian, wearing the skull mask, was slammed violently backward, crashing uncontrollably into a distant wall. Slade's heart raced, a surge of danger coursing through him. Instinctively, he swung his sword into the air. With a whoosh, the red lightning appeared under Slade's blade, but it curved in an unnatural arc and narrowly avoided contact, appearing behind him in the next moment. Slade felt pressure at the back of his neck. Looking down, he realized his alloy battle sword was gone from his hand. You still think you don't need help? The man in yellow's voice came from behind, as he dropped the alloy sword to the floor with a loud clang. Slade finally exhaled and slowly turned, studying the mysterious figure seriously. What do you want me to do? The vigilante Green Arrow brought has super speed like me, but he's slower than I am. I need you to engage him, hold him off, and give me the chance to kill him. The man spoke with venom. From the future, he knew Green Arrow's true identity and was well aware that the Avenger wasn't in any history books. Reverse Flash wasn't the type to tolerate threats. To ensure his plan to groom the Flash proceeded smoothly, he decided had to be eliminated. Although a brief encounter had allowed him to analyze faster than average, but not as fast as him, yet stronger, he needed a strong ally to hold in place while he struck with high-speed precision to pierce his heart. However, Reverse Flash hadn't accounted for one thing. In this world, there exists a man with a body as invulnerable as Superman's. Deal. Your target is the vigilante Green Arrow brought, and mine is Green Arrow himself. Looks like we can try cooperating, Slade said, deducing the situation from the yellow man's explanation. It was clear. The man in yellow had already fought Green Arrow's new vigilante and lost, which is why he needed an ally. The man in the yellow coat handed the blue vial to Slade and pressed a small pager into his hand. Inject this into your enhanced soldiers. Their bodies will quickly absorb the Miracuru's properties. And if you run into that vigilante, use this pager to contact me. I'll get to you as fast as possible. No sooner had he finished speaking than the yellow-clad figure vanished into thin air, streaking away like a red bolt of lightning and reappearing far off in an instant. After he left, Sebastian hobbled over to Slade on a limp. What the hell was that thing? Can we trust him? Slade was silent for a long moment, thinking it over. He pushed the blue vial across to Sebastian. Find one soldier and test it. If it works the way he said, then inject the others. He couldn't have cared less about the prisoners' lives or about any side effects from forcing Mirakuru into their bodies. If these enhanced soldiers could raise the city, Slade would be unmoved even if they all died the next day. All right, I'll arrange it right away, Sebastian said, pocketing the vial. If this serum succeeds, execute the plan immediately. Let the enhanced army destroy this city, Sebastian. You'll be the next mayor of Star City, Slade promised, painting a vivid dream. Buoyed by the promise, Sebastian nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll get it ready right now. By day, Star City bustled. With a resident population well over 1 million, tracking down a few hundred people was no small task. Leah flew over the outskirts, scanning with his X-ray vision. Targeting industrial zones and warehouses, he spent the morning searching. Eventually he found hundreds of bodies lying in a wasteland, men in prison garb. Oliver, I found the inmates. They're dead, bleeding from every orifice. Symptoms fit Mirakuru injection, Leah reported over the comm. Damn it. Slade truly doesn't give a damn about those people, Oliver growled. But don't worry, Mirakuru takes time to fully take effect. Mirakuru wasn't a magical elixir. The biochemical serum needed time to alter a host's physiology, and Oliver believed that window was their chance to find Slade and smash his plan. Leah understood Oliver's thinking. Based on snippets of memories from a previous life, Slade would later kidnap Oliver's family, his mother Moira, and his sister shortly before Moira's mayoral campaign press conference, forcing Oliver to choose who would live and who would die. Slade intended to personally kill one of them. Leah didn't treat those memories as gospel, only as reference. Oliver, have Felicity hack traffic cams and run facial recognition pinpoint Slade's location, Leah suggested. Before Oliver could answer, Felicity's voice pinged through the comms. I already did that. Slade was last seen at a banquet north of the city yesterday. After that, he disappeared from city surveillance. Then let's nab that Sebastian, he's one of Slade's men. We can pry useful info out of him. Leah had almost forgotten Sebastian existed. He wasn't all bad. Despite his tragic background, Sebastian loved Star City and genuinely wanted to be a great mayor. But a desperate man can become contemptible. Sebastian knew Slade was dangerous, yet still chose to work with him. It would be a bitter end. Sebastian's been out of sight for a while, but he has a press interview in 2 hours. He'll show up on time, Oliver said, demonstrating how closely he tracked their opponents. I need to head home for a bit. Leah, be careful. Sebastian's a public figure now. Chapter 65. Kidnapping Oliver. Oliver hurried home because he'd received a text from his mother, Moira. The message was short, just a few words, and it said that Ja had found out. The first thing Oliver thought when he saw the text was that Ja had learned the truth. Her biological father was the villain Malcolm Merlin. It was like a hero who'd always assumed he was Han, realizing he was actually Kitten. To Ja, if her father wasn't Robert Queen but Malcolm Merlin, then everything around her would feel fake. Her father would be an imposter, her brother would be only a half-brother, and even the boy she'd secretly loved, Tommy Merlin, could turn out to be her real brother. Oliver changed clothes and sped home as fast as he could, repeatedly calling Moira and Ja to find out what was happening. But the calls went straight to voicemail. Come on, what the hell is going on? He muttered, hammering the redial button. The car sped down a quiet lane when a heavy truck came roaring at full speed straight toward him. Crash! Oliver's little car was hit and sent flying. The impact knocked him unconscious instantly. The world spun, his vision blacked out, and he passed out. He didn't know how long he lay there. Eventually, someone's voice called his name through a fog. Oliver, Oliver, Oliver. The voice trembled with sobs. He forced his eyes open. The dizziness slowly subsided, and the scene resolved into something horrifying. He was somewhere desolate, surrounded by thick trees like Lion Yu. His mother, Moira, and sister, Ja, knelt bound in front of him, mascara streaked down their cheeks from crying. What is this? Their weeping made Oliver briefly think he'd been transported back to Lion Yu 5 years earlier, when he'd faced choices that would haunt him forever. Slade stood behind Moira and Ja. Seeing Oliver awake, Slade drew a deep breath and said in a low voice, 5 years. I dreamed every day of taking everything from you to punish you. And today, Oliver, you will watch the ones you love most in this city be torn down by my hands. Slade, you son of a, Oliver shouted. He looked at his mother and sister with a roaring ache in his chest. He tried to struggle to his feet to fight Slade, but pain racked his body, and he found himself bound tight. Seeing her brother like that, she sobbed harder. What's happened, Oliver? I want to go home. Slade ignored their cries. He walked up to Oliver, bent over him with a cruel pity and asked, I always wanted to know when he put a gun to Shadow and took her from me. What expression was on your face? You're insane. Shadow wasn't yours. Oliver yelled, staring daggers at Slade. Yes, Shadow used to be yours. But when that man put a gun to Shadow and Sarah, you chose to save Sarah and let Shadow die. Slade's voice went icier, like an accusation carved in stone. 5 years ago on Lion Yu, Slade and Oliver had both loved a Chinese woman named Shadow, but Shadow chose Oliver. Later, danger struck. Slade injected Mirakuru and fell into a coma, and Oliver, Shadow, and Sarah were captured by the villains. The situation was the same as now. The villains held guns to Sarah and Shadow and forced Oliver to choose between them. "That's not how it was. I told them to kill me, I would have died instead," Oliver roared. The events of that time were a wound that never stopped hurting Oliver. "Shadow is dead. She's gone. I thought I had already lived through the worst despair this world could throw at me until I met you, Oliver. I trusted you. I believed you would keep Shadow safe." Slade's voice was filled with fury as he confronted Oliver. Guilt weighed heavy in Oliver's eyes as he met Slade's gaze. "Then kill me. Do it, kill me and avenge Shadow." Moira and Thea broke down at his words, their sobs ragged with despair. "No, don't. Slade, why are you doing this?" But Slade's eyes were cold, his expression pitiless. He stepped behind Moira and Thea, pulled a pistol from inside his coat, and leveled it at them. "Oliver, if I wanted you dead, you'd already be in the ground. But before I take your life, I want you to choose, Moira or Thea." "You dare threaten my mother and sister? I swear I will kill you." Oliver's rage erupted, his composure shattering as he saw the gun aimed at his family. Seeing Oliver lose control stirred something dark and satisfying in Slade's heart. This was what he had been building toward all along. To force Oliver to watch the people he loved most die, one by one, to see his city crumble into ruins before his eyes, utterly helpless to stop it. And then, finally, to leave him to die drowning in regret and grief. Slade cocked the pistol, swinging it between Moira and Thea's heads. "You have 1 minute, Oliver. Make your choice. If you don't pick one, I'll kill them both. Hurry and tell me which one lives, Moira or Thea? Or do you want me to send them both to the grave?" Oliver's fury burned so hot, it cooled into deadly calm. His hand brushed the watch on his wrist. Felicity had just outfitted it with a new emergency beacon today. He pressed it. "You'll never rest easy, Slade." In downtown Starling, Lion was keeping surveillance on Sebastian's office when his phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, his expression shifted. It was Oliver's emergency distress signal, complete with location coordinates. "Well, I've been sitting here half the day waiting for Sebastian, and instead, I get Oliver's SOS. With a sharp quip, Lion pulled off his glasses, stripped out of his workout clothes to reveal the Avenger's uniform beneath, and launched skyward at full speed toward Oliver's signal. Back at the Queen Mansion, Slade asked again and again, but Oliver gave no answer, his patience frayed. "I'll count to 10. If you don't choose by then, they both die. Oliver, are you really going to stand there and watch them executed before your eyes?" It was his final ultimatum. As much as Slade savored Oliver's helplessness, what he truly craved was to see him broken by the death of those he loved. "No, you can't kill Thea, and you mustn't hurt Oliver either. If someone has to die, let it be me." Moira slowly rose to her feet. Her body trembled, fear coursing through her, but for her children, she was willing to sacrifice everything. "Thea, I'm so sorry for keeping the truth about your father from you, but I want you to know I love you. And Oliver, I love you both." Her voice steadied, her eyes locking firmly on Slade. Slade's face remained blank. He slowly raised the gun, aiming it at Moira. "Lady Moira, you have courage, but sadly, your son has inherited none of it." He pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, the bullet tearing from the barrel toward Moira's heart. "No." Thea and Oliver's screams ripped through the air as the world seemed to slow. The bullet cut a sharp line through the silence, flying straight for its mark. Then boom! A thunderous crack split the night as a black figure dropped from the sky, landing squarely before Moira. The bullet slammed into the figure's chest with a metallic clang, as though it had struck solid steel. "What? You're the vigilante Oliver brought?" Slade quickly realized the truth. Though he had only one eye, he was still a mere Akira-enhanced super soldier. He had seen the bullets bounce off bounce off. What the hell was happening? For someone like him, getting shot a few times as long as it wasn't to the head wasn't a big deal. Even Slade himself could rush at someone armed with a semi-automatic rifle and cut them down. But he had never seen anyone take a direct hit, not even scratch the skin, and somehow deflect the bullets entirely. "Avenger, thank God you're finally here." Oliver exhaled deeply. If Laia hadn't arrived in time, he might have ended up following the tragic fate of many protagonists. A shaken Moira, still grateful to be alive, felt her legs give out and collapsed. Laia glanced back at the three of them and used his heat vision to cut through all the ropes binding them. Zia, take Mom and get out of here, Oliver ordered, stepping beside Laia. Any lingering guilt he had felt for Slade vanished. Slade had kidnapped his mother and sister, and Oliver's anger boiled over. Oliver, don't waste time on this lunatic. Let the vigilante handle it. We need to get out of here together, Zia said, her voice firm. She had just survived a harrowing ordeal, and refused to watch her brother stay in danger. Zia, I'm sorry to tell you this under these circumstances, but I am Green Arrow, Oliver said quietly. Hearing this, Zia froze in shock. Moira sighed, worried, glancing at Oliver, and began to guide Zia away. Suddenly, a streak of red lightning appeared, and in the next instant, a mysterious figure in a yellow suit materialized before them. Both women screamed in terror. Oliver immediately stepped in front of Moira and Zia. Who are you? Of course, the man in yellow was Reverse Flash. His gaze swept over Oliver and his family before finally settling on Laia. So you've shown up. Blackout, take him out with me. Oliver and the others won't escape, I guarantee it, Reverse Flash said confidently. Seeing Reverse Flash's incredible speed, Blackout Slade put away his pistol and drew his alloy battle sword. Fine. Let's take this one out first, then deal with Oliver. Laia looked at Reverse Flash in surprise. Eobard Thawne, did you bring me the miniaturization ring I asked for, just to deliver it personally? Reverse Flash scowled at being called by name. I'm here to send you to meet God. Before Laia could react, Reverse Flash vanished, surrounding him with crackling red lightning that encased both Slade and Laia. Blackout, go! Reverse Flash's voice echoed. According to Reverse Flash's calculations, Laia was at least 10% slower than him, but Laia's strength was far greater, so Reverse Flash planned to have the strongest Mercuro-enhanced soldier, Blackout, hold Laia in place, giving him a chance to strike and kill. Though Blackout had seen Laia deflect bullets, he had almost no interaction with Reverse Flash, so he naturally assumed Reverse Flash understood the black-suited man better and was confident in their combined ability to kill him. I hear you ruined my plans to rob Iron Mountain and Star City prisons. You deserve to die. With that, Slade surged forward, swinging his alloy battle sword with precision. Trained as a professional assassin, his attack was not only sudden, but expertly calculated, enhanced by his Mercuro physique. The sword cut through the air with a terrifying, tearing whistle. Laia had never studied formal combat, but with the Wonder Woman and Green Arrow cards equipped in his system interface, he was already familiar with every martial art in this world. Facing Slade's deadly strike, Laia stepped forward with his right foot, subtly twisting his body to dodge the attack. But Blackout Slade didn't stop. He swung again, combining sword, elbow, and knee strikes into a relentless storm. Each seemingly ordinary strike carried the force of 1,000 pounds. For a normal person, even a glancing hit could shatter bones, tear tendons, or kill instantly. Laia didn't use his super speed. Instead, he wanted to take this chance to sharpen his hand-to-hand combat skills. But his technique was far from refined. After dodging a few strikes, he fell for one of Slade's feints. Slade's fist drove straight into his chest. What Slade forgot was that just minutes earlier, a bullet had already struck Laia in that same spot. Reverse Flash's eyes lit up. He thought his chance had finally come. As Slade's punch landed, Reverse Flash blitzed behind Laia in a blur of lightning. His right hand vibrated at extreme speed, then he chopped down at Laia's back with deadly intent. Clang! Clang! The sound was like a giant hammer striking a massive bronze bell. Laia didn't even move an inch. Slade and Reverse Flash, however, were both hurled away like soccer balls ricocheting off a wall. Slade, being enhanced, only felt his wrist go numb as he was sent flying. Reverse Flash, though, wasn't so lucky. Yes, his body far surpassed that of normal men, but he had used his vibrating hand to try piercing Laia's chest. That was like ramming a car going 180 miles an hour straight into Superman. But Laia's body was steel. Reverse Flash's frequency was all wrong. Not only did he fail to pierce Laia, the rebound force blasted him across the ground. Ag! He clutched his dangling right hand, screaming as he rolled across the floor. Judging by the way it bent, his wrist was a complete compound fracture. Laia glanced at the two sprawled men and gave an awkward smile. I wasn't dodging because I was scared. I was dodging so I wouldn't hurt you. Why don't you get it? You just keep throwing yourselves at me. What's the point? Hearing that, Reverse Flash's chest burned with humiliation. He grit his teeth, forcing himself up, intent on fleeing. But the instant he moved, a searing red beam lanced down onto his calf. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. Reverse Flash collapsed, screaming, rolling on the floor. Now he had a shattered wrist, and a leg muscle seared through by heat vision. If he weren't a speedster, that leg would already be useless. Eobard Thawne, Leah's voice thundered as his eyes glowed molten red. If you dare move without my permission again, I'll make sure you never leave this era alive. His blazing gaze shifted away from Reverse Flash and locked onto Deathstroke. Slade drew a compact Uzi from his thigh holster. As Leah advanced step by step, Slade pulled the trigger. Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. The Uzi's firestorm sprayed out, bullets raining down on Leah in a relentless stream. But Leah ignored it. The rounds clattered against him like hail striking a bronze wall. Sparks flashed, then the bullets fell uselessly to the floor. Only Oliver, who already knew Leah's strength, stayed composed. Moira and Thea stared in shock, their worldview crumbling before their eyes. Click, click, click. The Uzi emptied out, its last casings clattering to the ground. Slade, the Deathstroke, pulled the trigger several times empty. No bullets left. With a furious roar, he hurled the Uzi to the ground, drew his alloy battle sword and charged at Leah. Leah didn't dodge. He stood calm and still, watching the blade come down. Steel flashed cold. The alloy sword whistled through the air and struck his neck. Clang! The blade shattered clean in two. Slade Wilson, Leah said in a deep voice, you've betrayed the city. Off to the side, Oliver's mouth twitched. Damn it, that's supposed to be my line. Slade stared at the broken hilt in disbelief. Out of options, he swung his fists instead, aiming for Leah's face. Leah raised a hand, caught the punch and gently squeezed. Ah! Slade screamed as bones cracked. A terrifying force crushed down through his fist. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Oliver, shall I kill him for you? Leah asked coldly, looking down at the half-kneeling Deathstroke. No, I can't kill, Oliver said firmly. With his mother and sister alive beside him, his hatred for Slade had dulled. Leah shook his head in disappointment. This time, I made it in time. Your family is safe, but I can't promise he'll give me another chance to save them again. Hearing Oliver's refusal, Slade let out a bitter laugh. Still the same weakling. You saved your family, Oliver, but my army is already ready to destroy this city. You're too late to stop it. It was proof enough Slade Wilson was nothing but a soulless madman. Oliver, I understand your code, Leah pressed, his voice like iron. But some men have already lost their humanity. If your mercy gives Slade another chance at revenge and your mother, your sister, your lover die because of it, then who will bear responsibility for their deaths? Oliver clenched Moira and his hands. After a long silence, he answered, if it comes to that, then I'll be the one responsible. That's right, Oliver. Leah's eyes flared red again. His gaze locked on Slade as a terrible heat built in the air. Remember what I told you about the tribunal of the three sages? 3 eyes, masters of all law, judging criminals with absolute fairness. They measure guilt, the chance of redemption, the risk of future crimes. I mean to bring such a tribunal to earth, but this criminal, his voice dropped like a hammer, will not live to face that judgment. Twin beams of searing heat burst from his eyes, slamming down on Slade. Even with Marakuru coursing through him, Slade's body couldn't withstand the inferno. In an instant he was gone, burned to ash. Not even a scream escaped him, yet everyone present could feel the echo of a soul's last howl. In the corner, Reverse Flash shrank back, praying desperately Leah wouldn't notice him. His heart thundered wildly, as though plunged into ice water. Avenger, you can't just kill him like that. Oliver's voice shook. Staring into Leah's glowing red eyes sent a cold shiver down his spine. When the tribunal is built, I'll be the first to stand trial, Leah declared. If I'm guilty, I'll accept any punishment. He could say it with confidence. After all, he would be the one creating the AI. That assurance let Oliver breathe easier. Deep down, he knew too many criminals in America slipped through the cracks of the law. Vigilantes clung to their no-kill code, but that only emboldened the monsters. If a truly fair court existed, Oliver would support it with both hands. Moira and Ja, still shaken, nonetheless agreed with Leah. Minutes earlier, Slade had kidnapped them and demanded Oliver choose which one to save. Madness. Pure madness. Leah, Star City's in danger, we need to get back now, Oliver urged. Slade was dead, and Oliver had no interest in debating it further. His only focus was stopping Slade's Marakiru army from tearing his city apart. "No rush," Leah said calmly. "With Wonder Woman there, Star City will be fine." Lion gave Oliver a brief word of comfort before turning his gaze on Reverse Flash. Caught in Lion's stare, Reverse Flash instinctively shrank back. His calf had already been seared through by heat vision. Running was no longer an option. "Eobard Thawne," Lion said, his eyes blazing with lethal heat, "give me one reason not to kill you, otherwise you can keep Slade company in hell." I can make you a suit ring," Reverse Flash stammered, unable to meet Lion's gaze. He raised his hands in surrender, terrified that twin beams of searing light would reduce him to ash. "Oh, so you still haven't made me one yet? And who's to say you wouldn't rig it with some trick?" Lion stepped closer, the heat radiating off him so intense it made Reverse Flash stumble over his words. "You don't kill me. I'll serve you. I'll follow your orders, never betray you." Though he loathed the words, Reverse Flash couldn't think of a single bargaining chip that might save his life. Wealth. Worthless Lion could slip into any bank on Earth without leaving a trace. Power or influence, even less use. And after witnessing the way Lion had slain Slade, Reverse Flash knew mercy wasn't an option. If Lion said he'd kill him, he would. Better to live than die, so he offered himself as Lion's servant, swearing loyalty. If even that failed, then at least he'd struggle to the very end. Yes, versions of him existed across other timelines, but this version, here and now, would be gone forever. One self might fall, and countless more might rise, but for the one that fell, there was no return. Ding! Friendship value expanded. System upgrade initiated. New feature unlocked. Slave card. Ding! Congratulations, host. First slave card acquired. Reverse Flash, Eobard Thawne purple hero card. Once the upgrade is complete, the host may control the slave's life and death at will, with an additional extension skill unlocked. Estimated upgrade time, 24 hours. The voice of the system rang in Lion's mind. He blinked in surprise. This damned system can upgrade too? A quick check reassured him. While the system was upgrading, his current equipped cards like Superman still functioned. He simply couldn't swap them until the upgrade was finished. Meaning he still had Superman's powers. He just needed to steer clear of kryptonite. Seeing Lion fall silent, Reverse Flash grew frantic. "Everything I've done was only to secure a way back to my own time. I never meant to stand against you. Please forgive me." Being able to end his life anytime, that's not a bad feature, Lion mused. With the system's evaluation, he could monitor Reverse Flash's true intent. The instant betrayal crossed his mind, Lion could extinguish him. "Then I'll give you this one chance, Eobard Thawne. Just one. If you dare betray me even in thought, I'll erase you from the entire timeline." It was mostly a bluff, but it worked. Reverse Flash bobbed his head frantically. "Never. You have my word. May I ask how I should address you?" "They call me Avenger. As for who I am with the system guarding his secrets," Lion wasn't worried. "We met just yesterday." "So it was you. Of course. No wonder. Master Avenger." Reverse Flash's eyes lit with sudden understanding. Unsure how much the others knew of Lion's identity, he refrained from saying his true name aloud. Master can mean owner or lord. Typically, a female servant would feel more connected calling someone master, while a male servant might say lord. Who will be the first female servant?" Leia waved his hand and turned to Oliver. "I'm heading to Star City. Slade's car isn't far from here. Do you want to drive Moira and Zia back?" Oliver clearly wanted to escort his mother and sister personally, but Moira shook her head. "Oliver, you and this Avenger should go ahead. I can drive myself." "All right, Mom." "Zia, Star City isn't safe right now. You two can hide out in Central City for a day and come back tomorrow," Oliver suggested. Reverse Flash immediately waved his hand. "If you're going to Central City, can I ride with you? I'm badly injured and can't get back on my own." At these words, everyone's eyes turned toward Reverse Flash, making his scalp tingle. Oliver pointed at him and asked Leia, "Can I trust him?" Leia shook his head. "I don't know. This is a ruthless killer. We're talking a villain who doesn't blink before killing. His mind may be sharper than Slade's, but who knows if he's plotting something evil?" Reverse Flash nearly spat out blood at this. Yes, he was ruthless, but so far he rarely killed innocent people. Even later, as Harrison Wells' incarnation of Reverse Flash, Anyone he killed was someone who could jeopardize his plans or threaten Barry Allen. Innocents were almost never affected. For a long time, he even fully assumed the role of Flash's life mentor. In short, he was a villain, but a principled one. Zia, overflowing with compassion, stepped forward. He's already in bad shape. I don't think he'll threaten us. He never intended to hurt us in the first place. Oliver sighed. All right, I'll trust him this once. Avenger, let's go. And so Moira and Zia drove off toward Central City with the gravely injured Reverse, Flash and Slade's old car, while Laia lifted Oliver and flew toward Star City. In Star City, people went about their routines as usual. Some went to work, some strolled through shops. Life was peaceful. Suddenly, in multiple corners of the city, strange individuals appeared, each wearing a mask half black, half orange. As if on cue, they erupted simultaneously, using pre-prepared explosives and firearms to attack the crowds, creating chaos and panic. Within moments, shopping malls, streets, hospitals, and train stations were all under attack. Masked assailants detonated bombs, injuring large numbers of people, then brandished submachine guns and fired indiscriminately at the panicked crowds. Flames and blood quickly stained the city, and panic spread like a plague. People ran aimlessly, like headless flies, while explosions, screams, moans of the wounded, and children crying for lost parents blended into a cacophony that ignited the entire city. At Star City Police Headquarters, countless emergency calls came in nearly simultaneously. The station descended into chaos. Chief Lance realized that multiple terrorists were creating citywide havoc. Immediately mobilize all officers, including those on leave. We must act now or this city is finished, he commanded. At that moment, a recently arrested criminal violently yanked open his handcuffs, donned a black and orange mask, and snapped the necks of the two nearby officers with his bare hands. Chapter 69, Crisis in Star City. What did you do? Inside Star City Police Department, every officer, including Captain Lance, witnessed the horror unfold as the masked criminal they had just arrested snapped the necks of two policemen right before their eyes. Bastard! Captain Lance was the first to draw his sidearm, firing directly at the enhanced criminal. By U.S. law, officers had the authority to use lethal force against high-level threats, and anyone who could kill two officers bare-handed was undeniably a threat. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out. Bullets tore into the man's chest and shoulder, but instead of falling, he merely staggered. The rounds sank into his flesh like pebbles striking a concrete wall. The pain only enraged him further, triggering a frenzy. Rog! With a roar, the man lunged at Lance, decking him with a single punch and ripping the gun from his hands. The station erupted in chaos. Dozens of officers opened fire, bullets tearing through the air, but the enhanced thug rolled through the hail of gunfire with unnatural speed and returned fire one-handed. The firefight was brutal. By the end, the department paid a heavy price in blood before finally managing to put a bullet through the man's skull. Captain Lance, are you all right? His lieutenant rushed to his side, hauling him up. God, what was that thing? Whatever he was, he's not the only one. The city is crawling with them, tearing everything apart. They're our enemies. We need to call in the National Guard. But Lance's face was grim. The image of that single enhanced man overwhelming the entire precinct wouldn't leave him. Their firepower simply wasn't enough. The problem is the Guard can only be deployed by order of the mayor. We don't even have a mayor right now. In an emergency, the commissioner has that authority, Lance shot back. One of the younger officers lowered his head. I'm sorry, the commissioner was ambushed by rioters on his way here. He didn't make it. The news hit Lance like a hammer. He pressed both palms to his forehead in despair, then exhaled sharply. Then, there's only one option left. Only a mask can fight a mask. You mean vigilantes? I prefer to call him the Green Arrow. Diana, Sarah, 3 enhanced targets at the junction of 2nd and Kingsley. Large civilian presence, evacuation incomplete. Felicity's fingers flew across the keyboard. The moment the riots began, she hacked into the city's surveillance network. The full picture of Star City's collapse was spread before her eyes. Got it. Visual confirmed, Diana's voice crackled through comms. She was riding on the back of Sarah's motorcycle when she spotted the enhanced men in the distance. In the next instant, she launched herself off the bike, soaring over 30 meters through the air before slamming down in front of the trio. Everywhere around them lay bloodied civilians, some groaning, others already still. The sight ignited Diana's fury. Even the war god Ares, corrupt as he was, would never stoop to slaughtering defenseless innocents. I will not allow you to harm another soul. With a thunderous crack, Diana blurred forward, the air shattering in a sonic boom. She appeared before one of the enhanced men and drove her fist deep into his gut. The sickening snap of ribs echoed as his body was hurled back, smashing straight through a brick wall. Her sudden arrival lit a spark of hope in the terrified bystanders. The two remaining enhanced soldiers wasted no time, raising their submachine guns and unleashing a storm of bullets at her. Bullets tore through the air in a hail of fire, but Diana didn't flinch. She raised her arms, her silver bracelets flashing as they deflected the storm of rounds, then surged forward at blinding speed toward one of the shooters. Ha! To the onlookers, she was nothing but an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, 2-3 punches dropped the remaining enhanced thugs to the ground, unconscious. Metahumans or not, these so-called enhanced soldiers were nothing in front of Diana. Diana, Sarah called, after clearing civilians from the area. Felicity just contacted SDIR Labs. They're finishing an antidote for Marakiru. It'll be in Star City soon. Dig and Roy are already on their way to pick it up. Sarah glanced down at the unconscious, enhanced men scattered at Diana's feet. Her expression flickered, clearly wrestling with Oliver's no-kill code. And what about these three? Diana's tone was cold. They can't even be called human anymore. They're monsters. She was still replaying the slaughter she'd just seen, their rampage against helpless civilians. Someone had to answer for that blood. I think you're right. They're not people. Sarah's voice was sharp, almost excited as she drew a knife. So kill them? Diana nodded firmly. I'll do it. Sarah handed her the blade, then hooked a finger under Diana's chin, flashing her a playful look. Good girl. Meanwhile, television screens across the city were filled with breaking news. Every channel carried live footage of enhanced soldiers tearing through Star City, chaos erupting in the streets. Some reporters were even streaming the carnage as it happened. At the SCPD precinct, Captain Lance had brought his eldest daughter, Laurel, into the station. Safer there than outside, at least for now. Captain, come take a look at this. An officer gestured to the TV mounted on the wall, where a crowd of cops were already gathered. On screen, a reporter's voice cut through. Our station confirms a heavily armed military force has reached the outskirts of Star City. They say they're here to restore order. Citizens, have faith the terrorists will be brought to justice. Captain Lance let out a huge breath of relief. Finally, the military's here. His black deputy shook his head. Maybe. Maybe? What the hell do you mean maybe? Lance turned, puzzled. Look at the footage, the deputy said grimly. They're locking down the bridges and tunnels. The captain's face hardened as realization struck. That's the only way in or out of the city. They're not coming in, they're sealing us off. But, they're military, aren't they? My buddy in Intel told me the nearest base is 300 miles out, the deputy explained. There's no way a real army unit could have mobilized here this fast. Then, who the hell are they? Lance muttered, frowning. Can we trace their chain of command? Find out which unit they belong to? Impossible, Captain. Their files are locked down. Even the commissioner doesn't have clearance. Chapter 70, RUS. Flying over Star City with Oliver, Leah spotted the troops sealing off the bridges below. Fuck, Oliver cursed, rage in his voice. What the hell are they doing? What's wrong, Oliver? Leah asked. Oliver's jaw clenched. Those troops down there, they're from the Metahuman Joint Task Force. At a time like this, they should be saving Star City, not cutting it off. The Metahuman Joint Task Force, better known as RUS, an agency not unlike CLD in Marvel's world, answering directly to the President of the United States. Leah's memory stirred. Though more than 10 years had passed since his previous life, he remembered parts of the storyline well, especially a certain Amanda Waller of RUS, a ruthless, calculating woman, sharp as a knife, and dangerous in a way few could ever match. It's obvious someone's stirring up trouble, Lion said with a grin. The two quickly returned to the Arrow's base. When they learned that Diggle and Roy had taken the Marakiru cure and joined Dinah and Sarah in fighting the enhanced army, Oliver finally exhaled in relief. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. It rang for a long while before a furious female voice snapped on the other end. How the hell did you get this number? Oliver thought grimly. My bodyguard's wife is one of your agents. Getting your number wasn't hard. His was time to explain. His voice hardened. Amanda, what the hell are you doing? Why have you blocked every exit out of Star City? Amanda Waller, the head of .RGUS. The order had been hers from the start. Caught out, Amanda didn't bother denying it. Slade's followers are too dangerous. I can't allow them to leave Star City. I'll do whatever it takes to contain them. Oliver's anger boiled over. If you know how dangerous they are, why haven't you sent troops into the city to take them down? They're scattered. I don't have enough manpower, but I do have a drone armed with 60 B-43 B-bombs. More than enough firepower to level the entire city. Amanda said it with the same calmness one might use to announce a truckload of fireworks. Oliver froze, stunned. What kind of logic is this? Not enough soldiers, worried about enhanced soldiers escaping, so her solution was to bomb the entire city? It was like amputating an entire arm because of a cut finger. Utter madness. There are over 1.5 million civilians in Star City. 1,576,000, Amanda interrupted smoothly. They're innocent, yes, but I have to think about the rest of the country. You said it yourself, Mirakuru soldiers are nearly indestructible. If I don't end this quickly, it's a threat not just to America, but to the entire world. Oliver's voice shook with outrage. Does President Ao Guanhai know what you're doing? Amanda, this is mass murder. You'll face a military tribunal for this. It was the first time Oliver had encountered such brazen shamelessness. She lacked the ability to handle the threat, yet cloaked her cowardice in words about protecting America and the world. Amanda chuckled. No, I won't face trial, because these missiles will be launched from Slade's own weapons depot. If anyone stands accused, it'll be him. Of course, the so-called elites never cared about civilian lives. Star City today, Metropolis yesterday, the pattern was the same. The military didn't hesitate to unleash indiscriminate firepower, then trot out scapegoats after the fact. Once Star City lay in ruins, they'd step forward, soothe the crowds, and condemn the villains who caused it all. Felicity, did you get that recorded? Lion asked, watching her console as she tapped into Oliver's call. Of course. I've got everything from the second line onward. Question is, what now? Are you going to call President Ao Guanhai and expose her directly? She downloaded the audio onto a recorder and handed it to him. Lion shrugged. Exposing her outright? Boring. I hear special departments like hers are swimming in funds, fat pigs with too much money. Not bleeding her a little dry would be unfair to the people of Star City. Oliver, having hung up, shot Lion an exasperated look. Forget Amanda for now. Lion, can you deal with those missiles? Fine. I'll handle the missiles. You go back up Roy, I saw him starting to lose control again. By the way, you want me to record a voice message for him? Lion said with mock seriousness. Oliver blinked. Roy hadn't taken the cure? Then again, with Lion around, who needed it? His fists were cure enough. No need. That kid's already traumatized by you. Next time he sees me point to the sky and say you're coming, he'll snap out of it instantly. Oliver spoke with absolute confidence. Felicity pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh. You guys make Roy sound so pitiful, but I can't help it, I really want to laugh. Am I allowed to? Oliver shook his head helplessly, then donned the Green Arrow suit and sprinted toward Roy's location. Meanwhile, Lion stepped outside. His eyes swept the horizon until he spotted the distant drone carrying its deadly payload. Boom! A thunderous crack split the air as he rocketed skyward. He intercepted the drone, seized it mid-flight, and forced it upward higher, pushing with raw strength until it climbed 10,000 meters. Then, with a glare of heat vision, he ignited it. Kaboom! All 60 B-43 B-bombs detonated at once. The fiery shockwave lit the skies crimson, swallowing Lion's silhouette in a storm of fire. Moments later, a dark figure tore free of the inferno, streaking back toward Star City. Arduous. Command Center. Technicians stared at the monitors in horror. Director Waller, the drone has been destroyed. What? Impossible. Amanda snapped, her face darkening. Who did it? Was it Oliver Queen? No, it was a man in black. The footage was pulled up onto the main screen. There he was, a figure moving at impossible speed, gripping the drone, wrenching its course skyward, and shoving it into the heavens before incinerating it. My God, what is he? Amanda whispered, eyes locked on the screen, her brow furrowing deep. The next moment, the drone exploded with a deafening blast, and the footage on the screen froze at that very second. 5 minutes. I want every piece of information on this person. Amanda crossed her arms and ordered the technicians. P.S. This chapter has been slightly adapted from the relevant TV series to make certain events internally consistent. Fans, please don't get hung up on whether the government would harm civilians and don't overanalyze. Chapter 71, Showing Up. After neutralizing the bomb threat, Lai joined the fight, and the enhanced human legion collapsed like a landslide. The remaining Star City police were fully mobilized, maximizing support for the vigilantes in eliminating the remnants of the enhanced humans. This marked the first real cooperation between the police and the vigilantes, and the first step in officially recognizing them. Felicity, scan the entire city again. Check if any enhanced humans are still active, Oliver said into his earpiece. At the base, Felicity pulled up surveillance footage from across the city. Using specialized algorithms, the system automatically filtered through all the cameras. The last enhanced human in the city is right behind you, Felicity said seriously. Hearing this, Oliver's muscles tensed instantly. He quickly drew an arrow from his back, spinning to face the direction behind him while knocking the arrow, ready to strike. Whoa, Oliver, don't shoot me. Roy, standing behind him, raised both hands immediately. I'm not out of control. I'm fully aware. Please don't call Leia. So the last enhanced human Felicity mentioned was Roy. Oliver let out a relieved sigh, but looking at Roy's pitiful little face, he couldn't help but feel the urge to laugh. Surely laughing wouldn't get him hit, right? Roy, I'm just joking with you, Oliver said with a smile, lowering his bow. Roy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not funny at all, Oliver. Do you still have the Murakiru antidote? Maybe I should get a shot? Clearly, this kid would rather give up all this power than get beaten by Laia a second time. I'm starting to think you can actually control your emotions, Oliver said, patting Roy's shoulder. Power itself isn't good or bad, it's how you use it. Just like Murakiru, if you can use this power to help others, I don't think you'll need the antidote. Thanks, Roy said, genuinely moved by Oliver's words. Meanwhile, Laia found Diana, who was chatting animatedly with Sarah. Diana, things are settled here. When are you heading back? Tonight? Laia asked. Actually, tonight Sarah and I are planning to grab some food, Diana said, smiling at Sarah. That's right, don't worry, I'll take care of Diana. Sarah linked arms with her and winked at Laia. On the surface, it seemed good that Diana had someone she clicked with. But the problem was, Sarah had an unusual charm that worked on both men and women. Honestly, her flirtation skills were no less than Whitney's. Laia's smile gradually faded. He glared at Sarah with a serious expression. Exactly because you're here, I'm not comfortable. Sarah, consider this a warning, don't lead Diana astray, and don't do anything weird with her. Pouting, Sarah looked a little reluctant. After thinking for a moment, she leaned close to Laia's ear and whispered, Or, should I take you along tonight? Take me with you? At first Leo was thrilled finally he might experience the whole one dragon, two phoenixes thing in America. But then he thought again. Wait, what? Diana is already my girlfriend. How could I be the one Sarah takes with her? Who's the lead tonight? Shouldn't I be the one taking Sarah? With that thought, Leah yanked Diana back from the edge of danger. No, absolutely not. Diana, don't hang out with Sarah, she'll lead you astray. Diana made a soft "oh," and Sarah sighed a little disappointingly. What a shame. The group gathered and returned to the Arrow Cave together. On the way, Oliver unusually opened up, dropping his usual taciturn persona. He chatted animatedly with Diggle and Roy. After tonight's rescue, the police had tacitly approved the vigilantes' actions. The press was already racing to file stories, and tomorrow morning the headlines would be everywhere. Star City needed heroes after such an attack. After disaster, people look for moral examples to help them pick up the pieces. Back at the Arrow Cave, they found a number of uninvited guests led by Amanda Waller of Argus. Amanda Waller, Oliver snapped as soon as he saw her. You came just to thank us for saving Star City, you didn't need to show up in person. Oliver's temper flared. Recently that woman had been willing to sacrifice the whole city to stop the Enhanced Legion. The air instantly grew tense. Waller, however, wore a look of brazen composure. You did save Star City. Impressive. But I'm not here for you, Oliver. I'm here for this person. She pointed directly at Leah. Leah wasn't surprised. Argus handled metahuman incidents. Since he destroyed their drone, it would have been strange if they hadn't noticed him. Waller could be rude to Oliver, but she didn't have the gall to intimidate Leah. She adjusted her tone and continued, or should I call you Mr. Avenger? Someone with serious hacking skills scrubbed your records clean, but I still managed to find traces. Those incidents in Metropolis a few months ago were just terrorist attacks. And the town. So what? Amanda Waller, you here to flex your intelligence network? Leah stepped closer, challenging. A few Argus agents at her side drew their sidearms and leveled them at Leah. Everyone else in the room laughed. Handguns against Leah? Were they trying to tickle him? Leah smiled and shook his head, voice sharp. Those little pistols don't threaten me, but you've successfully pissed me off. State your purpose now, or don't blame me for getting rough. At Leah's warning, Waller waved her agents back. She hadn't come to start a fight tonight. Mr. Avenger, we know you possess extraordinary power. First, on behalf of the United States, I need you to declare your position. Normally Argus didn't operate like this. Their procedure was to assess a person's threat level and utility. If someone posed high danger, but also held high value, Argus would capture them and, if necessary, install a device in their brain. Cooperate, and the device wouldn't be activated. Refuse, and the subject could be terminated. But that procedure obviously didn't apply to Leah. Chapter 72. The Alien Ship. When it came to Leah, our US found itself in a very awkward position. From the limited intel they had, they weren't confident they could capture him, much less plant a bomb in his head to keep him under control. That was why Amanda Waller had gone out of her way to pay a visit to the Green Arrow's base. She needed to hear his stance directly. Even a simple verbal statement would do. Because really, what else could they do? Fight him? They pushed him too far. He might just grab a missile and personally deliver it to our US headquarters. That would be embarrassing. Leah, of course, saw straight through Amanda's concerns. He smiled lightly. Let me put it this way. The biggest difference between me and Oliver is this. Oliver's a hero. He'll sacrifice everything for Star City. I'm not a hero. I just like teaching bad guys a lesson. If heroes existed to bring people hope, then Leah defined himself differently. He was there to bring criminals despair. Amanda's lips tightened. She clearly wasn't satisfied with that answer. Stepping forward, her voice rang with conviction. Avenger, I need you to state your position toward the United States government. Come on, Leah replied lazily. I don't work for you. You don't pay me. What kind of position do you expect? As long as you don't mess with me, I won't bother with you. Amanda's tone softened a fraction, and for the first time she even addressed him with formal respect. Then, for now, I'll consider that you maintain a neutral stance toward the US government. But what about the lady at your side, and the other vigilante active in Metropolis? Do they share your view? Of course, Leah said simply, offering no further explanation. There's one last matter. Amanda gestured, and the young white agent brought her a tablet. She didn't insist on secrecy this time, so everyone gathered closer. Still, she gave a token warning. What you're about to see is classified. If any of this leaks, you will be charged with treason. Felicity immediately raised a hand. No problem. Everyone knows I'm the soul of discretion. Sarah nodded vigorously. Me too. Nobody could ever pry a word out of me. Oliver smacked his forehead. The way you two said that just made you sound even less trustworthy. Amanda connected the tablet to our US network, turning her back as she entered her clearance code, unaware that Leah's sharp eyes caught every digit. Then she turned the screen for all to see. 3 days ago, our satellites picked up an unidentified craft, hovering several thousand meters beyond geosynchronous orbit. The image showed exactly what she described, a massive, pitch-black ship suspended in space. It looked like a dark jellyfish, a broad, flattened head with 3 elongated claws tucked tightly beneath it. What was that? An alien spaceship? Felicity's hands trembled as she immediately hacked into Amanda's tablet without hesitation. Her fingers clattered over her keyboard, and within seconds she'd copied the data. Wow! She exclaimed, eyes wide. Based on preliminary scans, that ship is over 400 meters long, and its structure is so weird it looks like it could be 2 separate parts fused together. Or maybe that's just how aliens like to build things. It took Amanda a full 2 seconds to register what Felicity had done. Then her face hardened. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Did you just hack my tablet? Felicity Smoke, delete that data right now or I'll have you arrested. Sorry. Felicity winced and hit delete. Meanwhile, Leah's eyes remained fixed on the screen. Then he lifted his head, narrowing his vision to its utmost limit as he gazed toward Metropolis's skies. Even with his eyesight, all he could make out was a tiny black speck far out in orbit. The distance was simply too great. The ship was lurking just beyond geosynchronous range, nearly impossible to notice without a satellite feed. "How long has it been there?" Leah asked quietly. 3 days, Amanda answered. It appeared suddenly, as if it tore through space itself to reach Earth's orbit. She tapped the tablet, switching the view to archived footage from 3 days earlier. At first, the orbit was clear. Then, in the blink of an eye, the space shimmered and distorted, and the faint outline of a massive vessel bled into reality. Trailing spectral afterimages behind it, the ship solidified, until it hovered there ominous and immovable just beyond Earth's skies. Oliver frowned at Amanda, asking, "If they've been here for 3 days already, why just hover in the sky? Have you even tried contacting them?" "We've tried, but there's been no response. President Ao Guanhai has been informed, and has already ordered a level 1 alert. We don't know if they're friend or foe, but one thing is certain: their technology is far beyond anything humanity possesses." As Amanda spoke, her gaze flicked toward Leah. Of course, she had no way of knowing if Leah had any connection to the ship, but as a government official, it was her duty to prepare for the worst. Against an unknown race wielding such advanced technology, Amanda knew the military alone wouldn't be enough. Leah's performance during the Star City crisis had already proven his strength. That was why she had sought him out. "They're hovering up there because," Leah said solemnly, "they're sunbathing." Sunbathing? Everyone stared at him in disbelief. They'd crossed light years just to bask in Earth's sunlight? Leah nodded. Exactly. Earth's yellow sun grants them immense power. Amanda's eyes widened. "Mr. Avenger, you know something, don't you?" "Yes. If I'm not mistaken, that ship belongs to General Zod of Krypton. He's here to turn Earth into a new Krypton." The moment Diana heard Zod, her long, dormant warrior's fire roared to life. She rushed up to Leah, eyes blazing. "It has to be Zod, Ares' lackey, the instigator of endless wars. Leah, let's destroy him together." The room fell into awkward silence. Those in the know, like Oliver, covered their faces, pretending not to know her. Those who weren't, like Amanda, were utterly baffled. What was going on? Aliens were one thing, but now Ares too? Were the gods of myth branching out into interstellar business? Leah shoved Diana back into her chair. "Don't mess around. We're talking business here." Diana pouted, but Amanda tapped her temple and cautiously asked, "So these Kryptonians on the ship, they're here to invade Earth?" "You could say that," Leah agreed. Amanda considered this, then pressed further. "If what you say is true, then tell me, how do you know all this?" "I'm willing to share some information. But, Amanda, I have one condition." "Let's hear it." Amanda crossed her arms. Clearing his throat, Leah declared, "I want to form an alliance. A Justice League, a coalition of vigilantes. I want you to take this to your superiors. If the president recognizes its legitimacy, all the better. If not, the deal's off." The Eye of Heaven, as the meta-human agency, reported directly to the president, President Ao Guanhai. Amanda weighed his words carefully. Forming a special department won't just require the president's approval. It would also need the State Department's authorization, along with defined chains of command and levels of jurisdiction. "Hold on. I think you've misunderstood. The Justice League isn't under the control of the U.S. government. I'm merely giving you a courtesy heads up. After what happened in Star City, you should understand that some things are beyond the capabilities of ordinary police. Take that alien ship, for example. If I hadn't intervened, do you really think the U.S. military could have handled it?" Leah asked, challenging her. Amanda fell silent, considering his words. He clearly possessed technology far beyond human capabilities. In terms of sheer tech, they were already outmatched. That was why Amanda had come to him in the first place. She wanted to leverage metahumans to bridge the technological gap. She hadn't expected Leah to raise the stakes, demanding the creation of the Justice League. Amanda snorted coldly. "I'll report your exact words to the president. Let's see what he thinks." "You'd better pray he supports the Justice League, or I'll release this recording tomorrow," Leah countered. With that, he pulled out a voice recorder and pressed play. The recording contained a conversation between Oliver and Amanda. Amanda's face immediately went pale. Leah couldn't help but chuckle. "I trust you know what to do." "Fine. I'll contact President Augustus and let you know as soon as I have news. I expect you to honor your promise and share all intelligence on Krypton." Before she finished speaking, Amanda tilted her chin and strode out of the Green Arrow's base in her stilettos, followed by a few agents. Oliver looked at Leia with admiration. Not bad. That's the first time I've seen someone piss her off this much. Don't be fooled by that scowling face, Leia said. Deep down, she's thrilled. Someone stepping up to solve her problems? She's over the moon. Think about it, if President Augustus refused the Justice League, and Zod really attacked, the president would have sent them to the front lines. At least the Argus agency would have been collecting intel on Kryptonians. Now that the intel is readily available, there's no reason to refuse. You're really going to give them information on the Kryptonians? Oliver asked, genuinely concerned. Leia sneered. Yes, but I'm getting paid for it. If Augustus acknowledges the Justice League's legitimacy, I have to ask for operational funds, just like with any other country. We maintain world peace. They just pay the bills. From now on, the Justice League's motto, we Justice League demand funding. As for Kryptonian intel, once Zod starts his invasion, the whole world will know about Krypton anyway. Leia might as well cash in while he can. While the base personnel were chatting, Leia called Clark and updated him on the spaceship incident. Zod? Clark asked. Yes, almost certainly Zod. Leia, do you think he'll start a war? You know he wants the Codex of Life. He won't stop at anything to get it. What if I sacrifice myself? Do you think he'd leave? Wish it were that simple. But Zod doesn't easily give up on Earth. Earth has a young yellow sun. Get ready for battle, Clark. 2 hours later, Amanda's team contacted Leia, saying President Augustus had invited him to the White House for tea, and arranged a car to pick him up. An invitation from the president was unexpected, but not unreasonable. Maybe this wasn't humanity's first contact with extraterrestrials, but it was the first time an alien civilization had openly appeared in human sight. The ship had been hovering in geosynchronous orbit for several days, and world leaders were already in an uproar. The U.S. couldn't miss the chance to be first in gathering alien intel. President Augustus wouldn't sit idle. Leia, however, refused the car. It was too slow. No need to pick me up. Tell President Augustus I'll arrive at the White House in 2 minutes. Hanging up, Leia changed in an instant and took off. Flying from Star City to the White House, he pushed his speed to the limit, breaking the sound barrier several times. Soon, the White House loomed directly ahead. At that moment, a group stood at the White House entrance. Some were heavyset, some balding, and several guards in earpieces kept close watch around them. At the front was a lean black man in a sharp suit, carrying himself with quiet authority. He stood straight, gazing skyward. When Leia descended from above, the crowd below erupted in chatter, pointing at him, their voices rising in alarm. The security detail instinctively reached for their sidearms. If not for Amanda Waller's repeated assurances, there would have been a full military unit waiting instead of just these special agents. Unlike the others, the man at the head remained calm. He strode toward the slowly landing Leia, extended his hand, and smiled. Hello, Mr. Avenger. I'm Barack Obama, President of the United States. Leia shook his hand politely. A pleasure, Mr. President. The officials behind them immediately quieted, all eyes locked on Leia. Obama gave a small smile, made no mention of the massive ship still hovering above, and gestured toward the White House. Mr. Avenger, please this way. He led Leia and the entourage inside. Obama hadn't introduced the rest of the group, but Leia guessed they had to be high-ranking U.S. officials. No one else would be present at a meeting like this. In the reception room, one of the president's aides asked what Leia would like to drink. Though Obama had invited him for tea, that was more a figure of speech. Not every American was a tea drinker. Some preferred coffee, others whiskey. Only someone as enamored with Chinese culture as Obama brewed tea leaves every day. A cup of hot chocolate will do, Leia said with a smile as he sat down. Once the drinks were served, the aide left and shut the door. The room wasn't large. Leia and Obama sat facing each other on 2 sofas, with a longer couch nearby, occupied by only 2 men. Obama lifted a porcelain cup of Longjing tea, sipped with a smile, and went straight to the point. Mr. Avenger, are you human? Chapter 74, System Up, Grade Complete. Leia chuckled at the question. Not only am I human, Mr. President, I'm Chinese. You could probably tell from my face. Obama's eyes lit up. Chinese. I've always admired Chinese culture. Let me guess, your mother was from China? My father, Leia corrected. But Mr. President, you didn't invite me here just to check my household registration, did you? The truth was that's exactly what Obama was doing. Never underestimate a politician. He could mine endless information from even casual words. Every remark tonight would end up dissected by analysts. Leah knew better than to let anything slip. Even with Superman's cosmic vision at his disposal, he couldn't reveal too much, so he steered the conversation away. Obama, caught but unfazed, shifted smoothly. He gestured toward the two older men on the side. Mr. Avenger, this is General Swanwick, NORAD Commander, and Colonel Lane of the 7th Military District, the man who oversaw the Metropolis incident. Recognition dawned on Leah. Oh, so you're the one who ordered the missiles dropped on me. Colonel Lane's face darkened instantly. He hurried to explain, I didn't know at the time you were on our side. If I had... Stop. Don't flatter yourself, Leah cut him off sharply. I'm not on your side. Turning to Obama, he pressed on. Tell me, Mr. President, is that fair? I risked my life protecting Metropolis, and this guy thanks me by firing 6 tomahawks at my head. I even saved one of his pilots from the destroyer's hands. That's his idea of gratitude? Obama already knew the details. Lane had filed a full report after the Metropolis incident. Still, the president put on a practiced smile. Mr. Avenger, don't be angry. Colonel Lane has written a thorough review of his actions. In fact, he strongly supports your idea of forming a Justice League and has pledged 20% of his district's budget to sponsor it. That, Lane deflated, like a punctured balloon. Offering up 20% of their funding meant the 7th District would be scraping by for years. Leah's eyes brightened. Obama really was a shrewd operator. He hadn't needed to bring Lane along, but bringing him made the offer all the more compelling. Skimming funds was one thing, but the real goal was giving Leah a gift paid for with someone else's money. This way, he didn't have to spend a dime. He smoothed things over between Colonel Ryan and Leah, and he made Leah owe him a favor in the process. So, Mr. President, are you saying you're officially recognizing the Justice League? Leah wasn't in any rush about funding. Once the League was truly established, he could always circle back to Obama about money. Obama nodded. In certain matters, you're more capable than we are. I can recognize the Justice League as legitimate. Of course, I can't speak for the World Security Council, but I believe once this alien ship situation is resolved, their view will change. It was the kind of politician's answer Leah didn't know how much to trust. From Obama's position, the calculations he had to make were far more complex than Leah's. Still, the good news was that at least the president wasn't openly opposing him. Naturally, the topic shifted toward the alien ship. Leah knew the next question would be about what he knew of it. He didn't bother holding back. He explained Krypton's situation in broad strokes, the existence of Superman, Zod's intentions, but he carefully kept anything about Kryptonite secret. After all, if politicians got wind of Kryptonite, who knew what kind of trouble they'd stir up trying to dig up a piece or two? An alien's been living on Earth for years, his home world destroyed, and the survivors plan to rebuild by destroying Earth. Krypton? General Swanwick looked incredulous. Avenger, are you sure this isn't from some sci-fi movie you watched? Ironically, Leah had learned all of this from a movie. But with an alien warship literally hanging in the skies above, none of them had much room for disbelief. Obama's focus stayed on the pressing question how to handle it. So what's the response plan? Avenger, I'd like your opinion. I plan to talk with Superman. Tomorrow we'll head up to that ship and see if they're willing to negotiate. If not, Leah mimed a throwing gesture. Then you just go ahead and lob a nuke at it. Would a nuclear strike actually destroy their ship? General Swanwick's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope. Because if a single nuke solved the problem, then it wasn't really a problem at all. Leah shook his head. Most likely not. Their energy shields aren't just for show. My advice: launch as many nukes as you can while they're still up there. Once they land, it won't be your fight anymore. In a battle between Kryptonians, Earth's military was irrelevant. If they tried to join in, all they'd do was add noise to the chaos. Of course, Leah's bluntness was a hit to their pride. Obama didn't take offense. He simply nodded. Then we'll follow your lead. Try contact first. Tomorrow, I'll have a shuttle prepared for you. No need. Superman and I can just fly up there. The three men stared at him, their faces stricken like they'd seen a ghost. It was one thing to accept that Leah could fly, but flying into space? That was space. What Earthling could survive in space? Avenger, are you really human? Obama asked again, uncertain. As real as it gets, Leah assured him, patting his chest. The next day, NORAD and the 7th Army set up a temporary base in the outskirts near Metropolis. With America's vast stretches of empty land, the desolate suburbs made an ideal staging ground. Officially, it was called a military exercise. Leah had arranged to meet Clark there at noon, where they'd finalize their plan. Ding. System upgrade complete. Certain functions optimized. Expansion slots unlocked. The voice rang out in Leah's head. He immediately pulled up his interface. Sure enough, the system had been streamlined, sleeker than before. In addition to the 2 original slots, a new vertical column of expansion slots appeared on the right side. System, seriously, you could at least explain what you optimized. And what the hell are these expansion slots supposed to be? Leah grumbled, but as always, the system ignored him, cold and aloof. Still, this time was a little different. As he formed the question in his mind, a floating label popped out from the interface, almost like a tooltip carrying what looked like an explanation. P.S. The author has no real knowledge of U.S. governmental departments, just writing things out casually, no need to nitpick. Chapter 75. The Speed Force. Advanced System 2.0. Primary card slot fusion rate increased from 2% per year to 4% per year. Secondary slot skill effects boosted from 10% to 20%. New slave card slot added. When a subject willingly submits, the host gains a slave card. Effect. Host can monitor the subject's loyalty 0-100. If loyalty falls below 50, it is considered betrayal. The host may shatter the card at will, instantly erasing the subject. In addition, the host gains a unique skill exclusive to that slave card. After reading the pop-up interface, Leah finally understood the upgrades. Wait a second, wasn't this system supposed to be the friendship system? Since when did it become the advanced system? Details. Not important. From the main slot changes, Leah now realized why his base stats had been growing so much stronger. He was fusing with the Superman card. At the old rate, complete fusion would have taken 50 years. With the update, it was cut to 25. And who knew? If the system kept evolving, that time might shrink even further. As for the secondary slots, nothing too shocking, just stronger effects. The one that mattered most to him was Diana's lover's bond, now doubled. Altogether, his overall abilities had drawn even closer to Clark's. Yep, the secondary slots packed a punch. Then there was the brand new slave card slot. Leah summoned his first card, the reverse flash card. Equip reverse flash card. With a thought, he slotted it into the new slot. At once, the image of a man in a yellow suit crackling with red lightning appeared in its place. Far away in Central City's cutting edge lab, Harrison Wells' reverse flash suddenly found memories of his own submission forcing their way into his mind. Horrified, he looked toward the window, almost as if he could see Leah watching him. A suffocating sense of his life and death being held in someone else's hand settled over him. Only 59 loyalty? That low? On the card interface, the loyalty bar looked like a blood-red health gauge stuck at 59, right on the edge of rebellion. His unique skill is Speed Force. Without Speed Force activation, boosts users' speed fourfold for 2 seconds. With Speed Force activation, grants speed beyond all limits for 0.5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Reading it over, Leah whistled. That was one hell of a skill. Barry was still unconscious. His card was already half purple, but Leah couldn't yet draw the Speed Force from him. Still, even without it, this ability let him move 4 times faster for 2 whole seconds, matching a newly awakened Flash. And once Leah got the Speed Force himself, that 0.5 seconds of surpassing all speed would be unstoppable. In the world of speedsters, half a second might as well be an eternity. Of course, Reverse Flash was Barry's mother's killer. There was no way Leah would ever let him join the Justice League. Their master-servant bond was something that couldn't see the light of day. Then again, as a hidden pawn, Reverse Flash wasn't a bad fit. Leah, get up already. Didn't you say we were heading to Metropolis at noon? Diana stepped out of the bathroom, saw him still lounging in bed, and kicked the mattress hard. Boom! The entire bed collapsed. Crawling out from the wreckage, Leah groaned. Come on, I actually managed not to break it last night. That makes 8 beds now. This hotel's definitely putting us on their blacklist. While scrambling for clothes, he suddenly had a thought and triggered Reverse Flash's unique skill. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. The sensation was sharper, more profound than any super speed he'd tapped into before. Impressive. Leah dressed quickly while approaching Diana, and she seemed to realize he was using super speed. Her eyes slowly tracked him, trying to focus on his movements. No matter how hard Diana tried, her eyes couldn't keep up. Impressive, even Diana can't match my speed in the Speed Force, Laia thought as he reached her side. He bent down, lightly kissed her on the lips, and then headed toward the bathroom. Only after Laia entered the bathroom did Diana's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she made a shy motion to push him away. Once Laia finished washing up, he waited at the hotel entrance and realized that only 0.7 seconds had passed, leaving 1.3 seconds of extended duration remaining. He deliberately exited the Speed Force, otherwise, those 1.3 seconds would have felt like 13 minutes. What? Laia, what did you just do? How did you get so fast? Diana's voice followed, her eyes fixed on him in astonishment. You were urging me to hurry up, weren't you? Now I'm out and suddenly you think I'm too fast, Laia replied, feigning grievance. Diana understood the meaning behind his words, but still found it strange, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why, and let it go. The two had a light brunch at the hotel restaurant, where Oliver, Roy, and the others were already waiting. Of course, they wanted to participate in the mission, but Laia immediately refused. The reason was simple. The battle against the Kryptonians was not something ordinary humans could engage in. Even if they were given pieces of kryptonite, Zod's soldiers were born warriors. They wouldn't show mercy like Superman. Imagine Batman fighting Superman. If Superman truly intended to kill him, it wouldn't matter if Batman had kryptonite. He'd still be in lethal danger. Oliver, your mother just won the Star City mayoral election, and your sister is at odds with you over her biological father. With us stationed in Metropolis, it's best you spend some time with your family, Laia advised. All right, Laia, if you need anything, just call me, Oliver said, a little disappointed but understanding. After brunch, it was already 10 o'clock. Laia said goodbye to the Green Arrow team, and with Diana, headed straight for the temporary military base on the outskirts of Metropolis. Note: the Speed Force can be understood as a fundamental source of energy. Only those who can tap into it are considered speedsters, capable of breaking temporal barriers and traveling through past and future. By contrast, Reverse Flash is trapped in this era. His speed far exceeds the Flash's, but he cannot traverse time because his velocity comes from superluminal particles, not the Speed Force. Truly fascinating. Chapter 76. He's here. Colonel Lane. General Swanwick. He's here. A guard ran frantically into the command center at the Metropolis outskirts military base. General Swanwick and Colonel Lane were discussing military deployments and exchanged puzzled looks. Who's here? Is it the Avenger? The Avenger had been personally endorsed by President Augustus, granting him authority second only to Colonel Lane in this operation. No, not the Avenger, it's Superman, the guard reported. At the mention of Superman, both Swanwick and Lane's expressions changed. They had already accepted the Avenger after all. He was a Chinese-American citizen, one of Earth's own. Superman, however, was different. He was a Kryptonian, just like the invaders in the ship above. Most people still cling to the old belief. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Come on, let's go take a look. With a wave of his hand, General Swanwick led Colonel Lane and several other military officers out of the command room. When their convoy reached the gates of the base, they lifted their eyes to the sky. Floating above was a man in a red and blue suit, the bright S on his chest gleaming. Behind him, his crimson cape fluttered in the breeze. An S on his chest, red and blue uniform. Yes, he matches the Avenger's description. That has to be Superman. Swanwick stepped out of the car just as tanks rolled up, followed by mortars, RPG, and every weapon the base could muster. Within moments, all of it was trained on the man in the sky. General Swanwick, what are your men doing? Colonel Lane groaned, rubbing at his temple. It wasn't just that human weapons might be useless against Superman. If someone accidentally fired a shot, this could be the spark that lit an interstellar war. Swanwick let out a breath and barked to his guards, stand down, disarm. All units back to stand by. With his command, the soldiers reluctantly began to withdraw. Clark, hovering above, witnessed it all. A warmth spread in his chest, and he offered Swanwick a smile. Thank you, General. You're welcome. Wait, how do you know my name? Oh, right. X-ray vision. The Avenger mentioned it. Swanwick instinctively patted the ID badge hidden in his breast pocket. An awkward silence fell over the group. Colonel Lane craned his neck so long that it started to ache. Finally, he suggested, Superman, why don't you come into the command room for a while? No, I'll wait for my friend first, Clark replied. And so he remained in the air above the base, while American soldiers below continued to stare at him, their necks stiff from looking up. Then from inside the compound, a soldier came running. She was in uniform, but the cut of her clothes couldn't hide her striking figure. In fact, the military garb only emphasized it. She slipped behind an armored vehicle, pulled out a camera from God knows where, and pointed it at Superman. Click! The shutter was quiet, but Superman's sharp hearing caught it instantly, and so did the nearby soldiers. They startled, raising their weapons toward the man in the sky. "You idiots, what are you doing?" Swanwick spun around, cold sweat running down his back. He rushed over, only to discover the culprit, a female soldier with a camera clutched in her hands. "This is a restricted zone. Photography is forbidden. State your serial number immediately, or I'll have you shot on the spot," Swanwick barked. The woman casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her eyes skipped past the general and landed on Colonel Lane. Her lips parted. "Dad." The atmosphere shifted instantly. Every soldier gave a sigh, glance, their expressions tangled between disbelief and amusement. Even Swanwick froze. This was supposed to be the beginning of a galactic war, but instead it felt like an episode of Where's Daddy? Colonel Lane coughed into his fist. "This is my daughter, Lois Lane." He glared at her sternly. "Destroy that camera at once. You had no clearance to come here. This is a violation of military law." But Lois ignored the scolding. Her eyes were fixed on the man floating above. Superman's gaze met hers. "Hi, I finally found you. I knew what happened at the Arctic wasn't a dream." Clark had been unwilling to land, but the moment he saw Lois, something compelled him downward. Slowly, he descended until he stood before her. Though Clark was nearly 4 years younger, he already stood a head taller than Lois, his frame fully grown and powerful in its presence. "Hi, we meet again." The two locked eyes for a few seconds. Suddenly, Lois pulled a notebook from her pocket, staring intently at Clark as she asked, "Can I interview you? A few months ago there were terrorists in Metropolis. Evidence suggests it was actually some kind of monster. Was it you who defeated it?" Clark gave a faint smile. Beside him, General Swanwick's face darkened to the shade of burned charcoal. He waved sharply to the nearby soldiers. "Get this troublemaking girl out of here and lock her up." Since Lois was Colonel Lane's daughter, outright execution was out of the question, but keeping her under guard for a few days was definitely possible. Clark, however, wasn't having it. Who in their right mind would want to deal with a pack of angry brass? He stepped in front of Lois, blocking the soldiers. "Don't, General. Miss Lane means no harm. She's only doing her job as a reporter just like you and I are doing ours." Considering Superman's importance, General Swanwick sighed. "Fine, but your camera must be confiscated, and you are forbidden from leaking any information to the public." Okay, Lois quickly agreed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She leaned forward eagerly. "Superman then. Can I interview you alone?" Clark was certainly willing, but when he remembered Lois's father was right there, he glanced toward Colonel Lane. The colonel stood expressionless, hands on his hips, posture rigid, but anyone with half a brain could read the words written all over his face. "Try being alone with my daughter, and see what happens." The atmosphere froze in a painfully awkward silence. Luckily, just then Leah descended from the sky, carrying Diana in his arms. As soon as he landed, he strode forward with her at his side. "Looks like everyone's having a great chat," Leah said with a grin at the gathered crowd. Chapter 77. Feorol. The arrival of Leah and Diana eased the awkward tension somewhat. General Swanwick cleared his throat. "Avenger, this must be the Wonder Woman you mentioned. Since everyone's here, let's move to the command room." He didn't wait for agreement, simply climbed into a vehicle. Lois, displeased, pouted and tried to sneak after Clark. Colonel Lane shot her a glare so sharp it could cut steel. "You're not going anywhere. Stay put." Lois let out a sulky little "oh," clearly unwilling, while Clark gave her a helpless smile that said he couldn't do much for her. Everyone assembled in the briefing room to go over operational details. From the tone of General Swanwick's words, Leah sensed he still held out a slim hope of resolving things peacefully. After all, when faced with an extraterrestrial civilization whose technology was far beyond humanity's, optimism was hard to muster. "If negotiations fail, make sure to evacuate Metropolis immediately," Leah warned. "I hear the new CEO of LexCorp has been busy rebuilding the city. Looks like she might have to do it all over again." Leo recalled how, in his previous life, Zod's story had played out. As one of Superman's greatest enemies, Zod appeared in countless versions across film and comics. Leah had no single script to follow. But in every version, Superman's battle with Zod almost always tore through Metropolis. That was why Leah urged General Swanwick to prepare evacuation plans in advance, because once the fighting started, it would be the innocent civilians who suffered most. General Swanwick stroked his chin. It may not necessarily spread to Metropolis. Avenger, when it comes to alien affairs, it's best not to let the public know the truth. Leah didn't bother judging whether that stance was right or wrong. He'd said his piece. If they refused to listen, he couldn't force them. In the end, the meeting concluded with General Swanwick agreeing to deploy 2 nuclear warheads into orbit. For them, nukes were little more than a psychological comfort. Since Diana hadn't yet mastered flight, she stayed behind on standby. Leah and Clark walked out of the command room side by side, while the rest of the base bustled with final preparations. If Zod refuses to repent, then you must kill him. Only that can end the endless war. Diana's grip tightened on the shield of the gods and the sword of Hephaestus, weapons she had asked Clark to bring her. Clark sighed. In the Fortress of Solitude, he had come to understand Zod's nature. Like his own father, Zod was the product of Krypton's engineered bloodlines created for one purpose: to serve Krypton. That meant as long as Zod lived, he would never abandon his plan to rebuild their lost world. "I'll do everything I can to reach him," Clark said in a low, firm voice. Killing was something he abhorred, and the thought of killing one of his own people weighed even heavier. Leah handed the kryptonite sword to Diana for safekeeping. Using it required him to switch character cards, and if Diana's card occupied the main slot, would he even survive in space? The thought left him uneasy. "Come on, Superman. Let's go meet your countrymen." They exchanged a brief look before raising their arms skyward. A sharp sonic boom cracked through the air, the ground beneath them splintering from the force. In a heartbeat, Leah and Clark soared thousands of meters high. Rather than slowing, their speed only climbed, cutting through the skies until they broke free of the atmosphere itself. Heat from friction seared against their skin as they punched through the thick air layers. Then suddenly silence. The air was gone, pressure vanished, and a suffocating sensation of bursting apart pressed against every inch of their bodies. So this is what space feels like. If it were an ordinary human out here, they'd have exploded into a pool of blood by now. Bathed in sunlight, Leah's discomfort faded quickly. He glanced at Clark, who was likewise just adapting to the void. With no air for words, Leah pointed toward the looming vessel above. Clark nodded, and together they shot forward. The Kryptonian ship still hovered in geosynchronous orbit, closer than before. From this distance, Leah could clearly see the 3 massive spikes beneath its flattened prow, each one pulsing with ominous energy. Someone inside had noticed their approach. The ship's rounded body rotated, and a hatch slid open, inviting them inside. The interior bore a resemblance to Clark's fortress, black walls, uneven and ridged, giving off an alien austerity. Near the entrance stood a warrior clad in black armor. She stepped forward to meet them. "I am Feora, General Zod's lieutenant. You must be." Her sharp gaze shifted between the two before settling on the S across Clark's chest, the crest of House L. "Then you are Kal-El. On behalf of General Zod, I bid you welcome." Clark gave a courteous nod in return. Feora's eyes narrowed as she turned to Leah, her tone edged with disdain. "If I'm not mistaken, that armor you're wearing belongs to Zod's Legion. Yet you are no Kryptonian, nor one of us. Where did you get it?" From her look, Leah could tell she already suspected the truth. Months ago, after Earth had sent out its signals, Zod had dispatched 2 scouts. They never returned, and soon after, this armor had turned up on someone else. "Found it aboard Feorol's ship," Leah said casually, unfazed by her stare. "Have to admit its excellent craftsmanship." "Feorol?" Feora's voice dropped, cold and cutting. "And where is she now?" She already knew the answer. Zod had landed, yet his soldiers had not reappeared. That alone spoke volumes. They were dead. "I killed them both." "What, are you here to avenge them?" Leah asked lightly, though his guard was already up. Feora's fists clenched reflexively at the admission. She wasn't sentimental about her comrades, but killing Kryptonian soldiers was an insult to Zod himself. Clark quickly interjected before the tension snapped. "They threatened us first. The Avenger only acted in self-defense." Of course Feora knew the sort of men Zod kept. Had it been her, she wouldn't have bothered with diplomacy either. Still, her voice was like steel as she replied, "Whoever you are, you'll pay for killing our warriors." Now come. You will face General Zod, and he will decide your fate. Chapter 78. General Zod. According to Fiora's logic, they could kill anyone at will, but no one was allowed to kill them. Fortunately, Laia never expected to negotiate with Zod, nor was there any realistic chance for a truce. After all, convincing Zod to abandon a perfectly habitable Earth in favor of a distant, suitable planet, one that could be terraformed into Krypton, and was bathed in a yellow sun, was astronomically improbable. Since Krypton's destruction, Zod had been searching for a suitable planet. Over more than a decade, a few worlds were viable for terraforming, but none came close to Earth's potential. From the beginning, there was no reconcilable conflict between Zod and humanity. Either Zod would die, or Earth would fall. Fiora led the two of them up to the ship's bridge. The bridge was vast, its dome open to allow the yellow sunlight through a transparent protective layer, bathing the interior in light. At the edge of the bridge, a man stood with his back to them, seemingly gazing down at the deep blue earth. Laie and Clark followed Fiora onto the bridge. The man, hearing their approach, slowly turned his head. His eyes scanned them before he smiled at Clark. "Finally, I see you, Kal-El. You have no idea how long we've been looking for you." "You're Zod?" Clark asked, sizing him up. The man looked weathered, his temples streaked with gray, his beard unkempt, but somehow that rough appearance radiated a disciplined, iron-willed authority that commanded respect. Hearing Clark use his name, Fiora barked in anger. "Watch your words. You should address him as General Zod." "It's fine, Fiora. Kal is unaware of our customs. Let's not quarrel, this is a time to celebrate," Zod said, stepping forward with a warm, disarming smile. At first glance, Laia might have thought Zod was a benevolent, magnanimous leader, composed, elegant, and tolerant. Laia took a deep breath, sensing the atmosphere aboard the ship. In a previous timeline, Superman inhaling Kryptonian ship air triggered a severe physical rejection, causing him to vomit blood and collapse. Here, however, Laia felt no discomfort whatsoever. Clearly, Zod's people could adapt even to the vacuum of space, so Earth's atmosphere would pose no problem. Zod's gaze fell on Laia. He stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? I don't recall any other surviving Kryptonians." "He killed our people, General Zod," Fiora reminded him from the side. Zod's expression did not change in surprise. Instead, he studied Laia with even more curiosity. "Instinct tells me you're strong, even stronger than my lower-ranking soldiers. What species are you?" "I'm human," Laia said proudly. "Human? Fascinating." Zod shook his head. He knew little of Earthlings. In his experience, they were fragile. As the saying goes, their combat power barely registers. "If you're willing to join my legion, I can offer you the rank of squad leader," Zod said to Laia. Then he turned his attention back to Clark. "Carl, I was once the military commander of Krypton, and your father was our chief scientist. Our only agreement came when we realized Krypton was doomed. I fought desperately to preserve our culture, to protect our planet, but the reward was exile for me and my followers to the Phantom Zone. Krypton's destruction freed us, yet left us adrift in the cosmos. I searched every old colony outpost, seeking signs of life, looking for a place to rebuild Krypton, but the results were minimal. Until we received a signal from an Earth outpost. When I arrived, do you know what I saw?" As Zod spoke with fervor, Clark felt as though he were standing on Krypton itself. "What did you see?" Clark asked. "The hope of Krypton's rebirth." Zod seized Clark's arm, his eyes blazing. "This planet is much like Krypton. With the world engine, we can transform it into a new Krypton. But of course, we still need one thing." He leaned closer, voice growing intense. "On Krypton, the genetic code of every unborn child was preserved in the Codex. Your father stole it and hid it in your ship, Kal. With the Codex, Krypton can live again." The more he spoke, the more fevered Zod became. He fixed Clark with a burning stare. "Where is your ship? Where is the Codex?" Clark shut his eyes, then opened them again with resolve. His voice was low, but firm. "I understand you want to rebuild Krypton, but you cannot sacrifice Earth to do it. Rebirth must always rise from destruction," Zod declared with conviction. "No, I won't allow it. I'll never help you." Clark's refusal was immediate and absolute. Zod's smile froze. Slowly, his expression hardened, twisting into a chilling sneer. "Then I regret this, Kal-El." At his signal, two armored Kryptonian warriors lunged forward and pinned Clark down. As for Laia, Fiora stepped forward with measured grace, stopping before him. Defying General Zod is the height of foolishness. If you surrender Cal's ship, the General's promise to you still stands. Leah gave a helpless shrug, his tone casual. I'm not interested in playing anyone's errand boy, but if General Zod wants to work under me, then maybe I'd consider helping rebuild Krypton. The moment the words left his mouth, Fayora's eyes turned to ice. Her fists clenched, her waist twisted, and she launched a straight punch aimed to drive Leah into the ground, then grind him beneath her heel for daring to mock Zod. You're courting death. Whoosh! Fayora, one of Zod's most formidable warriors, struck with terrifying force. Though the move seemed simple, the sheer might behind it carried the power to shatter everything in its path. Around them, the other Kryptonian soldiers exchanged pitying looks. Aside from Zod himself, few could withstand Fayora's strike. To them, this would surely end in another effortless slaughter. But Leah didn't move. The instant Fayora swung, his stance shifted, weight sinking as he readied himself. He threw his own fist forward. Boom! A thunderous crack split the air as their fists collided. The shockwave forced both to stagger back several steps. Him? Fayora's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief etched across her face. She had struck with full power, yet he had not only blocked it, but matched her blow evenly. The gathered Kryptonians blinked, dumbfounded. They had expected to see the Earthling crushed. Instead, they witnessed the unthinkable. Even Zod's lips curved into a thin smile. Interesting. No wonder this Earthman dares to speak so boldly. Chapter 79. Clark's Ship. Clark shook his shoulders and instantly broke free from the grip of the two Kryptonian soldiers. He took a step forward, standing before Zod, trying one last time to reason with him. Zod, stop this before you make an unforgivable mistake. Leave Earth alone. But Zod had spent over 10 years chasing his dream of restoring Krypton. Now that he was finally on the verge of making it real, there was no chance he'd listen to anyone's objections. Cal, I will not allow anyone to stand in my way, Zod barked. Then, with a sweep of his hand toward his soldiers, take them both. In an instant, 7 or 8 Kryptonian warriors closed in. Clark and Leah braced themselves for battle, while Zod, flanked by 2 Kryptonian women, strode toward the flight deck. The clash erupted without warning. The surrounding soldiers raised their heavy, rifle-like weapons and opened fire. These weren't ordinary guns. They spat energy rounds far more powerful than anything on Earth. Though they couldn't pierce Clark's or Leah's defenses, the blasts still left a sting of pain. Outnumbered, brute force wasn't an option. Leah shot Clark a look, and the two instinctively fell back to back. Their eyes flared crimson in unison, and then swept the room with blazing heat vision. The red beams tore through the soldiers' weapons, detonating them one after another. The Kryptonians were blasted backward, bodies and ruined guns scattering across the deck. Fayora launched herself like a missile, hammering at Clark and Leah with relentless ferocity. The other Kryptonian soldiers regrouped and closed in once more. One blast of heat vision wasn't nearly enough to put them down. At best, it left some scorched marks, but under the sun's rays, even those wounds began knitting back together. Zod's headed for Earth. We can't waste time fighting here. Clark gritted his teeth as 4 or 5 soldiers swarmed him at once. The fight split into 2 fronts. 4 or 5 Kryptonians pinned Clark, while the rest converged on Leah. Especially Fayora, she seemed to have taken a personal grudge against Leah. Abandoning Clark, she threw herself entirely into pummeling him, vicious and merciless. Even with all his combat skill, Leah couldn't withstand the combined assault of 3 or 4 superpowered opponents, and on top of that, one ruthless madwoman striking with lethal precision. Don't forget you're fighting inside your own ship, Leo roared. His eyes blazed again, beams of searing heat bursting forth. This time, he didn't target the Kryptonians. He aimed at the ship's walls. Zod's ship was massive. After all their fighting and crashing around, they'd only managed to damage some minor systems. But now Leah's heat vision cut straight through the hull itself. The energy shields were strong, but they were designed for external defense. No one was dumb enough to line the ship's interior with them. Beams punched through. In a flash, the wall cracked open, and the air inside was sucked violently into space. Everyone staggered under the sudden gale. While the Kryptonians clawed for handholds to resist the pull, Clark and Leah exchanged a glance and dove for the breach. One on the left, one on the right, they smashed their fists into the damaged wall. Boom! The small hole blew wide, splitting into a gaping breach over 2 meters across. The suction roared even harder, ripping several unlucky soldiers straight out into the void. Earth Zod, Clark tried to shout, but the words died in the vacuum. Realizing too late, he slapped a hand over his mouth and frantically gestured toward the blue planet below. Leah gave a sharp nod, then flipped downward, diving toward Earth. Metropolis outskirts, temporary military command center. Astronomical satellites monitoring the Kryptonian vessel caught everything. A smaller craft ejecting from the mothership, streaking toward Earth, and moments later, a section of the massive ship's wall tearing open. The Avenger and Superman burst from the ship, streaking back toward Earth. "General, the negotiations may have failed," the scout reported, pulling off his headset as he addressed General Swanwick. It was the last thing Swanwick wanted to hear. He rubbed his face hard, weighing his options, torn between duty and dread. "General, we should ready the nukes. This is the perfect chance." Colonel Lane stepped up to him, pointing at the command center's main screen. "The alien craft is already damaged. Now's the time to hit it." Swanwick's jaw tightened at Lane's words. "Very well, Sam Lane. Let's hope you're right, and start evacuating Metropolis." With that, he gave the order to prepare a nuclear strike against the Kryptonian vessel. Meanwhile, Zod had been tracking the signal of Clark's ship. The trail led him straight to the Masira. Before the Amazons even realized what had happened, Zod's forces had already retrieved Clark's craft and were en route back to the mothership. "General Zod, there's no sign of the Codex inside Cal's ship," a Kryptonian warrior reported after scanning it. "What? Impossible. If it's not in the ship, then where?" Zod's eyes burned into the vessel. Suddenly, his vision sharpened, cutting through metal and matter with X-ray precision. Shock gave way to understanding. It was the power of Earth's yellow sun. Though they had only basked in it briefly, Zod's lifetime of training, honed senses, and iron discipline had unlocked his new ability in mere days. "Codex, it really isn't here. Kal-El!" His fury erupted in a primal roar that shook the ship. At that moment, the roof above them was torn apart as two figures smashed through Clark and Leah. The ship lurched violently. Zod's gaze locked on Clark, his eyes cold as ice. "Where is the Codex, Kal?" "You'll never have it." Clark floated upward, unmoved by the trembling around him. Suspended in midair, he looked like a god descending to strike judgment. Then he launched himself straight at Zod. Boom! The ship's underside split apart as Clark drove Zod clean through it. The two clashed in the skies, trading brutal blows, each strike detonating with thunderous sonic booms. For the moment, Zod still couldn't fly. That gave Clark a huge advantage in the open air. As the two vanished in their brawl, the ship was left with only Leah and two Kryptonian women. They stood to his left and right, flexing their wrists ready for a fight. "I don't get it," Leah muttered, shaking his head. "Why are all Zod's lieutenants women? I've hardly seen any men in his ranks." Honestly, Zod didn't need any codex. With himself and a whole squad of female Kryptonians, he already had the makings to repopulate Krypton all over again. Chapter 80, Diana airdropped. Nuclear launch ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 fire. Authorized at the highest levels of the U.S. government, Swanwick and Lane inserted their launch keys into the console. As the countdown hit 0, both men twisted the keys and slammed the launch button together. The missile ignited, streaking into the sky, locked onto the Kryptonian ship in orbit. Yet the alien craft gave no sign of evasive action. It simply hung there, silent and immovable. Minutes ticked by. The nuke drew closer. In the command room, every eye fixed on the massive screen. Even though the Avenger had warned them the bomb wouldn't scratch a Kryptonian vessel, the destructive reputation of nuclear fire was burned into their minds, Swanwick included. Almost everyone dared to hope the impossible, that the warhead might work a miracle. A few minutes later, the nuclear bomb struck the Kryptonian ship. The entire screen erupted in a blinding, searing flash, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward. The explosion's light resembled a bursting sphere, blooming like a spectacular firework against the infinite black of space. Though there was no sound in the vacuum, the viewers seemed to feel the force of the blast, a silent yet deafening impact that shook them to their core. "Yes!" The command center erupted in cheers. To them, a nuclear strike hitting directly could only mean total annihilation. As the light gradually faded, General Swanwick and Colonel Ryan stepped closer, practically pressing their faces to the screen. How is it?" "I think I just saw something. My God!" "That spaceship." On the screen, the Kryptonian ship shimmered beneath a faint blue energy shield. Even under the nuclear blast, the shield rippled like water, forming concentric waves that distorted across its surface. Indeed, although a nuclear bomb was humanity's ultimate weapon against the advanced technology of the Kryptonians, it was nothing more than a medieval cannon. "They've absorbed the impact of the nuke. General, should we fire another one?" asked a technician. Swanwick shook his head. "No need. Evacuate Metropolis immediately. All units, stand by and prepare for engagement." They lacked the capability for space combat, so their only option was to engage the ship on land, sea, and air. Swanwick knew the soldiers he sent out would essentially be facing a death sentence. "General, the alien ship is moving." The technician's words drew everyone's attention. Sure enough, the ship began to split. Beneath its flattened oval head, 3 slightly smaller spike-like structures unfolded, separating from the original massive 3 spikes. That was the world engine. "What's happening?" Swanwick frowned. "The alien ship has split in 2. The head section is descending predicted landing site Metropolis." "General, it's Metropolis." The technician's voice quivered with panic. Of all places, the ship was heading straight for the city. Fortunately, Swanwick had heeded the Avengers' warning and issued an emergency evacuation order. But now, it might already be too late. And the other ship? Heading to the southern hemisphere at nearly Mach 24 and still accelerating. It looks like it will land somewhere in the southern Indian Ocean. In space, the tripod-like world engine streaked across half the planet like a meteor, targeting a specific section of the southern Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, the main body of the Kryptonian ship entered Earth's atmosphere. Even though it had separated from the world engine, its total length still exceeded 200 meters. Boom! Everyone in Metropolis could see the massive object in the sky. The citizens suddenly understood the urgency behind the police evacuation orders. "Oh my God, what is that? That can't be some military prototype aircraft, right? Idiot, that thing doesn't look like it's from Earth." All across Metropolis, people tilted their heads skyward, almost everyone pulling out their phones to take pictures, completely ignoring the evacuation warnings. Elsewhere, Clark slammed a fist into Zod's waist, sending him crashing from high above down to the ground. The wind howled along the trajectory, cutting through the earth like a massive, razor-sharp blade. "I will not allow you to destroy Earth!" Clark roared in fury, each word punctuated with a punch, each strike aimed at Zod's face with all his might, cracking the ground beneath them. Leia, meanwhile, was surrounded by 2 Kryptonian female warriors. This was not the time to show mercy, even though both were exceptionally skilled and strikingly beautiful. Boom! 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 Since the 2 Kryptonian women couldn't fly, Leia held a huge advantage in the air. He drove his fist into one of them, sending her hurtling backward, then shot after her and delivered another crushing blow mid-flight. Rumble! A ruined aircraft crashed to the ground. One of the warriors landed first, her eyes snapping up at Leia as he batted her comrade around like a volleyball. She suddenly broke into a sprint, leaping higher and higher until whoosh, she launched herself upward, rocketing toward him. Though they couldn't fly, they'd trained for combat in zero gravity. The one reaching Leia didn't attack directly. Instead, she seized his black cape. The other quickly recovered, flipped her body in midair, and whipped out a savage kick that sent Leia crashing down from the sky. "General Zod will rebuild Krypton. Throw away your only chance to live." The 3 of them slammed into the ground below. The fight had shifted to a town still scarred from earlier destruction, scaffolds and rubble showing signs of rebuilding. Terrified but practiced, the townspeople evacuated the moment the sounds of battle echoed overhead. "This place looks familiar. Don't tell me this was one of the towns I accidentally wrecked fighting Doomsday," Leia muttered, guilt creeping in as he watched civilians evacuate with grim efficiency. The Kryptonian women exchanged a look, then rushed him in perfect sync from both sides. Bang! 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 Their brutal melee tore through the street's walls, crumbled with each blow. Trucks were hurled like toys, houses collapsed under the shockwaves. Then a fighter jet streaked overhead, the roar of its engines splitting the air. It was part of Swanwick's air division. As it swept over Leia's head, the missile bay suddenly opened. But instead of bombs, a shining figure leapt from within, descending like a Valkyrie. Chapter 81. Instant Kill. The sight of Diana plummeting from the heavens made Leia almost hear a war hymn echoing in his mind. From hundreds of meters above, she fell like a blazing meteor. Boom! She struck the street with thunderous force, carving a deep crater into the town square. Concrete shattered outward in a vast web of cracks. At the center of the impact, Diana emerged, shield of the gods in one hand, Hephaestus' sword in the other, the kryptonite longsword strapped to her back. She walked forward with regal grace, each step radiating power. "Which one of you is Zod, Ares' lapdog?" Diana demanded, sword leveled at the two Kryptonian women. For a heartbeat they froze, then realization flashed. She wasn't here for them, but for Zod. "How dare you insult General Zod? You're dead!" The soldiers' loyalty was unquestionable. One abandoned her fight with Leah, lunging straight at Diana with a grappling strike meant to take her down. But Diana was no ordinary warrior. The instant the Kryptonian launched, she charged as well. Two blurs collided with an earth-shaking crash. Shield and god, forged blade met black Kryptonian armor. Diana seemed to press the advantage, yet the alien plating was no ordinary metal. The Hephaestus forged blade carved only a shallow mark. Watching closely, Leah's thoughts turned practical. Maybe it's time I upgraded my own suit of armor. "Diana, the kryptonite sword," Leah shouted. Against Kryptonians, there was no reason not to use it. At once, Diana broke from her opponent, slammed the god-forged blade into the ground, and reached behind her. With a swift motion, she drew the kryptonite longsword free. The moment the kryptonite sword left its lead sheath, it shone with a faint green light. The two Kryptonian women were instantly affected. Their strength seemed to be drained away and their legs went weak. They slumped to the deck. Fortunately, Leah had just swapped his equipped card. He wasn't affected by the kryptonite. He took the sword from Diana and breathed 4 words softly. "Speed field." In an instant, the world seemed to hit the pause button. Everything around them froze. Drawing on Diana's divine power, Leah moved within the speed field at a velocity that still far outpaced the Kryptonian warriors. "Die!" Leah swung the kryptonite sword. The two women, already sapped by the kryptonite, couldn't dodge. With 2 soft sounds, tsh, the blade slipped through both their skulls as if cutting paper. When the speed field faded, from Diana's viewpoint she saw Leah take the sword, and in that single instant, the two Kryptonians collapsed. She couldn't help but remark, "They're really fragile in front of kryptonite." "Partly because of kryptonite's counter-effect," Leah replied, "but mostly because they weren't that powerful to begin with. Not every Kryptonian fears kryptonite, stronger ones feel it less. There's even a version where Superman is so powerful he treats kryptonite like candy." That was obviously exaggerated, yet not entirely beyond belief. Leah stacked the two Kryptonian bodies together. Corpses of Kryptonians were dangerous liabilities. They had to be cremated. On board Zod's ship, the vessel and the world engine beneath Earth completed a docking alignment. Both emitted synchronized energy pulses, and, in an instant, local gravity was interfered with and then reconfigured. The enormous Kryptonian mothership hovering above Metropolis sent out a pulse. Objects within dozens of meters suddenly floated, then, a second later, slammed back down as if crushed by a heavy truck. The pulse frequency ramped up. The floating zone expanded from tens of meters to hundreds. Countless people and vehicles bobbed as if weightless, then boom. Before they could scream, a terrifying force slammed them back into the ground, turning many into flattened, mangled corpses. Metropolis shuddered as the city was brutally compressed by that force. Panic erupted, witnessing things nearby being crushed, not just people and cars, but buildings collapsing. Civilians ran like mad, fleeing away from the alien ship. At the temporary military command center on the outskirts, General Swanwick watched the live feed of Metropolis on the big screen, alarmed. "What did they just fire?" he demanded. Dr. M.L. Hamilton, the specialist brought in for this, studied the screen as it switched to a model of Earth. After a moment he analyzed. "It looks like some kind of gravity weapon working in sync with their ship. It's producing a field that effectively increases local planetary mass, altering the atmosphere with particulate contamination." "Oh my God, they're modifying Earth's atmosphere." Swanwick stared blankly. "Can you say that in words I can understand?" Hamilton shrugged helplessly and clarified, "Put simply, the object the ship released is part of a planetary terraforming system. It's changing Earth's gravity, atmosphere, and terrain." "To remake our planet into Krypton?" Swanwick finished. "Exactly. They want to transform Earth into Krypton." Swanwick's brow tightened. Avenger said once their transformation completes, we'll be unable to survive Krypton's environment. "Sir, the armed forces have mobilized. Target, the alien ship above Metropolis," a technician reported. All forces, attack the alien ship, Swanwick ordered. Once the civilians have mostly evacuated, prepare to launch the second nuclear warhead. Their temporary base sat in a sparsely populated area outside Metropolis. Launching a nuke at the city would also affect them, so Swanwick didn't want to take that step unless absolutely necessary. At Metropolis Airport, a Wayne Enterprises private helicopter descended smoothly. The helicopter hadn't even touched down before a man in the co-pilot's seat leapt out. Looking up, he froze at the sight of the Kryptonian ship looming over Metropolis. "Master Wayne, I brought your car." A servant drove the sleek vehicle as close to the landing pad as possible. Bruce Wayne jumped from the 2-meter platform in a single motion, sprinted to the car, and took off toward downtown Metropolis, leaving the manservant behind. Inside the car, one hand gripped the wheel while the other clutched his phone. "Jack, you haven't evacuated yet? I want everyone out of that building immediately." On the other end, an older man's voice quavered, rattled by fear. "Yes, understood, Master Wayne. Everyone, hurry, we have to leave. It's dangerous, boss says get out now." A burst of chaos filled the line. Bruce barked a few more orders but got no response. Damn it. He slammed the steering wheel, flooring the gas pedal, but even at top speed the car felt too slow. Yanking the wheel hard, he muttered through clenched teeth, "If only I had the Batmobile right now." Chapter 82. The Phantom Engine. Leah swapped to the Superman card, soaring into the air as beams of blazing heat erupted from his eyes, engulfing 2 Kryptonian warriors. Diana stood nearby, wielding the kryptonite longsword. Her presence stripped the Kryptonians of their invulnerability, leaving their bodies as fragile as any humans. Moments later, their corpses crumbled into ash under the heat vision. Diana slid the kryptonite blade back into its sheath. "Where's Zod? With this sword, I should be able to end him easily," she said, giving the weapon a few practiced swings. Compared to the sword of Hephaestus, the kryptonite blade was far more lethal against Kryptonians, so she strapped her god-forged sword across her back. Leah tilted his head toward the northwest. He remembered Clark crashing somewhere in that direction. "Northwest. Diana, be careful. Don't let that blade make you overconfident. If it's Zod, he could burn the kryptonite to vapor with his heat vision before you ever reach him," Leah warned. Zod was no ordinary soldier, he was Krypton's ultimate engineered warrior, adapting to Earth's yellow sun faster than any of his kind. Clark's potential surpassed Zod's, but Clark hadn't yet reached his peak, and right now, Zod held the upper hand. Diana frowned. "You're not coming with me?" Leah shook his head. "Don't forget, Metropolis is still crawling with Kryptonians inside that ship. I've got a way to take them all out in one move." His plan was to use Clark's ship. Both Clark's craft and Zod's mothership ran on Phantom Drive's engines that warped space. If the two collided, they would create a singularity. Of course, Leah hadn't figured this out on his own. He was recalling a storyline from another lifetime. Still, he had checked with Clark first, and Clark, who had studied the sciences of 28 star systems, confirmed the idea could work. Even if he hadn't fully mastered that knowledge, he was still a walking cosmic encyclopedia. And thanks to Zod retrieving Clark's ship from the Messera, Leah didn't even have to fetch it himself. Zod really is considerate, Leah thought with a wry smile. "Diana," he said gravely, "if you manage to kill Zod, make sure Clark destroys his body. If he refuses, bring it to me. Under no circumstances can Zod's corpse fall into anyone else's hands." Entrusting this task to Diana didn't trouble him. At present, aside from Superman and himself, no one in this world could match her. Diana nodded solemnly. She had seen Doomsday's horror first and would never allow such a monster to rise again. "Don't worry, Leah," she promised. "I understand." After speaking, Diana dashed off into the distance, while Leah located the fallen craft. Inside was Clark's ship. With one hand, he lifted it effortlessly and headed toward Metropolis. 7 or 8 armed fighter jets streaked across the Metropolis sky. As they approached the Kryptonian ship, they unleashed every missile they carried. The sky became a storm of projectiles, a torrential barrage aimed at the alien vessel. Yet, hundreds of meters out, all the missiles suddenly went haywire, darting chaotically like headless flies before plummeting harmlessly, some striking the city below instead. The missiles failed to hit the ship, inadvertently harming many civilians. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the missiles miss, pilots reported urgently from the jets. "Command, command. Electronic systems are malfunctioning. The gravitational field is pulling our missiles down. We need to get closer to the target. With approval from command, the fighters entered a few hundred meters of the ship, but what they hadn't anticipated was that the gravity field intensified exponentially the closer they got. Suddenly, every instrument on every jet malfunctioned, as though an invisible hand had grabbed them, yanking them violently toward the ground. Aircraft, losing control. Aircraft, losing control. After a chaotic few moments, the command center monitored the jets crashing. Everyone stared at the big screen, heavy-hearted. After a pause, General Swanwick asked, "What about the tanks? How long until they reach the battlefield?" "General, Metropolis is in chaos. Tanks can't get through. And, with all due respect, even the tank units couldn't damage that alien ship," the technician admitted, disappointed. "Doesn't matter. We can't just sit around waiting for someone else to save us," Swanwick growled. Moments later, Colonel Ryan burst into the command center. "Swanwick, the Avenger is back. He says he has a way to destroy that alien ship." Swanwick, who had been teetering on the edge of despair, lit up instantly. He stepped forward eagerly. "A way to destroy it? Where is he?" "He's outside." Ryan led them out of the command center. Leia set Clark's ship down and, seeing Swanwick and Ryan, explained his plan. "We'll use Superman's ship to collide with the Kryptonian ship. Both use the same ghost engine technology. If they collide, the space around them will distort, forming a singularity." Swanwick and Ryan looked confused. "Just collide it? Then what?" Dr. Hamilton took over. "It will create something like a black hole, capable of sucking the entire alien ship inside." Now Swanwick and the others understood. "Excellent. How can we assist you? Do you have an aircraft capable of carrying this ship close to the Kryptonian vessel?" "It's extremely heavy. There's no way I can get near it while holding it." Half-truths there. The gravitational field around the alien ship intensified with proximity. Once Clark's ship was activated, the two ghost engines would interact like magnets, colliding to form a black hole, like singularity. Kryptonian warriors aboard wouldn't just stand by, they'd come out to stop anyone colliding with their ship. Leia would have to engage them, leaving no time to worry about maneuvering the ship himself. Colonel Ryan thought for a moment. "We can use a C-141 transport. It can carry Superman's ship without issue. The plan is feasible." Using the transport meant that at the moment of collision and explosion, Leia could quickly fly out in time. "Perfect. Let's do it," Leia confirmed. Chapter 83, Jor-El. According to the plan, Clark's ship was loaded onto a C-141 transport. Although the military's mission was simply to fly near the Kryptonian craft and release Clark's ship, considering all the variables, this operation still carried a high degree of risk. Lois wanted to tag along for the spectacle, but Lear refused to bring someone who might slow him down, and the last thing he needed was to be caught doing something awkward while protecting Lois. Transport climbed into the sky with several armed fighters as escort. Leah stood in the cargo bay and examined Clark's ship, spotting a recessed slot on its hull. This was the socket for the key stamped with the L family crest. Leah produced the ship key Superman had given him and lined the key's tapered end up with the recess. He let go. The key flew into the ship on its own. Clark's ship seemed to come alive. A cluster of dim blue lights glowed, the cargo bay lights flickered, and when they came back up, a man had suddenly appeared before Leah. "Who don't move, hands up!" The accompanying guards barked, guns raised at the new arrival. Leah waved them down, signaling they should relax. The man before him wore blue, his beard threaded with gray, and the L family's S sigil marked his chest. "I suppose you must be Clark's father," Leah said with a smile. The man nodded. "If the Clark you mean is Cal, then yes, I am his father, Jor-El." The voice came from inside Clark's ship. The guards realized this sudden figure was only a virtual projection. In some versions of events, Jor-El's will is erased by Zod, but in this world Zod was still occupied fighting Clark, perhaps even with Diana involved, and so Jor-El's projected consciousness had been preserved. "Zod has come to this planet. To stop him, I intend to use Clark's ship to ram into Zod's vessel." "That's not a bad idea. Cal's ship uses a phasing or ghost engine. If the two engines collide, they will form a black hole." "Yes, we all understand that. Mr. L, is there any way to extract the ship key and still keep the engine running?" "Normally, once the ship key is removed, the engine shuts down immediately. I can program a command to keep the ghost engine running for an additional 3 minutes, although I do not see the practical purpose. Because I want to keep the key, or rather, I want to keep you, Mr. L. Leah's words made Clark's father frown and consider. He shook his head. All my knowledge I have already given to Cal. There is nothing else I can pass on. If Jor-El could see how Clark had never properly used the knowledge his father gave him, he might literally be furious enough to come back to life. Leah grinned. Not Cal, Mr. L. You know of the Tribunal of the Three Sages, yes? The Tribunal of the Three Sages, many advanced civilizations rely on it as a judicial body. It consists of 3 AIs well versed in known law and can render absolutely fair judgments. Why do you bring it up? Jor-El asked. Because of some of Earth's stubborn cultural quirks, I need an absolutely impartial court to try criminals. By the way, you do have capital punishment on Krypton, right? Leah explained his thinking. Jor-El shrugged. We do, but rarely use it. We prefer to lock offenders in absolutely sealed environments and let them live or die on their own. He was referring to Krypton's ghost zones, the prisons where criminals from across systems were consigned. By that logic, Leah could happily recommend ejecting human criminals into space without protection's natural law enforcement. Whatever happens, happens. As for non-human offenders, kill them outright. After all, Superman doesn't kill humans. Monsters that aren't human are another matter entirely. All right, my Tribunal of Three Sages can count you in. Then there's the AI Gideon. As for the third one, we'll leave that for later. Gideon was an artificial intelligence created by Barry in the future, now brought into the present by Reverse Flash. In Legends of Tomorrow, she even served as the onboard AI for the Waverider. While they spoke, the transport plane was already closing in on the Kryptonian ship at the center of Metropolis. Inside, Zod's Lieutenant Fayorol spotted it in the sky and turned to the Kryptonian soldier beside her. You take control of the ship. I'll handle those flies. Yes, Commander, the soldier responded immediately. Once she confirmed the terraforming system was running smoothly, Fayora boarded a small craft and launched out of the mothership, streaking toward the transport. Enemy unit detected. Requesting permission to engage. The escorting fighter jets quickly picked up the small craft leaving the Kryptonian ship. Command gave approval within seconds. Missiles away! The jets locked onto Fayora's craft and launched a salvo of missiles. Fayora opened the hatch, rose to her feet, and used the small ship as a springboard. In a thunderous leap, she hurled herself straight at the fighter's squadron. Boom! The missiles detonated, turning the sky into a firestorm. But Fayora tore through the flames unharmed, shooting forward like a cannonball. She punched clean through a fighter jet in a single strike. Thunder 2 taking heavy damage, preparing to eject. The pilot never got the chance. Fayora ripped the jet apart with her bare hands, dragged the screaming pilot out, and flung him into the sky. With one jet destroyed, she didn't pause. In a few devastating leaps, she ripped through every last escort fighter. Finally, she lifted her gaze to the massive transport at the rear, the one carrying Kal-El's ship. Using the wreckage of a downed fighter as a springboard, she launched herself at it. By then, Leah had finished having Jor-El configure the Phantom Drive and had successfully pulled out the ship's key. With a deafening crash, Fayora smashed through the transport's hull and landed in its cargo bay. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards inside opened fire immediately. Bullets, grenades, nothing could pierce even the basic layer of her black battle armor. Out of my way! In a blur, Fayora sent the guards flying. Her eyes locked onto Leah. What are you doing? Planning to ram us with Kal's ship? You guessed it. Leah shot forward, slamming into her and hurling her back out of the transport. Without Fayora's interference, the transport continued on its collision course toward the Kryptonian mothership, seconds away from impact. Chapter 84. Shattered Heavens. As the transport hurtled toward Zod's ship, Clark's battle with the general had reached its boiling point. Diana had joined the fray. When she drew the kryptonite sword, Zod staggered, visibly weakened. But it was clear the kryptonite's effect on him was far less severe than expected. Clark seized the moment, throwing himself onto Zod's back, locking both arms around him to keep him from escaping. Diana, kill him! Clark shouted with every ounce of strength. Though he loathed the thought of killing his own kind, Clark could not allow billions of innocents to die just to rebuild Krypton. Diana answered with resolve. Raising the kryptonite sword high, she drove it straight at Zod. Kal, My very existence has only ever been for the sake of Krypton. Everything I've done, no matter how brutal, how violent, was for our people. Can you really stand by and watch Krypton vanish forever? Zod strained against Clark's grip but couldn't break free. Snarling, he shouted with all his fury. Clark faltered at his words, a flicker of hesitation in his heart. Zod seized on that moment's weakness, driving an elbow hard into Clark's ribs. For Krypton's rebirth I will sacrifice everything. With a roar, Zod summoned all his strength, heaving Clark over his shoulder and hurling him toward Diana. The kryptonite blade was already descending toward Clark when Diana twisted at the last instant, forcing the edge aside. Zod didn't waste the chance. He spun and bolted, each pounding step collapsing the ground beneath him. Using the recoil to propel himself, he shot forward at near flight speed, racing toward Metropolis. Forgive me, Diana. I underestimated him, Clark sighed in frustration. Diana shook her head, understanding. This was his people's burden. How could she hold him to blame? Go. He's getting away. Together they launched after him. Clark's flight was faster than Zod's sprint, and soon he was closing the distance. Realizing he was about to be caught, Zod leapt high and smashed headlong into a towering skyscraper. Boom! The building's midsection shattered, glass raining down in a deadly storm as Clark barreled after him. The next second, twin beams of blazing heat lanced from within the tower, slicing it clean in half. The skyscraper began to lean and collapse, debris spilling from its windows. Below, the panicked crowd froze, all eyes lifted to the falling giant. Zod! Clark's voice thundered with rage. He flew straight to the tower, arms straining to hold it up. The building was already coming apart, split and fractured by Zod's heat vision, crumbling like sand through his fingers. It crashed down with an earth-shaking roar. On the street below, a car swerved wildly against traffic, escaping the apocalyptic destruction. It skidded to a halt before Wayne Tower. Bruce Wayne stepped out, dressed in a sharp suit, clutching a phone as he looked up at his building, now breaking into pieces and collapsing with a deafening rumble. No, no, Jack. Did you get out? Jack, tell me you all escaped, he shouted into the phone. The trembling voice of an old man came back. Mr. Wayne, we're trapped in the elevator. God, the whole world is tilting. May the Lord be with us. The line dissolved into cries and chaos before cutting off. Concrete slabs rained down, crushing countless people beneath. The street became a vision of hell. Bruce dodged the falling wreckage, then spotted a lone little girl, sobbing. Above her, a massive concrete wall was plummeting toward her small frame. In that heartbeat, Bruce clenched his jaw and hurled himself forward. Just as the wall crashed down, he snatched the child out of death's path. So close by a hair's breadth. The girl wailed in his arms, trembling and clinging to him. Bruce soothed her, saying gently, "It's all right, don't cry. You're safe now. Don't cry. Tell me, where are your parents?" He wanted to reunite her with her family, but at the word parents, the child sobbed even harder, her tiny hand pointing toward the ruins of the collapsed skyscraper. Rumble. Thunder rolled across the sky as Bruce held the girl tighter, lifting his gaze upward. High above the city, two figures clashed violently, each punch erupting with deafening force. The shockwaves rippled through the surrounding skyscrapers, leaving countless buildings in ruins. It was as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart. "There's only one way to end this, Cal. Either you die or I do," Zod bellowed, lifting a massive I-beam and swinging it toward Clark. Clark's eyes locked onto the steel, and a scorching beam of heat vision erupted from his gaze, instantly melting the metal into molten slag. Zod swung empty-handed, stepping forward with lightning speed, and backhanded Clark, sending him hurtling away. He tossed aside the half-melted I-beam and advanced step by step. "Cal, I've spent my life trained as a warrior, sharpening every sense. And you? Where were you trained? On a farm?" With a roar, Zod ripped off his black battle armor. On Earth, his body was far more resilient than the heavy plating. The armor would hinder rather than protect him. Stripped of the black shell, Zod revealed his Legion combat suit, the Zod family crest emblazoned on his chest. Mocked as a farm-raised human, Clark's eyes blazed with fury, yet Zod met his gaze unflinchingly. Two beams of heat vision collided in midair, instantly heating the surrounding air. Boom! Smoke swirled as the two crashed into each other once again. At that moment, the transport carrying Clark's ship lit up with sparks and crackling electricity. Approaching the Kryptonian ship, both vessels' ghost engines activated. As they drew near, their energy fields synchronized, pulling the two ships together. No! Zod's eyes bulged. Already awakened to his X-ray vision, he could see exactly what the transport carried. Clark's ship quivered violently inside, as if dragging the transport straight into Zod's vessel. Stop! Stop it now! Zod screamed, flying recklessly toward the transport, desperate to prevent disaster. Zod hurtled toward the transport like a man possessed. If the two ships collided, his plan to resurrect Krypton would be obliterated. Clark followed closely, diving onto Zod to stop him from reaching the transport. Cal, if that ship is destroyed, Krypton is finished, Zod shouted, thrashing violently to break free. Krypton is already gone. I won't let you destroy Earth too, Clark growled, holding Zod tight as their bodies plummeted through the sky. I'll kill you, Cal. Zod struck ferociously at Clark's vital points. As Krypton's strongest genetically engineered warrior, he knew countless ways to end a life in an instant. He wrenched Clark's neck back with one arm while hammering his other fist into every vulnerable spot he could reach: throat, spine, lower back, each blow landing like a hammer on an anvil. Thud, thud, thud. Blood spilled from the corner of Clark's mouth. His neck was nearly twisted out of place before Zod suddenly released him, only to drive a vicious kick into Clark's lower back. Boom! The air detonated with the strike, a shockwave rippling out in all directions. Clark's body was hurled away, crashing through 4-5 buildings before finally slamming into the ground, carving a massive trench across the earth. Clark, are you all right? Diana had finally caught up, her pace slowed by the simple fact that she couldn't fly. Leaps alone could never match the velocity of men battling in the skies. I'll live! Stop Zod! Clark tried to rise, but pain lanced through his waist. He staggered, then collapsed again. Stop him! If you don't stop him, everything we've done is for nothing. Stop him! Clark clawed at the ground, forcing his battered body to rise. His Kryptonian resilience was working, but not fast enough. By the time he healed, Zod could already reshape Earth into Krypton. Diana's gaze flicked toward Leah instinctively. But though Leah was already closing in on Zod, Feora was fighting with desperate ferocity to keep him from advancing. Leah once told me I can fly too. If I master my divine power, break free from gravity, I can fly. She had tried once before and failed, then stopped trying. Partly because she enjoyed the feeling of being carried in Leah's arms, she had convinced herself it didn't matter. But now she knew this moment demanded it. Leah had told her long ago, stopping Zod, thwarting Ares' schemes, that was her destiny. It was time to fulfill it. With a resolute cry, Diana drew the kryptonite longsword. She sprinted, gained speed, then hurled herself skyward. Ah! Her arms spread wide as divine power roared through her, every fiber straining to defy gravity. Sparks of lightning, faint and fleeting, danced across her skin, vanishing as quickly as they came. A thunderous crack split the air as she vanished in a sonic boom, reappearing behind Zod. Zod, this ends now! She shouted, driving the kryptonite blade straight toward his heart. See! Zod's eyes ignited with blazing beams. Diana dipped her body to dodge, but he tracked her mercilessly, twin rays of destruction chasing her every move. For all her sudden skill, she was still new to flight. A grazing hit seared her arm, pain tore through her grip, and the kryptonite blade slipped from her hand, plummeting toward the ground. Stand in my way, and die! Zod's roar was followed by another burst of searing light, twin lines of death, aimed squarely at her. Far away, Leah saw the beams closing in. His eyes sharpened, then he invoked it. Speed Force! The world collapsed into silence. Everything stilled, except for Zod's heat vision, sluggishly stretching across the air, inching closer to Diana. Leah launched forward. By the time Feora's eyes strained to catch his motion, he was already beside Zod. Her gaze couldn't even register him. Zod seemed to sense something, shifting slightly but too late. Leah's fist smashed into his head, jerking his vision aside. In the Speed Force, even sound lagged behind. The world was a silent play, every motion ghost-like. The beams skimmed past Diana's chest, missing her by inches. But Zod, undeterred, swung a furious punch toward Leah. Your combat instincts are incredible, too bad your speed is just a little lacking, Leah thought to himself. He seized Zod's arm and hurled it toward the kryptonite blade, following close behind. In that instant, he switched from the Superman card to the Wonder Woman card, and the moment his hand touched the sword, he drove it straight toward Zod's heart. All of this happened before even 2 seconds had passed. Leah released the speed force early, and the world snapped back into motion. Wah-ag! Zod vomited blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked down at Leah and the kryptonite sword buried in his chest. What impossible? General Zod! Theora froze in shock. She couldn't comprehend how Leah, who had been right beside her a heartbeat ago, was suddenly in front of Zod driving a kryptonite blade into his heart. Leah twisted the sword deeper into Zod's chest. With a look of grim relief, he said, "It's over, Zod." Up above, sparks and lightning spiraled into a massive field as the transport slammed into the Kryptonian ship. For one breathless second, silence fell, then a vast black hole bloomed into existence. Kryptonian ship crumpled like paper, crushed and dragged into the void. Every Kryptonian warrior tied to the ship's systems was pulled in as well, vanishing without resistance. The ground shook violently. Ruins and debris rose into the air, everything within hundreds of meters ripped apart and consumed by the black hole's pull. The edges of that terrible gravity reached Leah and the others, but from their position on the perimeter, the effect was weak. 6 or 7 minutes later, the black hole shrank and winked out. What remained of the debris that hadn't been swallowed came crashing down in a storm of wreckage. To the people of Metropolis, it felt like centuries had passed, but at last, the world was still again. In the command center, all eyes were locked on the main screen. A technician finally broke the silence. "Did we win?" General Swanwick clenched his fist, voice trembling with exhilaration. "We won! We won! The Avengers and Superman saved the world!" Chapter 86. A Golden Legend. When the black hole vanished, the heart of Metropolis was nothing but wasteland, an entire section torn from the map, an empty scar upon the earth. Few buildings remained standing. Survivors wailed, cried, or in small numbers, began to organize what rescue efforts they could. At the edge of the devastation, Zod dropped to his knees, facing where the Kryptonian ship had once hung. The kryptonite sword still pierced his chest, draining away what little life he had left. "We could have built a new Krypton on this very ruin, and yet you chose them. You chose humanity over us." His voice rasped with fury, each word wrung from the last of his strength. "My existence was for Krypton's people, and now I have no people left." Theora staggered forward, ignoring the kryptonite's weakening effect. She fell to her knees before him, fumbling at the sword lodged in his chest. "General, you still have me. We can regroup. We can rebuild Krypton." "There is no Krypton." Zod shoved her away, blood spraying from his lips as his breath came ragged and heavy. "The ship is gone, the Genesis chamber destroyed. Even if I had the Codex, I couldn't terraform this planet into Krypton." His eyes twisted with hatred as he glared at Clark, Leah, and Diana surrounding him. "It was you who stole my soul. One day, I will become the most terrifying monster and slaughter every last human on this planet. When that day comes, it will be your judgment day." Zod's curse tore from his throat, raw and furious. Leah slid the Superman card into place and shot into the air, eyes blazing scarlet. From above, searing beams rained down, incinerating Zod's body in an instant. "You won't get another chance," Leah declared. Seeing her general fall, Theora lunged, but Clark rushed forward, unable to bear the thought of watching yet another Kryptonian die. He caught her before she could strike. "If it's death you want, I can grant it right now," Leah said coldly, his red eyes still glowing as he fixed on the grief-stricken Theora. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared back. "Krypton is gone. General Zod is dead. What reason do I have to live?" Clark's voice rose, sharp with anger. "Enough. No one else dies today. Theora, Zod was no god. Your life's worth is not bound to him." Theora had been bred as a warrior, and rising to the post of Zod's lieutenant was already the peak of her path. The House of Zod had always commanded, and she had always obeyed. With his death, an emptiness opened within her. Clark intended to hand her over to the military, but Leo refused. "Superman, we can't give Theora to them. They won't challenge us openly, but can you guarantee they won't dissect her in some lab?" Leah's tone was ironclad. Clark frowned. "Then what do you propose?" "You already know. Just as when you entrusted me with the kryptonite blade, you said yourself, this isn't only about you and me, it's about Earth's safety." Leah stood firm. Turning to Theora, he spoke with gravity. "You have only one path left. Swear loyalty to me and to the Justice League. As he uttered the first part, Leah caught Diana's murderous glare and hastily added the second. Neither Clark nor Diana objected. If Faora truly pledged herself to the League, it might not be such a bad outcome. Faora lowered her head. She was a soldier, bred to obey orders, not to rebel. Strength was her creed, and Leah had just slain her commander, proving his power beyond doubt. Will you restore Krypton? She asked suddenly. If the day ever comes and the chance arises, it may be rebuilt. But hear me, never on Earth, Leah promised, offering words that were more hope than certainty. Faora was silent for a long time, waging an unseen war within herself. At last, she dropped to one knee before him, saluting as a soldier does to a commanding officer. I, Faora, former lieutenant of General Zod's army, pledge my loyalty to you and to the Justice League. The words left her lips, and it felt as though a heavy weight slid from her chest. Ding! Friendship value expanded. Congratulations, host contract signed with Faora. Slave card obtained. Lieutenant Faora purple hero card. As Leah had expected, the system's chime followed. Closing his eyes, he slipped into its interface. The slave card's abilities were obvious enough, but what surprised him was Faora's loyalty score, 69. 10 points higher than Reverse Flash. It made sense upon reflection. She was a soldier, hardwired for loyalty, and Leah's promise of Krypton's revival had soothed her last shred of resistance. Let's see the unique skill. Sliding Faora's card into the slave card slot, Leah watched as her exclusive ability revealed itself. Lieutenant Faora's unique skill, Iron Body. Without Kryptonian bloodline, defense increased tenfold for 5 seconds. With Kryptonian bloodline, complete immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. Cooldown, requires 1 hour of exposure to a yellow sun. With the Kryptonian lineage activated, he could become immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. Was this the legendary 5-second true man? Leah's heart raced. 1 5-second invincibility every hour. He was really treading the path of overpowered heroes. Excellent. Very good. Fiola, welcome to the Justice League. For now, you're still an external member, but work hard, and one day you'll officially become part of the League. Leah's gaze softened as he looked at Fiola, filled with encouragement and expectation. The sudden change startled her. Just a second ago, he had been all deadly intent. What was with this abrupt shift? Could there be some hidden rule behind it? Diana rolled her eyes at Leah, while Clark finally exhaled in relief. He stepped forward, patting Leah on the shoulder solemnly. Thank you. Thank me for what? Leah countered with a playful punch to Clark's arm. The previous argument hadn't weakened their friendship. In fact, it had boosted their trust level to 95%, just shy of reverence. It proved a point. True friendship grows stronger through honest conflict, not constant flattery or self-deprecation. With the crisis resolved, the storm clouds over Metropolis gradually dispersed. The first rays of sunlight bathed the city. Clark inhaled deeply, facing the light, then slowly exhaled, his gaze distant, contemplative. Ding! Superman. Clark Kent, formerly Kal-El, all attributes up, graded to legendary. Wow! Golden Legend. Chapter 87. Justice League Headquarters Selection. The first sunlight after the storm rapidly healed the injuries of Clark, Leah, and the others. In an instant, a golden light flashed in Leah's consciousness, as if a little dwarf on the sidelines exclaimed, "Wow! Golden Legend!" At that moment, Superman had fully ascended from purple hero level to golden legendary level. Clark's power boost naturally elevated Leah's combat ability as well. By sheer capability, if he were to face Fiola again, even without using his special skills, he could easily overpower her. Diana remained on site watching Fiola, while Leah and Clark flew to recover the world engine above the South Indian Ocean. To prevent it from falling into human hands, they secured it inside Superman's Fortress of Solitude. After completing this, Leah and the others headed to the temporary military base. Clark was unusually enthusiastic, no guessing required. He was clearly concerned about a certain Planet Daily reporter who was still there. General, the Avenger and Superman have returned. Word of Leah's return spread through the base, and Generals Swanwick and Colonel Lane, along with other senior officers, came out to greet them. Upon landing, Clark surveyed the soldiers around him, whose eyes reflected admiration, almost like devout worshippers gazing at their deities. Swanwick struggled to contain his excitement. He stepped forward, saluted formally, and said, "On behalf of the United States, I thank you three for defeating the alien invaders." His gaze fell on a mysterious woman trailing behind Leah. He felt he had seen her somewhere before. "Holy, she's one of the Kryptonian invaders, isn't she?" The soldiers immediately recognized her. After all, one of the airmen had personally witnessed Feora tear a fighter jet apart with her bare hands. At that, General Swanwick's mouth twitched, and for once the career soldier forgot his composure, blurting out, "Fuck, there are still Kryptonian invaders alive?" "Relax," Leah said, stepping over to clap the general on the shoulder. "Her name's Feora. Under the influence of my sterling personality, she's reformed, sworn off evil, embraced justice, and dedicated her life to serving the people." Cold sweat broke out across Swanwick's forehead. Colonel Lane muttered resentfully under his breath, "She doesn't look like a prisoner to me. If she's an invader, she should be locked up." Leah's grin widened. "Oh, are you sure? Because if you want her, I'll happily hand her over to you for safekeeping." He gave Feora a subtle look. She responded without hesitation, stepping out from behind him and advancing toward the officers. Neither Swanwick nor Lane had been prepared for that. Watching a Kryptonian stride their way was enough to make their stomachs drop. Visions of her tearing through tanks and planes flashing in their minds. "Stop! Stop right there! Not another step or we'll open fire." The soldiers around them raised their rifles in panic, aiming at Feora as she drew closer to their commanding officers. But Feora had no orders from Leah to halt, and she would not stop. Swanwick tried to hold her gaze. He was a man who had faced down countless battlefields, who prided himself on never being outmatched in presence. Yet staring into the eyes of this alien warrior, his spine felt submerged in ice water. He could not suppress the chill crawling over his skin. "That's enough, Avenger," Swanwick said quickly, cutting off Lane before things spiraled. "My colonel is overthinking it. We have no way to contain a Kryptonian. I trust you'll keep her under control." Of course he understood Leah's play. They didn't know Kryptonian weaknesses, and even if they did, they had no access to kryptonite. Controlling Feora? Impossible. She could dismantle the White House before they even blinked. "Come back, Feora," Leah said coolly. She obeyed at once, returning to his side. Just then, Lois Lane, of the Daily Planet, hearing Superman had returned, rushed over with her notepad ready, eager for an exclusive. Colonel Lane looked as if he'd swallowed a lemon, but he couldn't stop her. Swanwick forced a smile, turning back to Leah. "The president just called. I've given him a full report, and he praised your actions highly. He also expressed that the United States is willing to fund the construction of a Justice League headquarters." Diana's eyes lit with concern. "The president isn't blaming us for the destruction of Metropolis, is he?" "How could he?" Swanwick reassured her. "If not for you, this entire planet would already be gone. No battle in human history has ever been bloodless. You have nothing to reproach yourselves for." Leah, however, was more focused on logistics. "So tell me, am I free to choose where to establish the Justice League base?" "Correct," Swanwick confirmed. "Since the League is an independent force of vigilantes, my advice would be to build somewhere remote, away from the cities." "Like here?" Leah gestured to the temporary military base beneath their feet. "Well, the location is ideal," Swanwick admitted reluctantly. "Close to Metropolis, positioned between Gotham and Central City." Then he caught Leah's expression and blanched. "Avenger, you're not suggesting—" "General, since you recommend this spot so highly, I'll accept." Leah's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "This will be the Justice League headquarters. Move your planes and tanks out. Leave the electronics, satellites, and surveillance gear. And while you're at it, put up a new building here, nothing extravagant, maybe $200 million. Add some landscaping, flowers, trees. That'll do nicely." The general's smile froze. Inside, he was screaming, "$200 million? For one building? The White House didn't even cost that much. Are you the devil?" And just as Swanwick's inner curses reached their peak, a soldier lurking in the shadows quietly raised his pistol, chambered a round, then aimed straight at Lois Lane, who was laughing and chatting with Superman. "Yes, lately there's been a whole pile of readers questioning the setting and plot. Questions are fine. It's good to think. But why not try to fill in a reasonable explanation yourself? Not every questionable point means the author is some idiot randomly scribbling nonsense, okay? Take one question as an example. Some readers asked why Feora could be wailing over her general one moment and surrender to the enemy the next. First step to answering. Propose a solution. Solution: Historically, when two armies clash, prisoners either die or surrender. Don't come in with nitpicky examples of supposedly chivalrous armies that take prisoners after victory to virtue signal. That's not the point. Second, Feora's loyalty is unquestionable, but she was born a soldier. No one ever let her choose. From the moment she was born, she obeyed the House of Zod. Not because she wanted to, but because her family had always done so for generations. Now her entire family is gone, and the House of Zod is gone. Her grief isn't just over Zod's death. It's the loss of the leader she lived to follow. Put simply, Feora's birth determined her life. She never had the right to choose whom to serve. With Zod dead, now for the first time she can choose for herself. You can guess how she'll choose. Or, if you prefer, just understand it this way. Leah's protagonist aura detonates, his domineering charisma blinds everyone in 24K sparkle, and whether they're human or demon, they all drop to their knees crying, "Spare us, great king." Chapter 88. The Whisper. Bang! A muzzle flash erupted, and a bullet suddenly flew straight for Lois Lane's heart. Everyone present flinched at the unexpected gunshot. Clark's smile froze. He realized with horror that the round was aimed at Lois. No! He roared and erupted into super speed, stretching a hand to intercept the bullet. But he was just a fraction too late. The deadly round was nearly through Lois's chest. Speed field. At Leah's voice the world snapped to a standstill. In that frozen instant Clark reached out slowly, trying to stop the bullet. Yet it missed by a hair, a matter of fractions of a millimeter, grazing Clark's palm and continuing toward Lois's heart. Leah strode forward and pinched the bullet between his fingers. He was so close his hand nearly brushed Lois's breast. He cleared his throat and stepped back. Clark's gaze tracked him. When he saw the bullet resting in Leah's hand, his expression finally relaxed. The speed field released. The stunned onlookers were still reeling from the gunshot. Feora saw Leah seemingly teleport to another spot. Diana, unfazed, focused on the shooter. She lunged, grabbed the gunman by the throat and slammed him to the ground. "Who are you? Who sent you?" General Swanwick and others rushed forward. An officer recognized the shooter. "Corporal Evan, are you an infiltrator from the enemy?" "Bastard, you tried to kill my daughter. I'll put you down right now." Colonel Ryan drew his sidearm and aimed at the corporal named Evan. "Innocent. I'm innocent. I don't even know why I fired the gun. You have to believe me." Corporal Evan trembled as Colonel Lane leveled a pistol at his head. Worse still, Superman hovered nearby, radiating murderous intent. If not for his stubborn will, Evan would have already wet himself from sheer terror. "Innocent, I saw you pull the trigger at Lois with my own eyes. Why did you try to kill her?" Clark thundered. The thought clawed at him. If not for Leah's intervention, Lois would now be bleeding out in his arms. Though Clark and Lois had only met twice, something about her stirred a strange warmth inside him. Just seeing her face brought joy. Looking into her eyes sparked an irresistible urge to kiss her. He didn't yet realize it. That was love at first sight. Faced with Superman's fury, poor Evan began to shake uncontrollably. "I swear to God, I never meant to hurt anyone. I don't know why I pulled the trigger." Lois, ever compassionate, softened as she watched his face. Maybe something else was at play?" "Let me use the lasso of truth," Diana said firmly. Anyone bound by the lasso could only speak the truth. Explaining this briefly to the others, she wrapped it around Evan. "Whose orders do you follow?" Diana demanded. "I serve General Swanwick." The lasso forced the words from his core, leaving no room for deceit. In an instant, every gaze turned toward Swanwick. "It wasn't me," the general protested quickly, unnerved by Superman's piercing stare. "I never ordered him to shoot Lois. What would I gain from that?" Diana shook her head and pressed further. "Did General Swanwick command you to kill Lois?" "No," Evan wailed. "I heard a whisper in my ear, telling me, kill Lois, shoot her. And then I just did it, like I wasn't myself. But I swear it wasn't my will." His sobs shook his frame. The lasso left no doubt. Every word was true. To the American soldiers present, his explanation was absurd. A whisper in his mind compelling him to act. Unless some unseen superhuman could bend wills, it made no sense. But Diana's expression hardened. Slowly, she turned toward Leah. It was Ares. His power is to corrupt hearts, to twist minds. It must have been him who pushed this soldier to kill Lois. But why Lois? Clark shook his head in denial. Impossible. If there were a whisper, I'd have heard it. Anyone bound by the lasso can only speak truth, Diana reminded him. What he heard may not have been sound, it could have been something on the level of spirit. Leah thought of calling it magic. Maybe it was truly Ares, maybe not. But why Lois? In his past life's memory, Lois's death had driven Superman to darkness. Yet here, Clark and Lois had only just met, their bond wasn't yet strong enough to push him over that edge. Perhaps the enemy didn't even understand Lois's significance to Superman. Killing her might have simply been meant to spark chaos. After all, Swanwick's soldier had shot at Colonel Lane's daughter, who also happened to be close to Superman. Her death would have ignited a three-way conflict instantly. Could it really be Ares? Diana, can you sense any divine power nearby? Leah asked. She shook her head grimly. No, Ares can take any form he chooses. No spell or power can reveal him unless he wants to be seen. Clark soared into the air, scanning the area with his heat vision, but found nothing. In the end, Corporal Evan was taken away, held as a prime suspect. With Metropolis in ruins and in need of rebuilding, Lois was placed under Colonel Lane's personal protection and moved to the 7th Military District. Leah and the others, after parting ways with Swanwick, returned to their small town. At the same time, news of the alien invasion of Metropolis had spread like wildfire across every media outlet. First, footage of the alien ship and the battles involving Leah and the others went viral online. Soon after, journalists from surrounding cities swarmed into Metropolis, risking everything to get a closer look. The U.S. government tried its best to suppress and conceal the events, but it was utterly ineffective. This wasn't a small-scale incident anymore. Anyone bold enough to glance toward Metropolis could see a city reduced to chaos and ruins. There was no hiding it. Following that, CEOs from Wayne Enterprises, LexCorp, and Quinn United held back-to-back press conferences, pledging to provide free support for the city's reconstruction. By the time public opinion reached its peak, President Oliver High released a statement, claiming that, before the brave and battle-ready U.S. military, any alien invading force was nothing but a paper tiger. However, the public largely rejected this statement, because the true heroes who had saved Metropolis were already known worldwide. Chapter 89, The Interview. This is CNN reporting to you. I'm your host, Jenny Fred. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the aliens who appeared in Metropolis a few days ago, nor the three individuals people have come to call Superman, the Avenger, and Wonder Woman. Many have labeled them heroes, even saviors. We are fortunate to have Oliver Quinn, CEO of Quinn United Enterprises, with us today. In your eyes, young billionaire, can they truly be called heroes or saviors? The camera shifted to show Oliver Quinn, dressed in a sharp suit, calmly smiling at the lens. Gods? I don't know about that, Oliver said with a grin, but they saved Metropolis from the alien invaders. Personally, I think that's heroism. Jenny Fred glanced at her question sheet and moved on. It seems Mr. Quinn holds these three heroes in high regard. But I've heard another perspective. Here in the US we have US law. On Earth, we have international law. Do you think superheroes should follow the law? And if they refuse, how should we view them? It was a tricky question. Every generation longs for heroes, yet when heroes actually appear, many, especially those in power, want to control them. Oliver thought carefully before responding. Don't you think worrying about that is unnecessary? In truth, they probably never wanted people to call them heroes or saviors. They're just a few individuals trying to do the right thing. The interview continued on television, but Bruce Wayne switched off the TV with the remote. Suddenly, the door opened, and a well-dressed elder carrying a tray of fresh food walked in. Master Wayne, it's been quite a while since you returned from Metropolis. You haven't eaten yet. Set it aside for now, Alfred. I'm not hungry, Bruce replied, reclining in his chair, his voice hoarse. Alfred shook his head and placed the tray on the nearby cluttered table, which was covered with newspapers and documents. He tidied it neatly before speaking. These are all about the three vigilantes of Metropolis: Superman, the Avenger, and Wonder Woman saving the city, Alfred said, squinting through his glasses to read the papers. Saving? I'd call it destruction, Bruce said sharply. Alfred cautiously collected the papers. But without them, perhaps the entire planet would have been destroyed. Master Wayne, in war casualties are inevitable. Even when you fight crime, innocent bystanders are sometimes affected. Bruce had spent countless nights as the Dark Knight. In battles, various factors inevitably endangered civilians or property. Unless he drew the fight to an unpopulated area, even minor conflicts in the city would destroy a few vehicles at least. Bruce paused, realizing Alfred had a point. Yet Superman and the Avenger had expanded the scope of collateral damage from a few blocks to the entire city. As Bruce pondered this, a low whisper echoed in his ear. Don't trust them. Don't trust those aliens or metahumans. They aren't human. The whisper faded, leaving Bruce with a sudden headache. He groaned, rubbing his face, and when he lifted his head again, his eyes had grown even colder. They're not human. I can't trust them. Bruce Wayne rose to his feet, turning to his old butler. Alfred, where did I put the alien battle armor I brought back from Metropolis? It's in the Batcave, sir. You instructed me that no one but yourself was to know of its existence, Alfred replied respectfully. Bruce gave him a rare nod of approval. Good. You've done well. With that, he strode out of the room. Master Wayne, at least have something to eat before you go. Alfred sighed helplessly, glancing at the untouched food on the table. That morning, Leah was still lounging in bed when an explosion shook the house, followed by the unmistakable sound of Diana and Fiora shouting at each other. Normally, he'd stay out of their quarrels, but this time the voices were escalating on the verge of turning into an actual brawl. With a yawn, he dragged on his clothes and shuffled downstairs. Hey, what are you two fighting about now? The moment Fiora saw him, she snapped into a salute. She had shed Zod's black battle armor and now wore simple casual clothes. Still, she reported in a clipped, military tone. General Leah, sir, I was attempting to learn how to cook. How many times have I told you don't call me General? Call me. Leah had been about to say Master, but then noticed Uncle James sitting off to the side, shivering as he waited for breakfast, staring at him with the most suspicious look imaginable. Forget it. Call me whatever you want, but explain this: how do you blow up a kitchen just trying to make breakfast? Diana folded her arms, scowling. She lit the gas with heat vision. If I hadn't shielded the house with divine power, we'd be picking up the pieces of rubble right now. Leah slapped a hand to his forehead. Fiora, it's not that I doubt you, but your genetic code doesn't exactly come with a cooking program. Diana, why did you even let her near the kitchen? Diana smirked, clearly enjoying herself. You said she was our servant. Since when does the lady of the house cook for the help? She shot Fiora a deliberately provocative glare. Fiora ignored her completely, chin high with pride. No matter what you say, I am General Leah's adjutant. I serve him in the Justice League alone. You are irrelevant. As Vice President of the League, I'm hardly irrelevant. Believe me, I could have you dismissed this instant. Diana's temper flared. With a flick of her wrist, the sword of Hephaestus flew into her hand. Fiora instantly shifted stance, ready to fight. For her, if something could be settled with fists, then it wasn't really a problem. You have no authority to dismiss me. Only General Leah can. Fiora. Leah's shout cracked through the tension. He was already regretting ever bringing her into his home. To be fair, it wasn't entirely his fault. The League's headquarters wasn't built yet, and he couldn't leave Fiora unsupervised. Clark could have watched her, but ever since Lois had been attacked, he practically lived at her side. That left Leah with no choice but to bring Fiora back to his own place. Uncle James, seeing his nephew drag home yet another woman, had almost marched in for a stern intervention before the misunderstanding was cleared up. And Diana, being the actual girlfriend, was far from thrilled to suddenly have another woman in the house. She eventually realized Leah and Fiora weren't crossing any lines, but that didn't stop her from clashing with Fiora whenever the chance arose. The moment Fiora heard Leah call her name, she turned sharply. Your service, General. What are your orders? Go to the living room and stand in reflection for 1 hour, Leah barked. Yes, sir, she answered without hesitation, then jogged off obediently to carry out the punishment as if wall-facing penance were a perfectly reasonable military directive. Diana couldn't help laughing when she saw Fiora obediently standing facing the living room wall. Haha, she really is just standing there looking at the wall. You think that's funny? Why do you have to pick a fight with her? Leah stepped forward and rapped Diana lightly on the head. Diana replied matter-of-factly, she was being disrespectful to me. Of course I had to teach her a lesson. Fiora wasn't big on makeup, but her features were finely carved and her lifetime as a soldier had added a severe sort of beauty, so basically, she and Diana were two gorgeous women who simply couldn't stand each other. Uncle James, who'd been silently watching like the rest of the onlookers, cleared his throat now that the conflict was resolved. I'll skip breakfast then, and head to work. I'd better get going. I'll fry you a steak, Leah said. He grabbed a quick, frozen slab of beef from the fridge, The kitchen, a chaotic mess with nothing else usable, laid the meat in his palm, and used his heat vision to sear it to medium rare. After breakfast, Uncle James went off to the police station. Theora continued to stand and reflect on the wall, and Diana set about cleaning the kitchen, throwing away and replacing the items that had been smashed. As for Leah, after the Battle of Metropolis, he'd lied to the school, saying his uncle had been badly injured while supporting efforts in Metropolis and was now in the 7th Army District Hospital, still in critical condition. Principal, moved, granted him an extended leave. I have something to do in Central City. Stay home and don't get into any trouble, got it? Leah planned a trip to the cutting edge tech lab. Theora and Diana both promised repeatedly that nothing would happen, and only then did Leah, still a bit unsure, fly off to Central City. In the Batcave, Bruce Wayne was working on a brand new suit of armor. The armor the Kryptonians wear is made of a super strong metal Earth doesn't have. It's lightweight yet far tougher than anything we've got. If I can adapt it into a new suit, maybe I'll have a chance to stand against Superman and the others. Bruce had been at it nearly a week, and had only managed to dissolve part of the Kryptonian armor into a workable material. He mixed that with some Earth metals, and produced a compound he called Kryptonian alloy. Master Wayne, one suit of armor alone won't beat Superman and the others, and I don't think you need to make enemies of them, Alfred, the butler, one of the few people who could come and go from the Batcave freely, remarked. True, a suit alone won't be enough. I need stronger weapons. I need to restart the research on the super-energy reactor. Bruce had been obsessing for days about how to counterbalance Superman. He'd watched Superman destroy a building with ease and worried about a day when those powers might be turned against humanity. He resolved that someone must be prepared to stop them if necessary. Alfred shook his head. The computer terminal on the cave wall flashed and showed a new email icon. Master Wayne, it seems you've received a message. Bruce paused, wiped the sweat from his face, and opened the email. It's an intelligence report, information on Superman, the Avenger, and Wonder Woman, Bruce murmured as he scanned the screen. Wayne Enterprises Intel had pulled together a few threads that pointed toward LexCorp's former CEO, Lex Luthor. Half a year ago, that small town experienced an alien incursion. The Avenger defeated them, and the alien bodies disappeared. Months later, a terrifying creature appeared in Metropolis. The government called it a terrorist attack. The first sighting was near LexCorp. LexCorp discovered a green meteorite in that small town. Bruce linked the clues together quickly. He even traced the chain back to a meteor shower over that town more than a decade ago. Could the green meteorite be connected to Superman? Bruce rubbed his chin and thought long and hard. With the evidence he had so far, he could only make that conjecture. If the hypothesis was correct and LexCorp was involved, hacking into their internal network might reveal more. Thinking this through, Bruce Wayne immediately turned to his computer, attempting to breach LexCorp's internal network. Unfortunately, LexCorp was one of the largest corporations in America, its systems heavily fortified. Brilliant as he was, Bruce wasn't a specialist in hacking, and after several failed attempts, he had no choice but to abandon the effort. Alfred, where did I put that hard drive for data extraction? He began rifling through the study. The device he was searching for was a specialized drive that, once plugged into a target machine, could bypass firewalls and copy internal data directly. In the cabinet to your right, Master Wayne, Alfred replied evenly. You don't mean to tell me you intend to walk into LexCorp yourself? Bruce gave a small smile. That's exactly what I mean. Set up a meeting with Lena Luthor for me. Tell her I'm interested in a business deal. Chapter 91. Signs of Awakening. When Leah arrived at SDR Labs, Caitlin and Cisco were both buried in work. The moment Cisco spotted him, his usual banter kicked in. Hey man, tell me you brought an alien with you this time? With all the recent chatter about the alien invasion in Metropolis, Cisco had been following the news obsessively. Leah sighed. If only he knew the alien he longed to see had blown up her kitchen that very morning. No, nothing like that. I just came to check on Barry. Lucky guy, Cisco said, arching his brows. 2 gorgeous women stopped by yesterday, and now you show up today. His tone carried a note of envy. 2 women? Leah thought for a moment. You mean Felicity and Iris? They were both here at the same time? Yep. Awkward doesn't even begin to cover it. Can you believe Barry? He just lies there and the ladies are already fighting over him. Cisco shrugged dramatically, feigning despair. Caitlin couldn't help but laugh. What can I say? Barry is handsome. Hey, I'm handsome too, you know. Wait, Caitlin, why are you laughing? Leah, back me up here. Do you think I'm as handsome as Barry? Cisco fixed him with a look that dared him to say otherwise. Leah chuckled and shook his head. Cisco, let's be honest. I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but between the three of us, I'm the most handsome. Both Caitlin and Cisco made a playful tisk in unison, and the room filled with light-hearted laughter, drawing them closer together. Ding! Favorability increase to friendly. Obtained. Caitlin Snow Killer, Frost, unawakened character card. Ding! Favorability increase to friendly. Obtained. Cisco Ramon Vibe, unawakened character card. 2 white cards flashed into Leah's mind. Both Caitlin and Cisco were latent metahumans, their abilities dormant for now. On the surface, their stats registered as ordinary humans, but their intellect was already far above average. Setting the thought aside, Leah followed Caitlin and Cisco into Barry's hospital room. Barry lay just as before, surrounded by machines, his expression calm as though merely asleep, yet from his body, Leah could sense a raw, primal energy stirring. Suddenly, the faint hum of a motorized wheelchair reached his ears. Someone lingered in the doorway, hesitating to enter. It was Reverse Flash, or rather, the man wearing the mask of Harrison Wells, the lab's founder. Since the particle accelerator explosion, Harrison Wells had never been seen without his chair, but anyone who knew the truth behind the Flash's story understood the deception. The wheelchair wasn't for sympathy, it concealed a tachyon device, a superluminal power source that recharged Reverse Flash's stolen speed. Another visitor for Barry? Oh, it's you, Mr. Leah. Harrison forced a smile as he wheeled into view, clearly realizing he couldn't avoid the encounter. How is Barry's condition? Leah asked, casting him a knowing look. Things have finally stabilized. Caitlin, Cisco, could you two grab Barry's test results for me? Harrison Wells suddenly said. No problem, Dr. Wells. Neither Cisco nor Caitlin thought much of it. They were used to following Wells' instructions. The two of them left together. Once the room was empty, Harrison's face darkened. He fixed his gaze on Leah. What do you want? Let's stick with Harrison Wells. Your loyalty rating's pretty low right now. I'm debating whether or not I should kill you. Leah spoke calmly, as if discussing something trivial. Harrison's hands clenched the armrests of his wheelchair so tightly he almost rose from it. But reason kicked in. Leah wasn't about to strike here, and if he did, he wouldn't announce it beforehand. Drawing a deep breath, Harrison said, All I want is to return to my own time. I won't stop you from going back. I won't even tell Barry Allen your true identity so long as you complete the tasks I give you. That's not too much to ask, is it? Leah leaned against the wall, watching him. Harrison reached into his coat and pulled out 2 silver wristbands, each tipped with a yellow light emitter. These are based on the Atom's tech, he explained. They use a particle shrinking beam to miniaturize your suit or weapons so you can carry them, then restore them when needed. I designed them as wristbands to look more like Atom's technology than Flash's ring. Leah had to admit, Wells had thought it through. Eventually Barry would discover his real identity. If Leah had been using the same kind of ring as Reverse Flash, there'd be awkward questions. But wristbands could be traced back to Atom or even alien tech without raising Barry's suspicions. Leah accepted the bands and slipped one on. It fit comfortably. Not bad. You didn't hide any tricks in these, did you? No. If you don't trust me, have someone else check the tech, Wells replied coolly. The system confirmed Wells wasn't lying, so Leah finally relaxed. Also copy Gideon for me, Leah said. That wasn't a problem. Wells' Gideon was itself copied from a future Barry Allen, and even the Wave Rider from Legends of Tomorrow ran on Gideon. Copying Gideon's no issue. But, may I ask what you want with it? Wells asked, puzzled. Leah shook his head. Better if you don't know. He was already planning the Court of Owls. Maybe he'd toss Reverse Flash in there for a trial of his own. Just then Caitlin and Cisco returned, chatting cheerfully. They stepped into Barry's room, faces lit with excitement. Hey, we went over Barry's latest medical report. His condition's surprisingly good, Caitlin said. There's even a chance he'll wake up in the next 2 or 3 months, Cisco added, practically buzzing. Wow, can you believe it? A guy struck by lightning is about to wake up. By the way, how long has Barry been out? Leah asked. Cisco and Caitlin exchanged a glance, then shrugged. We didn't keep exact count, about 6.5 months, give or take. Chapter 92. The Night. After saying goodbye to everyone at SDR Labs, Leah returned home carrying the silver bracelet and Gideon's backup copy. He handed the second bracelet to Diana. After explaining how to use it, she was overjoyed. With a few taps, she shrank her entire set of armor and stored it neatly inside. The bracelet clipped snugly against her guardian's bangle without feeling cumbersome. This is incredible. Now I don't need to lug around a bag everywhere, and I can finally carry my sword and shield with me. This solves everything. Diana touched the silver band on her wrist with delight, then leaned up on her toes to kiss Leah on the cheek. Fiora, standing nearby, couldn't help but glance at the bracelets with a hint of envy in her eyes. With your level of technology, something like this shouldn't be too hard to make, right? Leah asked. After all, Krypton represented a civilization of unmatched advancement. It made no sense that they couldn't manage particle miniaturization. But Fiora's reply surprised him. We did have similar devices. But as you know, after Krypton exploded, only Zod and his soldiers survived. That's why he needed the Codex to mass-produce scientists and rebuild Krypton's technological foundation. From Leah's perspective, that meant Krypton once possessed such technology, and far greater besides, but the surviving warriors simply lacked the skill to recreate it. If Zod had been able to harness Krypton's scientific might in war, Earth's fate might already have been entirely different. Well then, Fiora, if you want one of these bracelets someday, it's not impossible, depends on how well you perform. Leah tossed out another empty promise. Fiora's face lit up. She snapped to her feet and saluted sharply. Yes, General Leah, I won't let you down. Diana flopped onto the couch, picking up the remote with practiced ease. She flicked on the news and her eyes widened. Hey Leah, look! Metropolis built us statues! On screen, 3 statues stood newly erected. To the left was Superman, body turned, striking a battle-ready stance. To the right, Diana held her sword in one hand and shield in the other, raised before her. In the center stood Leah, arms folded across his chest, gaze cast far into the distance. Heroes Monument Park. Leah, the people of Metropolis are recognizing us at last. Her joy overflowed. To her, nothing was more gratifying than defeating enemies and bringing peace to the people. Leah's lips curved into a faint smile. Being hailed as a hero did feel good. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how long it would take before some radical climbed up there to spray paint false god across his likeness. That night at LexCorp. Though LexCorp had taken some damage during the Battle of Metropolis, its luck held. The destruction wasn't severe. With a hired crew, Lena Luthor had it restored in just over a week. Bruce Wayne half sat on the edge of a bed in the executive suite. That afternoon, he'd been here under the pretense of discussing business with Lena. But in truth, he'd been looking for a chance to slip away from her gaze and insert his data theft drive into her office computer. The problem was her office. 2 private bodyguards flanked the door like statues, leaving him not the slightest opportunity. With no other option, Bruce had resorted to other means. Lena hadn't been in a relationship for over a year, and faced with Gotham's brooding, impossibly handsome billionaire, sparks had ignited quickly. Lena lived in the tower itself. Behind her office was a private suite, spacious and lavish, rivaling a presidential suite at any 5-star hotel. Moonlight spilled through the glass wall as Bruce dressed in the dark, pulling on his trousers before retrieving the data drive from his coat pocket. He glanced back at Lena, still sleeping peacefully. Her figure was every bit as striking as a model's, and her warmth and intensity had left Bruce with a pleasure he hadn't felt in far too long. Beautiful women are never simple, he thought, shaking his head. Quietly, he crept to her desk and slipped the drive into the USB port of her computer. LexCorp's computers undoubtedly had advanced security protocols, but no matter the system, it was powerless against Bruce Wayne's data theft hard drive. Soon, the computer's password was cracked. Bruce's fingers flew across the keyboard as he searched for any information on the small town and the green meteorite. He had expected to find a trove of data, possibly requiring him to copy a large number of encrypted files first and only fully decrypt them back at the Batcave. Instead, he discovered a hidden folder on Lena's computer. Inside were files containing information about the destroyer. Most importantly, they contained details on the green meteorite, its properties, and its current location. Exactly as he suspected, when Lex Luthor had been left with 2 pieces of raw kryptonite, after his death Lena had transported them to a warehouse somewhere in Star City. The last modification date on these files is after the Battle of Metropolis. Kryptonite meteorite is currently the only known substance capable of killing Kryptonians. Damn LexCorp! They had weapons to fight extraterrestrials, but never used them. Bruce clenched his fists in anger, memories of the Wayne Tower collapsing in Metropolis flooding back, along with the despairing cries of his employees over the phone. If only he had possessed kryptonite back then, he thought, Kryptonians would never have been allowed to ravage Metropolis unchecked. He noted the location of the kryptonite stored in the Lex Corp food factory in southern Star City. As for the other files, Bruce copied the ones he deemed useful to examine more thoroughly back at the Batcave. With everything completed, Bruce gathered his things, ready to leave. At that moment, a lazy voice called from the doorway. "So heartless, you're leaving already, my knight?" Bruce turned to see Lena draped in a blanket, leaning against the doorframe, her eyes full of quiet longing. Anyone seeing her might think he had done something heartless. "Lena, I have a very important meeting early tomorrow, so I must return to Gotham," Bruce said quickly, adjusting his tone and offering a smile. "Then, take care on the way." Lena yawned, waved at him, and returned to her room. Chapter 93. Kryptonite Material. Night blanketed the city, the moonlight like flowing water. On Star City Avenue, a strikingly unusual sports car sped through the streets. The vehicle was completely black, with a flattened front and unusually large wheels. Its sleek, aerodynamic body, paired with exhaust pipes and a raised rear spoiler, gave it the appearance of a bat spreading its wings through the night. Whoosh! The Batmobile roared toward a LexCorp food factory in Star City. A man clad entirely in black, a cape, armor, and mask emerged from the vehicle. He lifted a grappling gun, aimed at the factory's second floor, and fired. The rope shot out, and he leapt, his cape flaring behind him like the wings of a bat, fluttering with each movement. Kryptonite material should be in the storage basement. Batman Bruce Wayne scaled the second-story wall of the factory and slipped through a warehouse window. The patrolling guard spotted him instantly. "Who's there? Stop!" The man instinctively drew his gun, but in front of Batman, an ordinary guard's firearm posed no real threat. Bruce lunged forward. The guard squeezed the trigger, bullets slamming into Batman's armor. But tonight, Bruce wasn't wearing ordinary armor. This suit was forged from Kryptonian alloy strong enough to withstand even a blow from Superman. Bullets? They barely scratched the surface. Clang! 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 Sparks flew where the rounds struck. Bruce seized the guard, chopped him across the back of the neck, and dropped him unconscious. With the obstacle cleared, he moved swiftly into the basement of the warehouse. A reinforced steel door with a coded lock barred his way. Bruce pulled out a cryptographic cracker, and within moments, the lock yielded. Inside the basement lay 2 wooden crates. Green meteorite, kryptonite? He crouched, comparing the stones to the files he'd copied from Lena Luthor. The samples matched perfectly. These were raw kryptonite minerals. Strange. This feels far too easy. Without hesitation, Bruce pocketed the stones. Everything had gone so smoothly it almost unnerved him. He double-checked for ambushes, then slipped away from the LexCorp food plant carrying both kryptonite samples. Minutes after his departure, the unconscious guard stirred. Cracking his neck, he pulled out a phone and dialed. "Boss Lena, the package has been taken by the Bat. Any further orders?" On the other end, Lena Luthor's smooth voice answered, "Well done, Tate. Go get some rest." Tate chuckled, half joking. "You sure you're not being too generous with him, boss?" She laughed softly. "Generous? No. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to our next little collaboration." When Bruce returned to the Batcave with the kryptonite, Alfred came rushing in, still in his nightclothes, breathless with urgency. "Master Wayne, terrible news." Bruce caught him by the shoulders. "Alfred, what is it? What's got you running here in your pajamas?" "Sir, it just happened. Wayne Enterprises has been hit by a gang of raiders," Alfred panted. Bruce's brow furrowed, his voice hard. When? What would they even want from Wayne Enterprises? Unless... A possibility hit him at once: the prototype super-energy reactor he had only recently reactivated. "Sure enough," Alfred confirmed it, gasping out, "about an hour ago. Our armory was looted, every weapon stolen, and the super-energy reactor is gone as well." In America, private arms manufacturing was legal. Years ago, Thomas Wayne had established 14 subsidiaries under Wayne Enterprises devoted to military hardware. Bruce had shut down weapons production after inheriting the company, but the armory still stored a stockpile enough to outfit an army. Damn it, weapons theft is bad enough, but the reactor, it's unstable, unfinished. It could explode at any moment. Bruce rubbed his temple, fury darkening his eyes. Pattern was becoming clear. From the first breadcrumb of evidence to tonight's flawless kryptonite theft, it all reeked of orchestration. And now, while he'd been conveniently lured away, raiders had plundered Wayne Enterprises' armory and walked off with a device carrying the destructive force of a 4 million-ton nuclear warhead. Translate into natural, fluent English while preserving the original meaning, tone, character voice, and the story's world context. Could it be Lena Luthor? Bruce Wayne felt a flicker of suspicion, but it didn't quite add up. He had sought out Lena himself, spent the entire afternoon and evening with her, and she hadn't made a single suspicious move. He turned it over in his mind for a long while, but with no real evidence to back his doubts, he had to shelve the thought for now. "I'll head to the company to check it out. Alfred, you should go back and get some rest," Bruce said to his butler. "No, I'll stay with you. It's nearly 5 in the morning anyway, and I'd normally be up around this time." "It's you I'm worried about, Master Wayne. I strongly advise you to get some sleep," Alfred said dutifully. But Bruce shook his head. "Not until I've seen the scene myself. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep." He shed the Kryptonian alloy batsuit, changed back into a tailored suit, and set off with Alfred for Wayne Enterprises. When they arrived, Commissioner James Gordon already had the Gotham PD on site, securing the area. Spotting Bruce's car, Gordon came over in surprise. "Well, Bruce, you're up early today." "Truth is, I never went to bed. But enough of that, Commissioner. Have you found out who hit my company?" Bruce's eyes shifted to the building's wall. A massive hole yawned there, as though something had blown it open with high explosives. Gordon took a tablet from one of his officers, tapped it, and brought up surveillance footage. The thieves used an RPG to blast open the warehouse wall. 4 security guards killed. 7 raiders in total. 6 wore hoods, but the leader had on a mask, and his body looked like it had tubes plugged into him. He double-tapped the screen, freezing a frame. Figure loomed nearly 2 meters tall, bare-chested, with a heavy rig strapped to his back. Thick tubes venting green vapor snaked from the rig into his mask. "Who is this man?" Bruce asked, his eyes locked on the masked figure. Asterisk author's note. Yep, Batman Bruce Wayne has entered the stage. Lately I've been getting a lot of reader comments. Opinions on Batman are sharply divided. And you know what? Reading those comments, I suddenly realized why DC movies keep losing ground to Marvel. Over in Marvel, the lines are clear. Good guys are good guys, bad guys are bad guys. Villains can redeem themselves, heroes can fall, but you always know which side of the line they're on. In DC, it's murkier. Heroes have flaws. Villains have redeeming qualities. You can't just slap a good or evil label on anyone. Forgive me for putting it bluntly, but that's depth. You can dig into their psyches, spin up big lofty themes. It sounds all sophisticated, but sometimes it's just overcomplicated. This book, though, is meant to be light and humorous. I'm not here to dissect the grand moral fabric of human nature or write philosophy essays. I'm just a simple, shallow author writing for fun. So, in this story's parallel universe version of the DC world, Batman will still be portrayed in a more straight, forwardly heroic light. Sure, at first he might mistrust Leah and Superman, but eventually the misunderstandings will clear, and they'll become allies and maybe sparring partners. Too much complexity, and the whole thing collapses. My skills aren't up to that. Thanks for understanding. Asterisk. Chapter 94. The Batman arrives. Days passed, yet the mercenaries who had raided Wayne Enterprises' armory seemed to vanish into thin air. Neither the police nor Bruce Wayne's own efforts yielded the slightest trace. Deep in the Batcave, Alfred sat with his reading glasses perched on his nose, combing through reports for any mention of the raiders. "Master Wayne, I think I've found some rumors about this mercenary, though honestly, you really ought to hire someone younger to assist you. I'm getting on in years, and these machines are murder on the eyes," Alfred muttered, grumbling as he typed. But complaints aside, Alfred remained one of Bruce's most trusted allies. He had mastered a surprising number of skills over the years, and when it came to computer work, the old butler could hold his own against many professional analysts. Bruce ignored the protest and pressed urgently, "Tell me, who is this mercenary?" His instincts screamed that the thieves who struck Wayne's armory were far from ordinary. "Years ago, a boy named Bane was born in a prison," Alfred began gravely. "He grew up with rats for company. When the tide rose, his cell would nearly flood, and he fought every day just to survive. The prison should have killed him, but instead, it made him stronger. No one knows how he escaped, but once free, he trained under your master, the League's Ninja Lord." Bruce's brow furrowed. Before he became Batman, he had traveled the world, studying combat, eventually joining the League of Shadows under Ra's al Ghul. In some tellings, he had even loved Ra's daughter, Talia and fathered a child with her. Bane? He trained under Ra's al Ghul as well? Bruce asked, voice edged with disbelief. Not for long. For reasons unknown, Ra's cast him out. Later, he underwent a kind of biological experiment. Every other subject died, except him. He survived, stronger and far more dangerous than before. At that moment, one of the Batcave's systems monitoring police frequencies lit up. Police just picked up his trail, Alfred said. Bane and his men are holed up in the slums of the West District. They've called in the National Guard. Shocked at the scale of the operation, Alfred turned to ask if Bruce intended to intervene, but the chair was already empty. The roar of the Batmobile's engine answered for him. Bruce, clad in the prototype Kryptonian alloy batsuit, slammed the accelerator to the floor. The machine thundered forward like a black warhorse, a streak of lightning bursting from the depths of the cave. Perhaps I really should post a help-wanted ad, Alfred quipped dryly, then sighed and returned to the console, tapping away with 2 fingers. In the West District slums, the National Guard had encircled the area with a wall of guns and flashing lights. Police cruisers sealed every street. Commissioner Gordon himself led the operation, a phalanx of armored officers with riot shields advancing slowly into the maze of crumbling towers. Commissioner, most civilians are evacuated, his deputy reported, but we can't rule out hostages. Just 20 minutes earlier, mercenaries had gunned down a patrol officer in cold blood. The slum had erupted in chaos. Most residents fled, but many had been caught in the crossfire, some escaping, others falling dead in the hail of bullets. Don't underestimate them, Gordon barked. They raided Wayne's armory. Their gear's as good as ours, better even.